baby. Check. Look, the fashion is clever, spectacular weather. I'm blacker than I ever been. Skisha patting some leather, ink and a feather. I pen some immaculate letters. My family stay with the gift, cause we rapping together. Like it's Christmas Eve, I just roll in my sleeve and drink a cup of hot cocoa while she rolling some leaves. Have you ever lit a blunt off a chimney log? Massage from a synagogue, leads foreign student with her friends involved. No, you haven't, so I ain't trying to have it. I'm painting pictures that's lavish, getaway log cabins. Amazing the magnetism, a magnet in all facets. Check my discography, baby, it's all classics. Feeling like Carol Baskins, surrounded by all this pussy. Making this money up y'all bastards. Funny how I mastered the art of being a subtle asshole on my dean. I'm shutting down y'all classes. COVID-19 flow nasty. Lamar Jackson with the stat time passing y'all asses. Catch me on the lake chillin' laughing, everlasting. My mind forever layer like fall fashion, nigga. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dough, making money, breaking bank, getting that dough. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dough. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dough, making money, breaking bank, getting that dough. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dough.
Yup, and click the photo. The beat knocking like a piston missing in the Lolo. The chick should know the mission is to get some more dough. And if the friction and the tension seem intentional, then it's a no-go. And as an OG, I'm telling them young brothers to be cool. They push bass and turn up high, like my EQ that's clipping in the whip. And they say, yo, shit clean, pushing 60 in the trunk. 415s, going blah-da-down, blah-da-down. About to bounce, I hit the gas and rip the engine out the motor mounts. Hit the house to go read Dr. Ben. Then this chick sent a text that said, lock me in. Hibachi grill, Wagyu beef, Lil Kobe slice, late night demo tapes like Lil Homie nights. I text back at 4 a.m. while your girlie yawning, cause she think it feel better in the early morning.
Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dough, making money, breaking bank, getting that dough. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dough. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dough, making money, breaking bank, getting that dough. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dodo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dough.
Yeah, that's slapping right there. What's up? Peace. This morning, hope everyone is well. Hope we can get into another productive show. Got some time on my hands and I feel like doing a morning stream. But what we working on now, since we're on a new horizon, is I need to put together a real research team. And we in the midst of it, but if y'all been out there, because now we got to talk to the Egyptologist. And now everything we ask for is right here upon us. So we got to make sure we make the most astute presentation. Like, I mean, we got to come hard. So I'm going to ask for some support for some of my good fellow brother researchers. And I'm trying to get a few of y'all in the Madjai back chat where we're going to start up and we're going to take it further than that. But yeah, shout out to y'all. Let's get the show popping. I like to play 2 or 3 songs as I get the show started to let people roll in. So this is what we will do. Whoa.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare for your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis and bury it. The jackal and the keep them heaters in our mentai. In an abyss, he ain't rapping due to libations. He just channeling this.
Hands down. You ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
Our own life, hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees and still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on the panel. I'm not diametrically opposed.
Oh yeah, it's been 48 hours. Oh yeah, hold on, we're gonna deal with that.
So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, we're in the heart of the South right now. Fishing. Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Man, that should be the name of that podcast by now. Yurik, our good guy. It should be called Sounding Crazy. Go on and just live up to your podcast and name it Sounding Crazy. How y'all doing? This morning, I was on some early morning stream hype. This normally when I used to stream all the time, but then I've just been ripping and running and my stream time been different. So I was juiced to stream right now. And I woke up with the focus like I can't keep playing with it. The brothers that's serious, I need to bring them along. And I'm leaving everybody else where they deserve to be. What I'm supposed to do. And so the serious brothers who do study and do want to have these discourses with the Egyptologists, not the way they doing it. See, it's a different level. When you contact them and you already got respect for what you've done in your field, it's more of a mutual conversation because I'm calling them, respecting them for what they're doing in their field, right? And so I think we're going to be able to bring some new opportunities to the horizon as well as shine a light on the field of study. So then our nuances and our issues with the field of study can also be addressed. So I'm going to try to beautify Egyptology real quick. And we're going to put the bells and the whistles on it so that it can have some cultural relevance, right? That's not hard to do. I already throw one of the biggest festivals in the Bay Area, right? So imagine if it's a sacred day. So from day one, the reason why we called it Hiero Day was because Hiero translated back to sacred in the Greek. This is where we're getting that Cheru from. No, that's not where we're getting that Cheru from. They get that concept, and I'm not saying etymologically, but when in translation, they heard Neteru and said Hiero. See? Glyphs are writing, so it don't really go back to Medu Neter because glyphs are writings and Medu is words. So we can already see how the hieroglyphs ain't really the Rodney Kemet, which was spoken language, but the hieroglyphs was the actual writings. But what's up, though? So yesterday, I went on Sonetta TV, and I was just playing some audio of my book. Because I'm like, man, yeah, we need to do all facets of the things. We need to show scholarship how to be, like, more commercial. Because y'all, it's only getting so far. Like, they got it set up in the way, nah, we can bust them doors off. We gonna, Jake, I'm telling you. So my template is like this. I can't tell y'all the name, but it's basically scholarship, Jake Paul's template in scholarship. People who think they know a subject and that have some notoriety, not just anybody, because it wouldn't make no sense. It wouldn't bring nothing to the field. Like Terrence Howard, how he think he know that science stuff. Sit him down with a scientist, a panel of scientists, and then bring it to and then we would have to be allowed, and it would have to be, everyone has to know we're doing something different here. And so some of the fervor that you take out because you are in academia, that ain't useful. That's why the discipline only getting so far. Y'all got to turn up. Y'all gonna have to turn up a bit. Don't you, views is about bringing people to the information. And so I'm not gonna ask nobody not to be themselves, but the restrictions and the training wheels that certain fields put on you for your demeanor and for everything required, even some of the topics that you can and cannot engage in or be ostracized. Well, the thing that you'll be ostracized to is going to grow bigger than what they got popping already. That's how you do that. You just build some. That's how you do that. You just build something bigger than what the gatekeepers got, and that's easy. Really, one nice debate over this Black Egypt issue is gonna bring whichever Egyptologist, whoever, is gonna bring them all the light they need. We still talking about Sheikh Anta Diop from 50 years ago, and Serge Sanaran, and Abdullah, and the likes. So that's my focus. No more focus. I mean, I knew the new year was going to make it happen, and it's already only 1 month into the new year. We going out of the first month, right? At the beginning, I was like, this is what it got to be. It's manifested within the month, and so now this is what it is. But our focus got to change. No disrespect or slight to nobody, but the current and present detractors don't get any more of my attention. They don't demand it, nor do they deserve it. Let's just be clear. I like dialoguing with men who offer a wise, somewhat witty dialogue. I don't like stupidity. I would never sign up for that. So I don't need to do that to myself no more. You know what I'm saying? Somebody else, like we got archers. So whoever want to step up and handle the YouTubers, there you go. We need Robert Brown back. I'm going to put Robert Brown on y'all head. I hope everything is well in my brother's life. I ain't seen him around in a minute. But as soon as Robert Brown come back, he on y'all names. Watch. Yup, because he been waiting to be able to just get at y'all. I've been holding him back. We need the whole Robert Brown show so he could do his own thing. So I guess I will open up this UNESCO Cairo Symposium 1974 again. just for the fun of it. But again, if you do have any ambition to help, the name of my last book, shout out for action. The name of my most recent book is Black Like Osiris. It's actually on Amazon. I also got a signed copy. Let me see. And let me see if I can get the Bandcamp. If you want to get a signed copy, you can copy right here on Bandcamp. It ships out. Actually, it'll go out the same day, but let me see. I want to pull up this YouTube. Pop out chat. Like, them conferences be cracked, but we could get the conferences cracked like a hip hop show, because we gonna incorporate them. See, if we ever experienced the hip hop conferences before, that used to be like Jack the Rapper or Word Up. Now let me see if I can I was about to share something. Let me see what I was about to do. Oh, here we go. That's the signed copy of the book, which is actually the most pricey one. So if you're just trying to get it to read, you can go get the Kindle version for $9.99 on Amazon. But if you that version is scheduled for the people who's trying to support and make things happen. So shout out to you. There you go. Yeah, we need Robert Brown. We need Robert Brown. So I need some of them real archers who be coming with that information who haven't gotten the Madjai back check to hit me at casual@hieroglyphics.com. So I've been having some discourses with some Egyptologists lately. As a matter of fact, this is why y'all, let me show y'all. I can't even show y'all everything because this is crazy, but let me show y'all. So that video the other day, when I was showing the sister Rita's video, Dr. Rita Lucarelli, right? Lucarelli, I gotta say that right. Now, when I was showing her video, somebody was in the chat like, that Egyptologist don't agree with you. When I wasn't showing the video to say she agrees with my overall premise. The point of that video was showing the reception or how Egyptology is viewing the reception of ancient Egypt by Black America. Whether they were viewing it as a negative thing or something that needs to be promulgated. All right? And so that's what that was about. Now, this is why y'all so noodles, because this is why it's levels to this. And I ain't even going all the way in on all the levels. Just know y'all just can't really. Like that's like if I was like, I can't, it's just no way to compare. But let me just show you what I meant. Which video was that? Oh, matter of fact, I'm gonna just come right here. So, let me share this. So, y'all in the chat like, that Egyptologists don't agree with you. And she was watching the video. She, Shefrin L. Alantu L. Elon 2 L. Shefrin. Khufu Elon 2 L. Semitic God. That's why you puzzled? I'm just saying, though. That's too personal? Hell no, that ain't too personal. That's your avatar. Whatever. I hope it ain't too personal because I ain't got no ill will. I'm just on your head. You know what on your head with no ill will is? Is when I don't mind you being embarrassed, but I don't want you to be humiliated. That's what that is. You feel me? Shame is a thing. And shame was a powerful weapon in the Bible in biblical times. Shame. So y'all see this comment right here? What does that say? Rita Lucarelli? Lucarelli probably, yep. Now look, and again, I apologize for butchering your name. Now look, it says, thank you, so honored to be on your channel. Okay, I'm gonna fall back, that's your real name. I'm Jonathan Owens if you want to get me back. I thought that was your avatar from when you was puzzled. Let me see. Now look, thank you, so honored to be on your channel, Sheffrin L. When that happened on your page, let me know. You got fake Egyptologists over there who are spreading slander, bruh. We do a presentation giving honors to the people who doing this work right now on my show, and they show you that they got wind of the video. Can't make this up. So I appreciate her for watching this video and even leaving a public comment to show and prove. Now I am in talks with some. In March it should get popping, maybe with just one of the linguists that I've talked to. Well, she didn't come on the show. She was actually watching the show, and she said she's busy all year. I probably won't ever be up. They're not really trying to do this, y'all. Like, until I make this bigger than what they doing, they ain't trying to do it. You know what I'm saying? So I know I can make this bigger than any conference they about to speak at. Like, that's not nothing. So what y'all dealing with? 1,000 or 2,000? How many people be in the building? Because I'm talking 5,000 to 10,000. So see, and we definitely gonna do that once we got the movement going. Oh, it's gonna be popping. And it's me bringing what I already do to this. Come on, it's not even gonna be hard. Talk to some key figures in hip hop and let them know what's going on. I can have this on Hip Hop DX front page with a exclusive, bro, with one email. So I'm thinking I'm not going to waste the power of that. And I didn't know how this would manifest in my life. And now that I see it manifesting, I think I've been wondering what I've been being prepared for. You know what I'm saying? Like, you be like, why am I being prepared? Have you ever trained? Some people never even trained. Some of the time when you train, you ain't training just to fight. And then you start feeling pointless, like, why am I even training? Have you ever seen dudes in the gym and they working out like they training and they ain't got no fight scheduled or nothing? Well, they kind of don't even know what they're getting ready for, but it's going whatever they're getting ready for, they're gonna be prepared for it. That's what we've been doing. And not even knowing. When I started reading Metal Netter, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I thought I was wasting my time. Thought I was wasting my time. Oh yeah, that's gonna be cool. Let me know when you out this way, DQ. And you a fisherman, bro? I'm gonna put you on. Don't let it be spring coming when you get here. If it's still winter, it might be a crazy. But you probably ain't coming out here to fish. But I'm just saying, whatever it is love. Jay Mills in the building. So what I was just talking about, I was just showing when, it was this video where I was showing her presentation and she literally commented on the presentation. We got other good things up the pop line, but it ain't nothing went down publicly. Since she put this on my video public, it was obviously she wouldn't mind me showing it to the people, right? But so hopefully things will come from this. Now, I got another Egyptologist, PhD. This is so I've been having this conflict with trying to tell y'all what's really happening and remaining humble. Right? It's not that I don't have no conflict with that inside myself. It is the perception of when you outmatched this bad, I probably shouldn't even say it no more. Because after a while, it's going to be like, oh. But the Egyptologist, and I've shown his presentations on my show plenty times, that I contacted, wrote me back like a 5,000 word email and said he got like 40 some articles to write, but because of what we talking about, because of what our conversation is, he is adding an article about Kim to his workload. After he told me he'd been listening to me since he was 14. See, there you go, the part where it seemed like I'm on some bullshit, huh? Because that's what cats can't do. So you messing up because you really just making me be so much better. Like I be comfortable, relaxed, chilling at the house, working hard as everyone else. Don't get that twisted. I'm not saying anything like that. But as far as that hip hop legacy is concerned, I'll just be relaxed. Let that do. We work for that. We built that. Now, this is one thing we learned a long time ago. What you do for your fans want to do for you. What we've done for people with our profession is inside their body, and they want to return it with whatever they do. It's just like that in life. This is art. And that's the impression art puts on people. You ain't never just walked up to a game with a Hyro shirt on and somebody seen you just with a Hyro shirt on and let you in free. That type of stuff happens. It's because they like, oh, how much you getting in free. You walk in the store with a Hyro shirt on, you get some free donuts. But that's neither here nor there. Again, I don't want to ramble on that because it could start sounding pretentious. The whole point is, the fact I don't even know what that point is. Really, it is y'all done fucked up and poked the bear. Now you done got some shit you can't even do in your life, really. So I could call them all together in the symposium and they ain't even having to trip off nothing but general principle. So this document we're going to get, it might take 2-3 years, he said. But it's going to be what y'all looking for. An analysis, a new analysis of this term from a modern PhD linguist, and well, I ain't going to say linguist, PhD in the field. We contacted Brother Sandro Capocicci. He did the same thing for us via his Nafri media page and via Jonathan Owens. When he wrote his documents to me, we explained, obviously he retains his rights to his information. He can tell me to take it down whenever, but I asked for permission to share it with the community. He's like, of course. So we're gonna do some real stuff. Again, we need support in that Madjai back chat, but not for the support we need is people who are ready to take on tasks, do homework. I need to get some youngsters who are ready to go to school for Egyptology for the next 4 years. Like, we ain't playing with it. We need some people who don't got no future. I mean, not saying, I didn't say that right. Who ain't got it, you know what I'm saying? You ain't figured out what you want to do. But you listening to this all day. Over a year you listen to this? Well, then let's get you in school. Because we need that. Right? We need that. But it's cool. I'm just doing a monologue rant real quick, letting some of the people come in the building. You know, our shows be long and strong, so we might go anywhere with it. But what we will try to always do is disseminate good information. We always gonna show y'all sources, and you're never gonna have to wonder how I came to a damn conclusion. Yeah, we need them young archers on deck. We need some of y'all sons and y'all daughters. Stop playing. That's why I'm trying to convince my daughter she in school right now. First semester, I'm like, please, just take any type of history. Just something. She taking art, so she's still going to qualify. Because some of them art, she could go into African art. But I ain't trying to put what I'm doing on my kids like that. But I'm just asking them and letting them know I have that desire. But, you know, yeah, we need them in school. Because, look, if they would have started during COVID, they'd be about to graduate. See? COVID-19. That means they would have already graduated. 19 would have been their first year. 20, 21, 22. They graduated already. Damn. They had graduated in 23. So how hard is that? And we ain't got no real ass plans. We got boo-boo plans. 10-year to 20-year plans. Everything don't work. But don't be like, don't be like, oh, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what to say. It ain't like you just gonna be, people don't know how to fight and go through adversity and deal with, and to be down. Cats don't even know how to be broke. I'm glad I learned how to be broke. Some cats get broke and other people's lives become in jeopardy and shit. Just because they broke. I ain't laughing. But if you look at that on the reality, that's kind of crazy. So now people's lives is in jeopardy just because you broke real quick. Cut it out. Motherfucker pull a strap on me and try to rob me. It's going to be, I'm already going to assess it like it's over because I ain't giving up shit, right? And so I'm just going to tell him what he need to hear. I'm going to say, put that shit down. Let's go get some paper, nigga. I've been looking for a hitter. He going to say, what? I'm like, but you got this gun. You want some bullshit, huh? You want this wallet or you want to go get some paper? What you talking about? Yep. Put that shit up, bro. What you want to eat? Let's go eat. I'm going to do a movie. I'm going to have to do a movie like that so y'all can see that scenario. Somebody going to try to be getting at somebody. He going to be too game tight. He going to be like, why are you doing that? Well, I only got like $2,500 on me. But look, I put you in a job that you had $2,500 by the end of the week, fam. For real? Yeah, take this $500 and this phone number, nigga. You're not robbing me. Get up out of here. All right. Then the music start in the movie. Ooh, that's a good movie. Y'all know my imagination makes some good movies. All right, though. Let's get to the knowledge. So who was Sheik Antijoke? All right. I didn't get to share this part on... I did share the part about UNESCO, but I didn't share the part about Joke.
Cheikh Anta Diop, a prominent Senegalese historian, anthropologist, physicist, and politician, left an indelible mark on academic disciplines such as history, anthropology, and Afrocentricity. Born on December 29, 1923, and passing away on February 7, 1986, Diop's intellectual journey traversed various fields, contributing significantly to the understanding of the origins of the human race, pre-colonial African culture, and the challenges of cultural bias in scientific research.
Yeah, that's why we be losing. Because we don't got no plans that last past 6 months, 3 months. You're not about to affect the body of scholarship with a 3-month plan. I'm going to write this paper. No. We need to develop armies of scholars with credentials. Help them with their work. Make sure they on point. What? Please. So, I don't know, but if you're in your 20s and you out here, I could get you lined up, especially if you're in California. I could get you right into college. The same way I just got myself into the University of Manchester, and others have got that too. I'm not acting like it's the highest hurdle to hop. But it was one that I didn't think was possible for myself. What? Please, you think I'm going to go in them schools talking any different? I'm about to be like, fam, whatever little exceptions y'all got to get somebody in, get him in. Y'all ain't got this. This is real. This is what y'all looking for. This, that grassroots, this is it. Respectfully said, and without all that force in my voice. So we're going to get these, I need like 10 youngsters. Get in the back chat. We're going to find out where you can start studying that. We could probably start taking online courses together. Now, I got a scholar that I'm in correspondence with that got on PhD, that got online courses already and was trying to line me up. But I got too much. I got hella stuff going on. And I don't want to dedicate to nothing that I don't see through. So one of the colleges, and we got one in Southern California, they has an online, they're online through Open University, right? And it'll be the prerequisites to getting a MA in. It's not, you're not on the path to the MA. It's a prerequisite that she said she could have applied if you. So see, any of us could start at Open University. So this is the path. We go to Open University, right? And we pass the course there. And the teacher has prerogative to let you get in the real course if you do good in Open University. So that's what she told me. If you do your Open University course, she's like, ace that course, and I'm gonna get you into school, and you're gonna have credit towards your, not certificate, but your, what was it? What's the first? No, I don't even think they got no bachelor's of Egyptology, but I don't know. So I don't, towards your degree, let's just say that. And so those are opportunities that we can't just let sit on the table. Now, one Egyptologist did take me up on, and now I don't have a challenge for everyone, right? I only inquire a discourse that can go beyond the level that I know. These are experts, and so I would humbly sit at their feet and see if I'm wrong. But I want y'all to see that I'm not, and I don't want y'all to see by me paying them to agree with me. That's not it. Come in here and show me wrong and correct my game, and I'm going to show you why I think I'm right, and I'm going to argue it to the fullest. No big deal. So, yeah, we got the one of the other. Now, Rita teaches the ancient Egyptian language at Cal. But I have not asked her to avail herself for the such. She actually is writing all year. But we have a person who told us March would be good. And when you see who it is, it's gonna be crazy. And we're gonna talk about Kim. And when I got at him initially, he ain't even know about the 1974 Cairo Symposium. So when he read the material that I send him on it, he might not even have nothing to say. So I'm gonna just bring him on here just to show y'all possible. But it's cool. We still ain't play. We still doing the long monologue. All right, we're gonna play that hard coup and come back.
Neurotic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them arches. All cool. That's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at Netherett, who her? Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tumor line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify, then carve them or reserve you. And all your internet mans who lied with you, die with you.
I don't know, but I'm not saying that part.
Afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots. While your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Ain't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring. Refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debater make a fraud, quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw
cop that
fixed
signed
his
book
window
right
yet.
there.
That's what you call
I
repair.
sell 3
free
books a
hand.
day.
They
That's
heard the
50
king of
days.
Madjai
Think of
was
how
a
many of y'all
scary
ain't got it
man.
already.
And he is though. I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, because they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays. You dig? Madjai archers,
So notice this.
dead period.
Hold on.
If you ain't Sinetta, no time.
Notice this. No matter what the source is, no matter how, let me ask y'all something. Have I displayed my incompetence to you? There's a group of people who argue that no matter what source we show you that they never knew anything about, from Biderman to the UNESCO Symposium, no matter what source we show you, the only conclusion that they can come to in order to serve their viewership is that we read it wrong. We every single source, every source, we have on this show, we have read every source incorrectly. Yet, while that's happening and the chat's open, those same individuals cannot explain how that is so. Oh, we'll revisit the Biderman thing. I'm gonna put it in, or I'm gonna take my Biderman chapter from my book and I'm gonna pop it into AI so we can get a greater understanding on the Biderman today. Biderman was just simply a petroleum that was black that they rubbed on the deceased for practical and theological purposes. Practical purpose would have to do with body preservation and stuff. Theological purposes would have to do with their concept of this black divinity, right? And so I have not seen anybody isolate the text to prove what I'm saying, but it's so funny that Rita specializes in this type of stuff, right? And I'm going to possibly try to share my chapter with her to see what she thinks about these embalming rituals, which actually give us a heightened understanding when it comes to what? The black reality that is divinity. Why is this such? That if you tell me something about the black silk, you're not on my level. And I'm going to tell you why. The first thing I'm going to ask you is to give me a primary account on that. And now you're looking for one, and I just already made you realize that there isn't one. Ain't no ancient Egyptian said nothing about no black silk. Now, let me be fair, and I would have to put this on the table for them. Grammatically, if we are to argue that Kemet, the term itself, can represent any collective of black nouns, I can demonstrate that. I've demonstrated that over and over. You can just have black leather. It's Kemet. How is that a collective? Well, it might be more than one piece of leather, but just black leather itself is Kemet. We talk about a divine black herd of cattle. It's Kemet. When there are more black nouns, I should say, that are simply called Kemet. And so, yeah, bitumen was indeed used on the deceased, but the reasons why it was used were both practical and theological. But here we're going to go into the UNESCO because, again, like I said, everything we read, we mess up. So we don't want to be doing that. We want to let y'all get the right information. We sorry that we ain't provided no information and can't get no credit for nothing. That credit, I can't cash it in nowhere anyway. I don't think I'm looking for it. But it would be honorable for a man to tell the truth once in a while. As you just start losing respect for him. Like how Corey came on here with that bold-faced lie, bold-faced ass lie, and ain't came back shit, nothing. 48 hours now, he can't be found. See? Don't say I ain't streamed so you ain't had the opportunity to come back and show the accusations that he waged against the brother was either correct or false. Okay, that is a cool question. You said, okay, I have another question for you, Smash. Please clarify why on a few occasions you imply the Coptic people aren't indigenous, but yesterday you were using their language to validate your point. And so in etymology, you kind of like do things backwards and retrograde, right? Seeing that Coptic is the final stage of the ancient Egyptian language, we could say closely spoken. If 50% of the Coptic language is Rani Kemet, which would be the language of the Egyptians, it's actually so much so that it's called that. The language of the Coptics is called Rani Kemet or Remen Kemet, which is the same thing, Remen Kemet, which is the same thing. And so it's actually 50%. 50% of the words are Medu Neter, right? And so, again, when we trying to see what words were said by the people prior to the Copts, if their language exists and still retains some of the words of the earlier languages, then you can look into their language, whether they are indigenous or not. You see what I'm saying? Now, just to be fair, there's an ancient place in Egypt called Geptu, right? And it's just about as old as Nakata Geptu. But that ain't the cops. Only Greeks this is all the same stuff. So when they started saying cops, it came from some quip or something, and then they linked that up to Gebtu, a location that's in the south. But that didn't have nothing originally to do with the people who call themselves cops today. So yeah, I hope, yeah. Rem and Kemi is Coptic people, but their language is Rome or Ro and Kemi. So they're very similar. So Rome and Kemi, let's work it out. Tiaspi, so let me just say, one is man and one is mouth. And so what you're going to hear is going to sound very similar, right? Because Rome is man and Ray is, or Ro is mouth. Yeah, so one of them means the mouth of the Egyptians, literally the language, and the other one means the man of Egypt. But they both sound very similar together. I can't demonstrate this. So, it should be right on Wiki. As soon as you put Coptic language, it's going to say it at the top. Look, right here. So, now, right here, you're going to see this is very similar to what you just wrote, but it has something in prefix of what you wrote. Look. This says Tmet Rem in Kemi. So now this is the language of the man. I think this is saying the language of the man of Egypt. But Rem and Rome, the other one is like Rome and Kemi, which just is a Coptic person. And so either of the two, since that's, now here it goes right here. They're going to explain it. I'm glad they explain it. Look, in Coptic, the language is also called Tiamat Rem in Kemi, Egyptian. Or Tiaspi, this is what I said. Or, let me see. I thought this was Aspi. Hold on, I need to hear this. I ain't been reading Coptic lately. But, yeah, it is Aspi. See, man, I gotta stop slipping. Of course I know what I'm talking about. Look. Aspi, right? So this is Tiaspi Ren and Kemi, like I said. And so this is different than, see, now look, this is Egyptian, a person. Tiamat Rem in Kemi, Egyptian. But they say that's the language, but this is just saying a man of Egypt. Now this one, Tiaspi in Rome in Kemi, is the Egyptian language. Look, Tiaspi in Rem in Kemi. So what's saying language here is Tiaspi. So if I come back to this Aspi, this is Coptic. We ain't even seen Dr. Banoob show he know this much. So when we come back, I was like, I thought this was Aspi, because I was wondering why it's because that's the P and I just forgot. So Aspi, right? Look. Aspi actually means, let's see. Now they taking this back to Now that's interesting. They say now we can see the medu letter on it. It's sepet or whatever. But this is language, so that should mean language. And yeah, it do. They saying it mean that in Medu Neter. So now you see what I'm saying, Gina. We looked at a Coptic word, and they took us back to where it came from in the ancient Egyptian. So again, that's kind of the reason why some people look in. No, I hope I didn't see a comment about different Coptic dialects, so I don't know how to address that. But I hope we straightened up everything we was talking about right there. If not, we could just talk about it at another time. Because I want to pull up this Cairo symposium just for the fun of it. On the people of ancient Egypt. Do. Metatron will never debate me, dude. So here go the funniest part, and I dare y'all to go look on that show. Blood, I don't be knowing why cats be doing this to themselves, bro. Cats be doing that I got the book shit, it be so gross. So when Bobby Banger was talking about he got the book, he was showing this book. Go look at the video. He even said methodology in pre-African history. I got the book. Reggie, wasn't he holding up this orange book? I got the book. This ain't the book. Man, this shit be getting crazy, y'all. Do y'all just realize that this just ain't the book? Like, what part about I got the book and this ain't the book don't y'all understand? Seriously, though. Y'all think I'm playing? We could go right to holding up I got the book. I was shaking my head in the chat. This is not the book. Let me show you guys the book. See, because they got a long series and you just bought the wrong one. That's why you didn't know what it said in there. Look, is that the book? That ain't the book. Is that the book? That's the book. Golly. Don't y'all see three different? So go look back and see is a person holding up the orange one. And speaking like an expert on what's in the green one. And saying they got the book. Now, you obviously probably went and bought it right then, but that wasn't the book. So that's why I just be like, this ain't even real no more. This is some other shit that we doing. Motherfuckers talking about they got the book. Let's play it out. But let's go. Open access. Now what? So now you can't critique the scholarship no more. Huh? Clearly that ain't the book. Just not the book. Like, I don't even know what to say. I'm about to click the book and let's get it started. Open access. You didn't even have to buy the book. We all have the book. Here's the book. Origin of the Ancient Egyptians. Here is the book. Like, I don't get it. And even on the cover of the other one to say methodology in pre-African history. So do a show on the book. Here we go. I'm going to make this full screen. Now, plenty of times I've read this whole symposium, just taking the effort. I ain't even no teacher, get no salary, nothing. I could be playing the sticks, but I don't have the impetus. I don't have the, this is what I want to do. I love to do. And I'm not putting that on y'all. I'm just talking about it. I'm just saying I done read this whole book beyond my capacity. And cats still don't get it. So now, this is the funniest part. I'm going to pull up two things. This is the actual book. See, people don't even know how to research the symposium because there's documents about the symposium, and I'm the only one, besides maybe one other, maybe Asar MK, who showed the actual reporter documents. Not what's in the other book that we all show. But let's go. Let me show you how they do it. Just come to UNESCO, right? Y'all, this might get us up to speed. Now we're looking at the people in the ancient Egypt. But first, this is the main one we need. The people in the ancient Egypt and the deciphering in the Maradic script, right? Because this going to have the discourse. But this ain't all we need on the discourse. So let's open this up too. No, I need to open in another page, man, in another window. Open in a new tab, bro. All right, forget it. I'll open that in a minute. But we got other documents to really look at when we want to start talking about how it went down. And look, see, they not appearing right here. So that's why everybody can't find them. But what you got to do is click this. Parent, the General History of Africa. Conference, Symposium. You click this. Now we get all these other documents that's just on the symposium. Right? You got the book. Damn. It's hella books. So this is the one that they printed and published after. This is basically in the General History of Africa too, where they are taking the results of the symposium and publishing them now. But a lot of publications were actually, now this is the publication on the discourse of the symposium, but this document down here, no one ever went into, except us. Right? We could do it again. So this is how you get all the nitty gritty. Let's see. They got one in English and one in French. I hope this is the English one. Just gonna not, they're gonna make me go back and look for it. Let me see. Yeah, this is written in French, but I'm just gonna go down anyway. So meaning this is where we get every professor to vet them, to know them. So when I was saying that it was a black man who went against Sheikh Anta Diop, we see here from Senegal, representing West Africa, it was Abdel Gadir M. Abdullah from the Sudan. Now, again, being from the Sudan don't make you black, and I never got to lay eyes on that person. But it was another African going against Diop. Now, I'm going to go back and find the English copy of this. Now, this is the report final. This the shorthand from dude on the side of the stage. Here we go. We do it different. Now they're going to go, since they don't know how to do this shit by themselves, they're going to go do a show using everything. They're like the dude who want to wash your car while you at the car wash. You at the self-serve car wash, they like the dude right there. Can I wash your car? Why you trying to use what I'm doing? You supposed to have your own shit. I don't like my analogy, but they close to that. That is more like motherfucker come to paint your house and be like, where to paint? I don't even know. Forget analogies. My analogies ain't working this morning. All right? Need to drink some coffee, get them analogies popping. Now, here we go with the English. All right? So what phrase Coptic is a Greek phrase? So the phrase Coptic is a Greek phrase? I don't know if Coptic is a phrase, but I know what you mean, but I thought you were implying that it was made up of multiple independent terms. But, I mean, it might be, I don't know. It should, let me look at what a phrase is. You're making me ask myself, what the hell is a phrase? Wait, let me see. I spelled that wrong. A phrase, yeah, a small group of words. That's what I thought together. So it was just, maybe you mean a Greek word. All right, so let's get back to the big report and have some fun. Now, no. So this is the reason why I'm doing this is for a reason. Because they say, y'all, the only way out of when they get boxed in with source material, they say, oh, they read the source wrong. Tell me they read it wrong. Let's do a poll of everybody who want to see them lose so I can feel good about the poll that say that they wrong. You think Dr. Minot voted on the poll? You think Chief X voted on the poll? Y'all lightweight puzzled, bruh. No more help. No more help. Let me see. Now, the Symposium on the People in the Ancient Egypt and the Deciphering of the Meroitic Script. Final report. See, the symposium was held in 2 stages. The first took place from 28 to 31 January 1974 and concerned the peopling of ancient Egypt. The second dealt with the deciphering of the Meroitic Script and took place. You know I got characters, bro. The deciphering of the Meroitic Script and took place from 1 to 3 February 1974. And the participants were as follows. Professor Abdullah, I messed that up, M. Abdullah, Professor Abu Bark from the Arab Republic. Now, I ain't reading all the names. Y'all can just see him and know Joke was in there because he killed them. You want to count? 1, 2, 3 participants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hold on. 1, 2, 3. 20 participants. Now, let's go. My book, you got to do that. So it's 20 participants, but add these, right? Mr. Papa Joke, right? We got to add the Arab Fazia Helmi Hussein. I'm going to go make some coffee. Professor R.L. Grotinelli, and we got Professor L. Kakos. Yes, Kakosi, right? And also Professor Habel Selassie. So these now this is another thing to note. So I cited the 20 Egyptologists, but then we got to talk about these people being observers and even more of these people that I'm just not going to butcher all these names. Professor Hintonzi from the German Democratic Republic. Professor Korosov, and Professor Piotrowski. Okay, excuse my reading. It says Union of the Soviet Socialist Republic and Professor Kizerbo from Upper Volta were invited to the symposium but were unable to attend, so they sent their apologies. Okay, so you have to read stuff like this when you want to talk authoritatively online like you know something. Then you just hear somebody read a little excerpt of it and you go tell a whole community of people that they messed up with. You don't even know nothing. And so much reading that we'll have to do ain't even required for the subject we're talking about. But people need to understand how getting the greater overall context of everything shows you how to more appropriately answer the inquiry. Instead of these little boo-boo answers. Oh, they messed it up. I could go on every time that they got anything to go against, and I'm gonna just get the sample of the different times that they said the same thing. And then they're gonna try to be like, yeah, y'all always mess it up. Ridiculous. UNESCO was presented by Dr. Maurice Gilly, Program Specialist, Division of Studies of Culture, representing the Director General, Miss Monique Melcher, Division of Studies of Cultures. The symposium opened with an address by Professor G. Mokhtar. So if somebody wanted me to put together my, I have a person, a sister online, who's asking me to put together some workshop play? That's a good question. Who opened up the symposium? I mean, I'm just saying, just to have, because you know how sometimes you be asking stuff to make sure they read it. That ain't a good question. Let's keep going. Mr. M. What is that, Gelly? Speaking on behalf of the Director General of UNESCO, emphasized in his opening address the important place occupied by Egypt in the current UNESCO project for general history of Africa. Let's slow down, because I've heard people complain about that, and they thought they had a good one. They messed up. Out of all of Africa, the whole book is Egypt. Y'all remember that? But here we got, in the opening statements, the Director General of UNESCO emphasizing in his opening address the important place occupied by Egypt in the current UNESCO project for the general history of Africa. And by virtue, both of Egypt's history and cultural ties with the rest of Africa, and of the fact that Dr. Gamal Mokhtar was a member of the International Scientific Committee responsible for the scientific supervision of the drafting and the editor of Volume 2 of the General, Volume 2, not the orange one. Volume 2 of the General History of Africa. He reminded the meeting that UNESCO's object in the project was to present a new picture of history. See, if you get the goddamn context, you gonna see why you cannot argue that Diop was wrong, because they took what y'all saying we read wrong. That was still part of the preliminary, so you know you done fucked up, don't you? You know that, right? Because then they take the results from that and they put it in a publication. So if we messed up, the publication should say other than what we read on the screen, and it says to designate black people, the ancient Egyptians would have said Kemet. See, that's in deliberation to see what's going in the book. So let's see what they put in the book once we get to that point. So what was I at? New methods, content after use of new methods of the approach, analysis, and interpretation. The members of the International Scientific Committee had thought it necessary to convene a symposium on the people in the ancient Egypt to bring together a number of specialists of world repute from different countries. We could do that, bruh. Who is the International Scientific Committee? All you got to do is think of a name and make it sound hard. They just thought of that. The International Scientific Committee. Now let's read. The members of the International Scientific Committee had thought it necessary to convene a symposium on the peopling of ancient Egypt to bring together a number of specialists of world repute from different countries. The purpose of this was to review the knowledge at present available about the ethnic origins and anthropological relationships of populations and about the cultural ties between Egypt and the rest of Africa. You see their goal? This ain't Diop. Diop didn't preload them with wanting to know more about the connections about Black Africa and Egypt. So now when he talk about Africans of the hinterland, you can also put that in more context, huh? But let's talk about it, because that was part of it. But we'll get all the way to that. I keep losing where I was at. Rest of Africa. The participants as scholars were invited to clarify and establish the facts. See, they like, we need some clarification on this Black Egypt stuff. Providing rigorous scientific supporting evidence to approach the questions put before them calmly and with an unwavering regard for scientific truth, and to adopt a genuinely scientific attitude of open-minded inquiries. Okay? I'm about to bite that sentence. But I would like to invite you to, I gotta say it right, to adopt the genuinely scientific attitude of open-minded inquiries. When somebody come at me with that, I'm gonna say that, bro. I would invite you to adopt the genuinely scientific attitude of open-minded inquiries and rephrase your question. People gonna be like, damn, we broke him off. Family, I would invite you to adopt the genuinely scientific, wait, I gotta say it more me though. I'd invite you to adopt the genuinely scientific attitude of open-minded inquiries and rephrase that question, family. But anyway, they say prepared to countenance the possibility of having been wrong or simply uncertain of the facts. He called on an assembled specialist to live up to hopes placed in them, all right? So that's what the symposium was all about. The second part of the symposium was concerning the deciphering of the Meroitic language. We don't even ever read that part. We stuck on proving there was no contingency of Black Egyptians. Like it just wasn't one. There was an invisible line in a fake area called the Sub-Saharan, and then this invisible fence that was by the cataract prevented these desert dwellers, cataracts, rocks in the river, prevented desert dwelling people from going north. You can't make this up. How stupid this is. So the people that we misnomer, the different ethnic groups that we misnomer as Nubians, they were river-centric. So the Madjai in the Eastern Desert, they cared what happened on the Nile? Or did they go to the well of Abet? See? So some rocks in the river that you call a cataract formed an invisible fence that kept everybody Black out of Egypt. That's what you believe. And people act like I'm stupid. Do you know how far in the Eastern Desert we find the people of Madjai? Do you know how far in the Western Desert Naphtha Playa is? You think people in Naphtha Playa cared about some rocks in the river that's going to stop them from going north? How dumb is some of this information, bruh? And on top of that, how quick could I pull up an attestation that'll show you the people? So I'm a camper. I'm an outdoorsman, right? And I go camping a lot. I love camping. Love sleeping under the stars and waking up outside. Now, I'm such an outdoorsman that I might go to a primitive campground. Some of you might not even know that that's really a thing in state parks. It's called primitive or undeveloped campground. Because I don't want all the pretty stuff. I want to be out there like I'm in the fake wilderness. I might go to a primitive campground. Whenever you go camping, most people like me, you want a waterfront spot. Can anybody agree? If you're going camping around the water and there are limited plots, you hope that you get one of them waterfront plots. Yes or no? Tell the truth. Is that true? Because this is relevant. Please, I need y'all to chime in. Just like not all the time. Sometimes you want to be under a tree. The majority of people who going to camp out by some water, do they want a waterfront plot? Yes or no? Anyone? I'm gonna wait and see. All right, we got one agreement. Let's see how many more we get. Now, Coptic is a script. So he right. That's all Coptic really is. If you say Coptic people, you're talking about something manifested by Christianity a bit. Okay, we got some more yeses. Haven't been camping since I was 10, but you're right. I'm glad y'all saying yes, because here's the point. Ancient civilizations that were river-centric worked the same way. Those who got there first had the plots closest to the water along the river. Let's see if we got some disagreements yet. Do we have any disagreements yet? That those who got the plots closest to the water are likely to be the ones who were there first? Word up. Well, okay, I'm glad that we got some confirmation on that, because who was it? Diodorus Siculus, who said, he was talking about they had how the Ethiopians and Egyptians had flat noses and woolly hair, but he said especially the ones, dark skin, flat noses, woolly hair, but especially the ones who live closest to the river. And I questioned that for a long ass time till I figured it out. Like, how could there be any consistency between the people who live closest to the water of the Nile and their dark skin and flat noses and woolly hair? I'll show you the claim. I mean, I got them all so that people can't hate. Right? So let's go to, I'm pretty sure it was a Diodorus Siculus claim. It's probably in this Madjai presentation. Let me just find it real quick. I'm accepting that. Let me see. Where's the claim? So it was part of this claim. So it's in book 3. There you go. There go the whole claim. The majority of them, and especially those who dwell along the river. Now, he said dwell. Especially those who dwell along the river are black in color and have flat noses and woolly hair. I didn't say all ancient Egyptians was black, and guess what? He didn't either. And let's be clear, let's go back. Because now, since that this is pieced up, let's just be fair and say, at this context, he could just be talking about the Ethiopians amongst the Nile. I don't want to have nobody, confused, because that's not in there. But he talking about those who dwell along the river now in places that he empirically observed. We don't got no accounts of him really in Nubia, I don't know. Someone can straighten that out. But he says here, and this is why I asked about the campsites, because that's how those who dwell along the river were black in color, not because the sun wasn't hotter by the river edge. They was black in color because they got there first. The Nubians was there first. The southern contingency was there first. I've proven that in many ways. Actually, most of us get betrayed by some of the archaeological terms, and we read the Medu Neter, but we don't go and do no philology. So when we see, they say the first extraction of ancient Egyptians is called what? Nakata. You fall for that. You fall for it so much that I've heard people say stuff like the Nakadians. The Nakadians, bruh? Oh, Diop beat up the Natufians. That's why you gotta read the documents. Man, Diop beat the brakes off the Natufians. We shouldn't even be having that conversation. We should just read the 1974 symposium. He beat the brakes off all the arguments. Let somebody get to talking about some Natufians and not addressing what Diop said in 1974. Same old, Jose. What's up with it? So when we come to this map here, things are revealed to us. That how is the first ancient Egyptian archaeological extraction called Nakata in archaeology, but they actually called it Noob Wet. Okay? Noob, indication of gold, indication this is the south, indication of this being a northern border of Nubia. Somebody want to argue with that? You're going to have to beat the glyphs. See, with the way we getting down, scholars going to have to throw down for themselves with their own knowledge because saying what somebody else said and when we looking at it at the screen, it ain't going to get it. You the PhD. We're going to go straight into the primaries. So what does this mean? See, let me show you what it means. It means before James Henry Breasted thought to name this place, well, see, Nakata comes from what they call it in Arabic. But since he thought to, since he thought to name it after what they called it in Arabic and not what they called it in ancient Egyptian, it's easy for them to pull off the thing that ancient Egyptians, yeah, you bugging, but it's all good, Jose, because you said earlier you just came in and first you asked, what did I miss? Then it say it sounds like you falsifying your claims. So you should give yourself the benefit of the doubt that you maybe missed something. You feel me? Shout out to you though, Jose. So it say Noob Wet. So this is what I'm doing. I'm showing that what we call the first ancient Egyptian archaeological extractions, Nakata 1, Nakata 1A, 1B, and all that, that was actually called Noob Wet by the ancient Egyptians. It's all good. Noob Wet by the ancient Egyptians. You feel me? It was called Noob Wet. And now, I'm not saying this is an etymon to Nubia, but I'm saying it's definitely indicative of the areas where they knew that gold was. Or it just signifies gold. I don't want to even say that. They just told us something with this name. And now if you read the Meta Natural, you're not even going to read Noob Wet. It actually reads Noob 2. But we could talk about the convention of why these are often switched in pronunciation at another time. But we do have, now y'all see that? What part about this does anyone not understand before we move on? That archaeologists told us the oldest ancient Egyptian extraction is called Nakata. And the older Nubian extraction is called the Nubian A group. Go look at both of the names of those places in the language of the people who occupied those places. They're called the same thing. Look, Noob Wet, right? Let's go down. Noob Yet. However you want to say it. Nubiet, Nubiyeet. I'm not one on pronunciation. I think they pronounced all this stuff completely different. These are scholastic pronunciations. Does anyone not get this? They're telling you Nubians came from Kom Ombo. Egyptians came from Nakata. Yeah, Nakata is going to take us back to a Arabic word. Nagata or something. Watch this. We could just put Nakata in here and do the quick search. Then we'll get back to that. Nakata, watch this. See, that's what that's coming from. That's what I'm saying. And so I could go to etymology, but they might not show us the etymology inside of a Nakata culture. So yeah, you can probably look up Nakata the city and it will tell you the etymology. Maybe. So let's look. It's gonna tell us the etymology. See, Arabic, Nakata. This ain't gonna go back to, all right, look. Told you. Now this is a checkmate. You're gonna see this shit ain't got nothing to do with that. Look, it go like this. Egyptian Arabic, Nakata. Coptic language, what it say? Nikathipan. But that's coming from some Greek. And I can tell you why. Look, Nikathipan. Now, that's why, because 50% of the Coptic is Greek, and you can load the way that I'm about to show you. Now, they got this ancient Greek, Pompontus or whatever, so I don't know where this is coming from. We isolated to find out. Maybe something in the Demotic. Because here, we got the ancient Egyptian that don't even line up with these. They both start with an N, but this B and this K and this ain't cognate. Maybe the B and the Q somewhere is cognate. I don't know about that. And this Y and this D is basically not saying, if this is supposed to mean gold, then fine. But this means gold. And it's really one of gold, but I don't want to go there. Noob E at, but whatever. And so my ultimate point is they tell us Nakata was Egyptians. Oh, there go Robert. Hey, bruh, you need to come get your honors, family. We need to get the Robert Brown show popping where you can do it on my channel if you ain't gonna do your own page. Because I ain't about to be on these streets. I got something to go get with these Egyptologists, right? But we still need to be on deck and they waiting for the Robert Brown show. Straight up, bruh. And you've been supporting me day one. You know, I want people to feel there's value in supporting me. You're going to get something back. So there you go. That's your springboard. You probably can springboard that to whatever. But you can come on here and cook them the way you've been cooking them. I ain't putting no brakes on you. Do you? No brakes on Robert Brown. The No Brakes Show. Come on, no brakes. All gas. All right? Well, shout out to you. Thanks for showing up. Now, where we at? Let's go back to this UNESCO, the documents they didn't even know existed. He said, nah, man, we got YouTube. We can show y'all what don't exist. So, now, what I want to point out is, in this document, because this is the final report, and it's going to go to people in the ancient Egypt, the work was divided into 3 stages. Presented by Professor J. Vercantier, or whatever, Vercantier, and Miss N. Blanc, and their respective introductory papers. So that's who set it off. All right? Communications by a number of other, yeah, we're going to get Robert Brown. He appropriate. He got the spirit of a Madjai warrior. If we was in Kemet, like I'll fuck with you, like I'll be like, let's go get them boys, because I know you ready. You feel me? Hey, so look, I got that type of imagination. I'll be playing games about ancient civilizations, and I'll be making us be the characters and stuff. You feel me? Maybe I'm gonna do that live one day and show y'all how to burn down, build a community, and then go take over another one. You gotta play some of these simulators. One thing is you need to have value in your community that helps its participants. That's always going to make your community grow. You will learn that from playing Age of the Empires. You need resources in your community. So if cats see my sources, so to them, those is resources. All right, so let's go. General discussion it says communication by a number of other participants. General discussion along the lines suggested during the 2 previous stages. Papers by Professor J. Vercantier and Miss N. Blanc. Professor Vercontier drew attention to a number of points dealing with the greater details in his written report and made a number of further observations. In spite of the recent progress, physical anthropology had so far provided relatively little reliable data except in Nubia. So, you know why that's happening? I ain't even gonna put no interpolation. Look, it says, the formative value was insufficient to enable provisional conclusions to be drawn with regard to the peopling of ancient Egypt and the successive phase through which that's BS, and the successive phase through which it may have passed. So listening to what they just said after I just showed us that Nakata was Noob. Remember? Nakata was Noob and Kom Ombo was also Noob. They say, in spite of recent progress, physical anthropology has so far provided relatively little reliable data, except in Nubia. See? Kom Ombo and Nakata, where they did all of this work on the skeletal remains and all of this stuff. So just keep that in mind, how knowing that sheds some light right there. That's a phase through it. Furthermore, this information was not homogeneous as regarded either time or space. It says that historians often disagreed as to how it should be interpreted. The methods themselves were being called into question, but it was now generally agreed that craniometry did not meet the requirements of such research. Y'all still be so, every time y'all be talking about the skeletons and the cockagoy shit, I already know y'all either, that's what, I don't even call people stuff, name calling is beneath me. But that type of stuff, it gets you classified as a charlatan. Now that's not name calling. You see, that is like a position in scholarship. A charlatan is a person who acts like they know something that they don't. Everything ain't a pejorative. And there was even dummies and stanks and ratchets in the Bible. So if I just say that you a charlatan, that I mean it by the dictionary definition. You acting like you know something you don't. And then I say simpleton, I'm not acting like, I would rather not call you a dummy, but you are a simpleton. Like consumed with things only on the simple level and can't get past and can't even engage complex matters. That's not a big deal. That's not a slight, but that's an assessment, an appraisal of what you've contributed to this community. Cats be like, oh, you taking shots. I be saying it straight face. Like, I try to define the words. Let's look up simpleton. See if that meets some of these people. Okay, but yeah, it sounds condescending and belittling.
Simpleton.
A foolish or gullible person. If you read a source and it say to designate black people, the ancient Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kimmel, not Kemet to you. If you let somebody make you think that ain't what it said, then you are a foolish and gullible person, a simpleton. The sentence said what it said. And the only word they try to hinge on in that sentence is would, as if they don't know the name of Egypt is Kemet. And then they still want to know why it's the black land. A scholar told you in this conference that if they wanted to say black people, they would have said Kemet. The place where they live is called Kemet, and it's called the Black Land. And you still want to know why it's the Black Land? That's crazy. Don't hit me with that. This is the wrong place to talk about the fertile soil. as I just had a good conversation with my brother Jay Mill the other day, we was just popping off something, and I just had to make some good points. Guess what this point is? The silt in the Fertile Crescent is the same thing. Fertile soil. Black, rich, fertile soil. You want me to show you? Oh, man. It's going to make them feel dumb. First of all, let me tell you that the Fertile Crescent is a term coined by James Henry Breasted to make y'all think that's biblical. Biblical is it ain't no food in the Levant. Egyptological is Fertile Crescent. So rectify and qualify your sources. Fertile Crescent, right? Let's see. Get y'all up on the soil in the Fertile Crescent. The Fertile Crescent was the boundary between the East and the West and the Mediterranean Sea on the sands of the Eastern Sea and the Persian Gulf. The Tigris and the Euphrates River flows throughout the heart of the Fertile Crescent. Now, they ain't talking about the corridor, but they said the region historically contained unusually fertile soil. Right? Hey, Robert, you ain't even in the back chat, bro. Yeah, you gotta be in the back chat. You tripping? We building. You gotta email me at casual@rapguide, bro. I mean, no, casual@hieroglyphics.com. It's a screening process. You feel me? Let me see. But all right, I don't want to go that far. Let me go and just let my man Lugal, Chuck Morgan, tell us about the black land of the Macan that didn't have nothing to do, as he claims, with the people. I wanted that presentation on here so we could see how this works. You let your source material speak for itself. You don't get to making up stuff that it don't say. That's why this research don't conflict with that research, because both of the conclusions are based on primary source material that substantiates the claims. Now, I'm going further and even showing y'all secondary source material and even tertiaries, right? So that we can say, okay, they tripping. Let's get back to this. A number of regions have still not been studied in any depth, all right? This applied to the entire delta during the pre-dynastic and proto-dynastic periods, and the Upper Egyptian prior, and to Upper Egypt prior to Neolithic times. Little was known of the areas between the second and sixth cataracts in the Neolithic and this word is messed up, proto-dynastic times. Similarly, the links existing, I gotta start acting like I'm AI in order to want to read, so hold on. Similarly, the links existing in ancient times between the Sahara, Darfur, and the Nile had as yet been very little studied. I could have did that better. In that respect, the work that had been done lagged behind what has been achieved in North Africa and in Syria and the Palestine zone. So you see, they explained why the book was going to have more content about North Africa and Egypt and less focus on other areas of Africa, because it ain't in. I mean, they do go that far, but now they're just talking about Egypt because it ain't even as much material and it ain't even been as much money pumped into research in some of these other areas. So they trying to get some conclusions drawn on data that ain't there. Well, in this document, I'm going to go down. Because this is the word for word. Everything else we've been reading has been the here we go. Everything else we've been reading has not been the shorthand of the reporter. Okay? This is the literal final report. So it's kind of like the word for word. Now, all right. Now, I want to go back up because I might have skipped it already. Well, no, it's hella stuff in here. I mean, you just got to read the whole thing. But I'm going to go down to when the dialogue starts. So remember they said those first two people, they went over their statements. Now we got the preliminary statements by the participants. Now the working papers sent to the participants by UNESCO secretary explicitly requested them, after reading the preliminary reports, to prepare written communications. So everybody was supposed to come straight up. I got you, Robert. Everybody was supposed to come to the symposium with their written paperwork about the peopling of ancient Egypt. All right. Now look, Professor this is Soderbergh. Professor Save Soderbergh gave information about the Scandinavian excavations in the Sudan between 1960 and 1964. These excavations established that there were contacts between the Nile Valley in North Africa and the Sahara. When we read the stuff, everything they say start falling apart. The subjects covered by the publications included 7,000 rock... Man, I'm going to go on and get to it because y'all got to do your own homework. I'm not talking to my supporters. I'm going to get down to the nitty gritty and because I want to open up the chat. So we're going to show that this document has the most critical examination of the dialogue, and we're gonna get right to that point. Now we see Job talking already, but we want to get down to the part because they was acting like everybody disagreed with Diop. Now it says right here, Professor Shinganji Job gave an extensive account of his ideas. He summarized the written paper, picking out the main points. So this is still when they still going over their preliminary papers. Hey, what's up? Hold up. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, cool. Now it says Narmer in the oh no, this ain't where I'm at. I'm gonna get down to the Discord still. But if y'all read all of this, you're gonna see how many contributions Diop contributed. Professor Job then turned his attention to the way in which Egyptians describe themselves. They use only one word for this purpose, Kemet. Now, is that agreed with or disagreed with? It can be disagreed with because that's an authoritative, absolute statement. They use more than one way to describe themselves, but what he's saying isn't nullified or negated by what I'm saying. When he mean the word that they translate to Egyptians, he's correct. The word that they translate to Egyptians is Kemet, or Kemetiu. I messed up. I took a bite of the sandwich. My bad. I gotta open up the chat. Let's see who did that. I had to go silent. Now this is in his paper. He's arguing, but I want to go down to get to the. All right, yeah. They just talking about what Job wrote a lot. And this woman, and I think this was DeBono was a woman, and the other, they come in supporting Diop with their documentation, and I kind of want to see it, but I'm kind of like feeling like I don't know. This is when he beat the brakes off the Natufians. Hold on. Now, remember I said they beat the brakes off the Natufians and we should just refer to this? Let's see who's this doing this. This is Lusant or is this is DeBono. Now, I told you some of them came in supporting Diop, but they were supporting him in different ways. Let's read what she says here. Furthermore, at the same period, there was an attempt at foreign penetration by the Algerians from northeast Africa. Traces of them were found as far as South Sahara, having reached the Siwa oasis and also in a large numbers the Karaga oasis. They spread out into the Nile Valley and their traces has been found at Thebes. Other evidence dating from the same period have been noted in the Wadi Hammamat of the Eastern Desert at Esna, mingled with Karjian remains, at Dara and at Jebel Ahmar, near Cairo. And as far as Wadi Tumalat in the eastern delta, mingled with the Lavaliocene, I don't know about the Lavaliocene remains. All right. Oh. It was probable that at the same time there was a small-scale admixture of other races rapidly absorbed by the native population. Now listen to this. An equally interesting intrusion of foreign peoples into Egypt was that of the Natufians of Palestine, right? And they try to give you this like, oh look, them wasn't blah, 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 blah. Look, whose presence at Harwan near Cairo had long been an established fact. Recent excavations have shown that these people inhabited a larger area. Stone implements attributed to these Natufians had been found at Fayum and in the eastern desert along the belt extending in the east-west direction across the Nile Valley at this point. Now listen to what she say. This ain't even Diop. She say, a technique identical to what's used by the Natufians had been discovered in Somalia. The Natufians of the Levant were the only people to have practiced the dental mutilation typical of East Africa and used by the men of the Mekta el Arabi and by the Negroids of Khartoum. See? She beating the brakes. She like, hold up. These so-called Natufians of the Levant is using this sub-Saharan African dental technique. Uh-oh. Now, again, she says, the Natuf, and obviously, if we look at DNA all the time, we'll miss the dental mutilations, right? That's not going to show up in the DNA, right? It says the Natufians of the Levant were the only people to have practiced the dental mutilations typical of East Africa and used by the men of the Mekta el Arabi and by the Negroids of Khartoum. Traces of the surviving Natufian techniques have been discovered at Helwan among typical El Amarian material. Now, Professor Lusant, these are people, they tried to tell y'all everybody disagreed with Diop. And listen to another, so this was DeBono saying this. Now here comes Leclant, right? Professor Leclant began by stressing the African character of the Egyptian civilization. But it was necessary to distinguish clearly, as Professor Vaucantier had done, between race and culture. Now, we doing that, it's 50 years later. If any of y'all mention race, y'all just get disqualified and kicked out the chat. Hold up. Yeah, because we're not talking about race, and he told us to avoid talking about race as well. At that time, they were stating how physical anthropology in Egypt was in its infancy. Nevertheless, there was no justification for relying on the totally outmoded study of Chantre Elliott Smith Sergey and Dr. Deary. Furthermore, there had already been an important restatement of current knowledge, such as by Wierzchinski, right? Groups working in Nubia had also shown considerable interest in physical anthropology, with the result that Nubia, reputedly poor in archaeological remains, paradoxically seemed like it become far better known than Egypt in this respect. See? You know why that is? It's because when they start looking for the founding civilizations, like I showed you, Nakata was in Nu. They just tricked you. Nakata was in Nu, and Kom Ombo was in Nu. Nubuet and Nubet. A Nubet. So these were in gold areas in the south. And that would almost make you qualify as Nubia area. I'm about to open up the chat because this sandwich my daughter brought me was fire. And I can't even keep finishing. I got to eat that thing. Hold on.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
All right, let me see. Let me share the link. Please come in to the Zoom and hold it down. Let me see. Invite. They're going to link. I think they'll let me pin it now. Hold on. Now, I want to talk about something. Pin the message. So the results of what, I mean, again, we can look at the shorthand and we can see how all of this happened. But this is dude writing as they arguing. This dude, Abdullah, was making sure he wasn't considered like an Afrocentrist. So he going against everything black. He said if Egyptians were black, what color were the men of the Napata culture? Diop beat the brakes off him. Turning the subject to linguistics, Professor Abdullah stated that Kim did not mean black, and his derivatives did not refer to the color of individuals. Damn, he was wrong. He was so... See, this is what you call being on the wrong side of history. Because we all know now that he was dumb wrong. Okay, that's what's up. Hit that link, somebody hold me down. This sandwich right here going crazy, man. I don't want to mess up the show. And I don't want it to get cold. All right, so why should it be assumed that the ancient Egyptian and Wolof are related, but not ancient Egyptian and Meroitic, for example? He didn't assume that. These is dumb questions. Professor Abdullah hoped that the inquiry would be pursued in the strictest fashion. He considered it impossible to establish any automatic correlation between an ethnic group, a social economic system, and a language. He says it was impossible to reach scientifically the valid conclusions by working on a large scale. He says there are, all right, there goes that good guy, hold up. That good guy, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
What's up with it? We back on the YouTube. What's up with it?
Man, when you go to the part when they talk about what is his name, Sadaron, and he talk about you use KMT or KMU, why do they don't stop at the period?
I don't know. They retarded. I mean, I hate my language, but yeah.
Nah, keep going. My bad, bro.
No. You keep going. I want to eat this sandwich.
Yeah. So we was having a conversation with Sheffrin today, and Sheffrin was like, the sentence after the period, we have to combine that with the what my thing was when they was talking about the
No, they dead on the screen because they just a bunch of Negro pins. Let me show you why.
But let me finish my thought
Go
real
ahead.
fast. Because let me ask you, when he talk about the people from the Havenlands and the New Kingdom, my question is, when did they start using the word KMT? Wasn't it in the Middle Kingdom? The only reason why I asked that because they talk about that they knew from the lands in the New Kingdom. That don't make that, it doesn't matter what to talk about in the New Kingdom because they was using KMT referring to black people in the Middle Kingdom. So I'm not understanding why did they take that part of the statement as if that wasn't conjecture. That's my point. Look, you understand what I'm saying, Smash?
I think I'm muted. Hold on. Zoom. Let me find the Zoom. Oh, I ain't muted, huh? You can't hear me, huh? Yeah, I understand exactly what you're saying. I thought I was muted.
I was switching my Bluetooth, my bad.
Here come Corey. He either gonna apologize or show the facts. We about to say it's going down tonight. It's going down tonight. Tonight it's going down.
Yeah, true. Deep peace to the greatest Madjai, the
What's up with
Almighty
Robert
King.
Brown?
Man, peace to you, Almighty God. I'm just blessed, you know what I'm saying, to be here.
That's my favorite
and,
Archie.
and to be able to learn from Smash Rockwell and all of his excellence and elegance. You know what I'm saying? See, I be kind of, I try to get a little deeper in my traditional thought process. And we really got to recognize the absolute phenomenal works that Smash Rockwell has been showing and proving for all of these years. I can't get over the fact the man can read the Medu Neter. When that really registers within all of us, and we understand that this man can literally read the Medu Neter fluently, then when you begin to really grasp how powerful that is, then we really are, you can offer your apologies in the chat, or you could pull up on the show and offer an apology for ever thinking that you had the right to disrespect this man. This man can read the Medu Neter, and if that doesn't speak volumes by itself, that a black man in the year 2024, after all that this black man has been through for the past few millenniums, that we have now come to a point where, as in America today, when we couldn't even drink out of a water fountain before, when we couldn't walk down the street without holding our head up, you understand? When you couldn't look a white man in his eyes when you talk to him, when you were getting whipped and pulled apart by horses. Now you didn't came from there to where you can now read the Medu Neter and connect back with Black Africa, which is where that was trying to be taken away from us. That place was trying to be taken away from us, and we couldn't speak our language. You get whooped, you get killed for speaking your African language. You get whooped, you get killed for practicing any African culture whatsoever. You could get whooped and killed for that in this country. And now we're here today that we can read and learn and decipher ancient texts from Black Africans, the greatest civilization that has ever been established on planet Earth. And I'm quite thankful for it. And I just want to say 1,000 salutes to you, great
When you gonna
almighty
start getting your
Smash
show popping?
Rockwell, better known as Casual, aka the Madjai. I'm really thankful, King. And I got some black arrowheads. I got some black arrows. You
When you
know what I'm
gonna
saying?
start getting your show popping?
Um, it ain't no telling. God, I be working so hard, King. And my apologies for being absent these last few days. It's been pretty hectic, been pretty busy.
Oh, I
But
know that, man.
you know what I'm saying? But God, and that's another thing we have to, you know what I'm saying, honor that, acknowledge that. Smash, he while we at work, he studying. While we
No,
at work, this man putting in work in ancient Africa.
sometimes I'll be there working right with y'all. Don't get it twisted. You feel me? But when I got
True
my
indeed,
time
God.
open, you're 100% right.
Indeed, King. Indeed. And that's a beautiful thing that you can do that. And I aspire to be like that, and you know what I mean? And I just want to give you your flowers, God, because the war's won. Concrete Core did nothing but detract
Oh,
and
he about to
deviate,
get a chance to either rectify that or prove that he was right in a minute. So let's see what
deviated from
goes
the
on.
whole victory, God. That was his whole plan. The show was about Kemet being defined as black people. That's what the show was about. It was about the unveiling and the acknowledgement that out of all this time, from all this time that we've been arguing, we found a secret. We found a clue. They found it. Smash and Brother Reggie. They found a jewel that's so black and beautiful that the name is lost into it. The war's over, the war's won, and Concrete Corey did nothing but detract from that the entire show. That was his whole purpose, and y'all let him do it. He detracted from the victory, detracted from the win, from the glory, with going in on a saw, which is so irrelevant, G. You know what I'm saying? We got bigger fish to fry, but you go ahead and detract, and he didn't let you on, and that's what you're waiting to do right now about this damn clip. But go ahead, G. You know what I'm saying?
No, I come apologetic, and I want to apologize to you, brother, for ruining your Black Egypt party.
Yeah, you ruined it. You ruined it,
Hold
G.
on. I just came back. So I heard you came back apologetic. That's a man of you. But what did you say before? Did I miss something you said before that?
No, I was just about to. I was just about to begin because I said the other day that the brother Asar Imka said he had a PhD from the School of Japan. In fact, my brother Chevin, because
Oh my
I
God.
did my
Let him do it.
due
Let him do it.
diligence.
Yeah.
Damn, bro, is you? So I did my due diligence, like I told you, Smash, and I did look for the clip, but man, I found out that it was not on your show; it was on the Pseudo Killers. And to dig that up would be near impossible because some of them shows it's like 11, 12 hours. You know what I'm saying? So
Oh, so you just saying you ain't got it, but you still trying to say you think you said
no,
it.
no.
Okay.
Let me
I'll go get you my
finish here,
bad.
bro.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So like I said, to dig that up would have been near impossible. So I'm not able to get the clip, but I was informed by Sheffrin that the brother did not say he had a PhD. In fact, he did say he had a certificate from the School of Japan. So I just wanted to make that clear and come over here and apologize to the brother because I was under the impression that he said PhD. The reason why I was under the impression that he said PhD was because I've never heard of a certificate in astrophysics. I've only heard of a degree. I actually looked it up, and you can get the as far as astrophysics go, the lowest you can go is a bachelor's degree. I don't know if some people. I looked it up too. I looked also how people refer to that. Some you can refer to it as a certificate of undergrad. It's rare that people refer to a bachelor's degree. as a certificate of undergrad. But so I just wanted to lay that out.
Retract.
Okay, yeah, I hear you.
No, again, I just wanted to come apologize like I said I would do. So,
Well,
I mean,
I
if y'all want to
appreciate
get
that.
back to your Black Egypt party, I
Hold
will
on.
excuse myself.
That's all good. I appreciate you for coming.
I
At
don't
least he
take
could
it as a
hear
slander,
his
though.
name was cleared from the charges that he claimed that he said he had a PhD. And so that's cool. We ain't even got to harp on it. Glad you came and said
So
it.
on the KMT thing, on the Kemet
All
thing,
right.
do you realize you was wrong about that, or are you gonna stick to your guns?
What part are you referring to? I ain't. You got to be specific here.
Corey, you be in the Black Egypt party every day, all day. So don't be throwing shots like this is a bad thing. You be over here just as much as we do. You
No,
love
you
this
said
shit.
you were
But you
celebrating,
love it. But
and
you love Black
a
Egypt,
Black
though,
Egypt
G.
Yesterday,
But you
party,
do love it, though.
yesterday,
and I ruined it. And
yesterday.
I said I
But you
just
love it.
wanted to
But you love it, though.
apologize
And I'm
about that.
glad you love it. You know,
But
I'm
Corey,
glad you love it.
yesterday we read the sentence, right? About if you're gonna denote for Black people, you're gonna use KNT or KMU, KMU, and then it's a period after that, right? I'm just generalizing the statement, right?
Listen.
Well,
I don't know what you're saying. I don't even know what he's saying.
All right, we're gonna deal with it in a different way. So all the people,
if somebody else can rephrase what he's talking about, I'll be more than happy.
We'll deal with it in the way that
Okay.
most people should be able to digest it. We're gonna go back to the part in the text, the words that was that we was, when dude said that. What did he say? Here it is. So now I have to give the context to this. Remember, we was just reading the preliminary report, and this is part of the preliminary report. This is kind of like the typing of how it was going down. Why they even holding this symposium is to come up with a new series of book called The General History of Africa, right? And so in order to see who's going to write particular sections, they didn't really have a debate, but they got a symposium. Everybody's supposed to turn in a paper, kind of like if we was going to do the same thing. Let's say, okay, we writing a new history of Africa. We get all these scholars, everybody turn in their work, and then we get to the point where we start banging out the work. Now, again, before this happened, when Professor Sanaran stepped up, as it says here, he intervened in the course of a lively exchange on views in linguistic matters between Professor Abdallah, who was saying Kim don't mean black. Now, let's keep it clear. We're talking about Kim, Kemet, and Kemet-to-you, 3 terms. Kim is said to mean black by Diop. Kemet is said to mean black people, and Kemet-to-you, inhabitant of the black country or what have you. Now let's
They actually and I'm familiar with that because I've read a wiki article and they actually mentioned this very paragraph that you're on right here. It talked about the how this professor had to intervene in a lively exchange between the two of these professors. So, yeah.
So he's going to come in with this is how he intervenes. It says Professor Sanaran stated that in Egyptian Kim, which is feminine is Kemet, it meant black. And so at that point they got.
So to be fair, not to cut you off, Smaz. To be fair, it looks like here. So when we be having our lively discussions, I don't think we be out of pocket. I think I heard you say the other day you was going to try to turn it down a little bit. I don't think you should be turning it down because the experts turn it up.
Yeah, I hear you. So, they was turned up, but I have to know that we got something where we go to name.
I mean, we don't want to go too far.
Exactly.
But
it's just certain things to eliminate. But I hear you. Now, so he come in to settle the matter and say that Kim, Sanaran states that Egyptian. Again, this is the preliminary to see who got the good work to go in the general history of Africa. So they arguing, Abdullah and Diop. Sanaran steps in and says, Professor Sanaran stated that the Egyptian Kim, feminine Kemet, meant black. The masculine plural was Kimu, and the feminine plural is Kemenet. That's what he stated. It says the form Kemet-to-you can only mean 2 things, those of Kemet and the inhabitants of Kemet, the black country. Now let's note this, because Diop argued that Kemet meant the black people, right? Oh, and then it was the black land because of the people. So, and if you really read this, you show me where his disagreements is with Jope as he was stepping in to intervene. Is he stepping in to say, Diop, you wrong or you right? Well, Diop said Kim mean black, and he's saying Sonoran said that Kim means black. So he agreed on that first term, Kim. The second term he addresses is the third one I laid out, Kemetu. The form Kemetu could only mean two things. Though now notice he doesn't say those of Egypt. After he just told us that Kim mean black, and furthermore, he's going to tell us that to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet. But right here, he say those of Kemet, the inhabitants of Kemet, the black country. So he's still translating Kemet as black here. We clearly see that after he just said Kim mean black. So now we got all three terms addressed by him because he addressed Kemetu and said Diop. He ain't disagreeing. He's saying those of Kemet and the inhabitants of Kemet. And then he really say the black country. Now he said, this is a disagreement. It was a derivative adjective nisba formed from the geographical term, which had become a proper name. It was not necessarily felt with its original meaning. So he just saying it wasn't necessarily felt all like black, 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 but that's what it meant. It just wasn't felt with its original meaning. Then he says to designate black people. Remember, he stepped in between two dudes who was arguing. One of them say it don't even mean black people. He says to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu, not Kemetu. In any case, they never used this adjective to indicate the black people of the African hinterland whom they knew about from the time of the New Kingdom onwards, nor in general did they use the name of colors to distinguish different peoples. So that was the statement that people said was read wrong when we sitting here trying to figure out if Kemet could mean black people or not. Can you explain the misunderstanding there? Anyone?
Yeah.
Reggie, that's Reggie in the building?
Yes.
What's up with Reggie?
All right. So it's complicated because he's trying to make an analysis, and he seems to want Serge Sonoran seems to want to find a way to keep the word Egyptian disconnected from the color. So trying to do that. He said that's what he was trying to do, or I can see it when he said they never used the term to designate those in the hinterland, which is the uncharted places, the other blacks.
Well, you want to know why Diop? I think Diop didn't even have to respond to that because our point wasn't to say that Kemet meant every black person in Africa.
Right, but
exactly.
Right, but they're having a conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Diop didn't have to respond to it. It wasn't necessary for him to respond to it. That's where Serge Sonoran is kind of playing kind of like an advocate to kind of say, well, can't be, they never used this term to talk about the other people because he's still thinking racially, right? So he's actually thinking racially because he already known he said black people, right? So
well, let me just interject. He basically put out a hurdle to hop.
Yeah.
He was like, find them calling other people Kemet to prove that just means general black, like black people. But Diop's argument is that they call themselves black and they call their own area the black land. And so all of his testament here I can see why Diop didn't respond to that because he said what he wanted to say. You know what I'm saying? And so it was Abdullah was dead at this point, basically. You feel me?
Yeah. Serge Sonoran. Serge Sonoran is trying to fix what he said. He said, "Oh wow, I said Kemet. You was use Kemet to designate black people, right?" Now he's trying to deal with this word Kemetu, right? And again, there's another word that people use, which is Egyptian. And so what he's trying to do is separate the word Kemet from the whole people, the Egyptians. He's trying to separate that, right? Look for why will we use that word Kemet, because he was the one who sided with Diop to say that to designate black people would be Kemet. Then he asks himself another question. Well, they didn't use that term to refer to other people that were black, right? That's Sonoron's issue. That's not
Exactly. He proven that they
So
use
what
it
I'm
refer to
gathering is
themselves.
these guys are just full of shit. Basically, this
No,
Sonoran
No,
guy,
definitely
he's
not.
full
He's
of
one of
shit.
the leaders.
Hold on, wait, hold on. Let me explain here.
no, you can't use words like that. You listen.
Yeah, you messing it
Listen,
up.
I'm a construction worker. I'm not an intelligent
don't act like
scholastic
you
guy like you
are.
got.
Then don't act like
I'm just asking a question, Reggie.
Construction workers
But no,
are
he's not
I
full of
don't
shit, though.
understand. Listen, y'all.
now you
I
calling
don't
an expert
understand
full of
when
shit.
someone
But
comes
stop
on
trying to
here
act
and
like
asks us a
everybody else dumb
question,
though.
y'all get
No, but you're
upset. But
calling
then
an
when y'all
expert.
only want people who agree with y'all. Y'all don't want
No,
somebody who
you're
asking a
calling an
question.
expert full of
I thought you
shit.
said you was a teacher.
Don't worry
The
about that.
moment I
You are
ask
calling
I
an
have an
No,
expert
inquiry.
full of
he just
shit.
The
focusing on the
moment I
fact
have
that
an
you said he was
inquiry, y'all
full of
finna
shit.
start cussing me the fuck out.
Nah,
No,
you started the cussing with the full of
Hey,
shit,
Smack, he's here
remember?
to destroy your
Okay,
show.
I'm a construction worker
Destroyed
trying to ask my question.
by using these curse words. He's trying to
Bruh.
mess
Listen, bro.
We just put
he's
Reggie.
trying to mess
You know
up your
what?
show.
Actually, I just courteously and most kindly remove Corey from the show. All right, now let's keep it popping. Let's go.
Okay, great.
Oh, dude.
See, when the record stop, it just be a silence. Like, dang, we could really teach again. Well, honestly, I just did it most politely because last time his disruption led to nothing, and I don't think this disruption will lead to anything either.
No.
Yeah.
My point is, now what we have is when they've completely lost the argument because they didn't read it, right? So now they're trying to create arguments at random to see what sticks. And that's what Diep complained about. So Sonoron said that they would write it to mean black people, but he really didn't understand, right, what he said. And then he tried to backtrack in real time, and it was recorded. And Diop is sitting there smiling, and Dr. Obenga is sitting there smiling, right? Now they get to this word Kemetu, right? So they want to use Egyptians. So they have stripped the indigenous people, the indigenous civilization of the name that they would have called it, which was Kemetu. So they want to weaken Kemetu. They want to weaken that so they can continue to call it Egyptian. They need to save it. And then they need to separate out this Kim, right, from Egyptian. So they want to still use Egyptian, right? So they move on to the last part of it is this to talk about, what does he say? He says, what is this thing that he says about that they would not have used Kemetu. Where's that in there? Okay.
Right there, like right here. You see my arrow?
Yes. So to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemo, not Kemetu. In any case, they never used this adjective, right, to indicate black people of the African hinterland, right, the uncharted places outside of Egypt, whom they knew about from the time of the New Kingdom onwards. Well, they knew about them earlier, so I don't understand that. Nor in general did they use names of colors to distinguish different people. That's correct. But the issue is still, what does Kemetu mean?
Exactly. What does Kemet mean?
Aha. Right. But he answered what Kemet might mean, right? But to designate, but he never answered what Kemetu
No,
meant.
watch this, Reggie, because they thought we was about to end this with what they seen already, right? But this is the funny part to this, because the reason why I wanted to give us the context that he's intervening live in the middle of the symposium where they're trying to choose which information goes in the book, and they're saying we're reading this wrong. Then all we would have to look at is what information went in the book. You see? But they had the wrong book. And went live with it like it was a gun. Doof, doof, doof. Books like guns, that's the corniest shit in the whole conscious community. Let that go. Come anew. Clean up your act. Holding books like guns, that's played out. Let's cut it out.
And especially when you didn't even read the book.
Oh, that's why you're doing that. As you just flipped to a page.
Right.
But ain't none of that. That's the wrong book. So you gotta go doof doof doof. Damn, this the wrong book when you turn off the live. But in the right book. So look, here go the wrong book. I mean, no, here go the statement in while they were arguing live. To designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu, not Kemetu. This is Sir Samaran agreeing with Joe. Let's go to the final book. The Egyptians. This is the book. Yes. This is the final product. Yes. So y'all trying to lie and say that you reading that wrong. So let's read this and see what they put in the final product. The Egyptians had only one term to designate themselves, Kemet, the Negroes, in the final product. Why was this able to go in the final product? Because when they was debating over it live, the leading linguist at the time stepped up and agreed with Professor Sheikh Antijoke, the one who they said him and Obanga overwhelmed the participants at the conference with data and information. Let's go read that sentence. So, wait. I ain't gonna let y'all off the hook that easy. We gotta kick it in the real book for a minute. The Egyptians as they saw themselves. The Egyptians had only one term to designate themselves, Kemet, the Negroes, literally. Now remember, this was written back in the 70s and stuff. Now, in the Egyptian language, the word for assembly is formed from the adjective or a noun by putting the feminine singular. Kemet from the adjective kim, black, is therefore means strictly Negroes or at the very least black men. The term is a collective noun which thus describes the whole people of Pharaonic Egypt as black people. So then, how could you act like you were correct and we used it wrong when the final product produced by the discourse that y'all was showing y'all didn't understand? The final product went with what Diop said about black people. So now you just ain't got no other way around it. It's just like, damn, that's over. And we can move on to other things.
Well, I would add, Smash, something else happened. Well, the final report is based on discussion, but the discussion was based on the papers that they presented. Diop had presented his work, right? And what they did was they put in Diop's work, right? Sonoran obviously didn't have, he was just responding. So he obviously didn't have any work on it. So Diop had already addressed it. Then they had the discussion, right? Because remember, they were looking at the papers, right? They was asked, the participants were asked to provide papers. Sonoran didn't provide a paper, but he did discuss. So now when it comes to the final report, Sonoran had a chance to further clarify what he said. And Obviously, he did not. So they included what Diop said because Sonoran only interjected. He didn't put in a paper regarding this. You see my point? Does everybody see my point?
Yes, that Diop is really the word up.
How do you, what, I mean, I don't see how we could be misreading something when it's in plain English. But what it didn't say was Kim meant repairing it. That's what it didn't say.
They say
That
no sounds. Oh, dang, they didn't hear me say shout out to Asar. I see they didn't hear that? Oh, I was saying, dang, Asar Imhotep came out the bushes. Shout out to you for coming out the bushes. Always feel welcome to click the link, but you must have said they're misreading the entire text before you seen that it was corroborated by the final work. And always feel free to click the link so you could get fried. Don't even trip. Like, oh, I said something about this is the same brother who taught us that Bantu was closer than Coptic and that Ra, that his stance corroborates that Ra was a volcano. Microphone check 1, 2. Y'all heard that? Yeah. So shout out, welcome to you. Appreciate you. We appreciate your attempts. It'd be cool. This is Madjai, and you are always welcome. Now, what's up?
Max, the fact of the matter is that he never took the time to read it. But we are misreading it, but they never read it. That part. You understand how the game is played? They never read it. If they would have read it, we would have jumped on it earlier, right? We read it. We was just quiet, right? We was just quiet until we got all of our ducks in a row. And so now we're misreading something that's in plain English of a discussion that was transcribed, and we're misreading. What part is we misreading? Solomon just had a problem with
So let's put it on the screen and let others read it. This misreading is the last stance of people.
Put it on the screen.
Yeah, you can read it because it's just crazy that people don't got nothing to say.
So, Brother Reggie, what you saying is that Diop, the man that our people ridicule the most, that they disrespect him the most, that they degrade him the most, a black man, a powerful black man, a scholar, credentialed scholar. Are you saying that he is the progenitor of these works that we found to actually be corroborated by leading individuals within UNESCO?
Yes, he was the most prepared. Him and Dr.
The super most prepared.
He was the most prepared. They didn't write a paper on it. And so since they did not write a paper, nor further clarify their point, Diop's point came in. He won the conversation. The ultimate victory is when it's in the final report. That's the ultimate victory.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's why I put this on the screen for y'all. And even for good brother Sar, I might be confused about what you're saying. So, yeah, I'm glad you said you'd come another day. I'm going to dig up Wu. I'm going to summon Wu, and I'm going to bring Wu back. Y'all ain't even got the power to bring Wu back. Watch this. Now, all I got to do is find him. He going to be back. We bringing Wu back because we need to talk. Really, what's about to happen is we about to put together this real panel with these real Egyptologists, everybody online, And I'm not about to, we're going to have to bang our arguments out first. Like y'all already getting hands put on by me. So y'all going to have to table y'all arguments and start supporting mine so that we can put this together right. And I'm talking about all the detractors, not the archers. We in here. But the detractors been detracted. We're going to make some people table arguments so we can put our time together and work more cohesively towards taking this argument to the big stage. Facts. I'm on text message status. Just one conversation. You feel me now? I'm on Egyptological text message status. PhD. And so it's just going to keep on happening once we show we want to bring more to I'm calling it the industry, but whatever they call it, the study, the field of study, right? We want to Jake Paul it, y'all. And we got enough people to Jake Paul it. People who so-called supposed to ain't be credentialed at this up against people who are highly credentialed on a big stage, almost looking like URL though. But we can't have it too tacky to where they ain't gonna participate. But the money gonna make them participate. See? And so we're going to get the views and the numbers. And so this is why I'm more diplomatic than anything. I don't think any discussion or conversation we had when trying to figure out what's the right stuff for our people, then when you got something big, please, you're supposed to put that shit together right. With all the most brilliant minds, but everybody with respect to their position and only acting with respect to their position on whatever desired, team that is. I don't got no history of putting together research teams. I know the brother Kilimanjaro wrote books about that, but it's real. I'm about to have one of the leading Egyptologists with the Metal Nedger on my show in March, and it's just going to be me and my research. But y'all can't beat that up, so let's see if he can. But I put this part on, real quick, I put this part on the screen so that people would understand that it's no way you could be misreading anything. It says the general history of Africa. They came to a conclusion of that report to show whether we're misreading it or not. So I'm going to let another brother just simply read what they put in the final book, which was written by Professor Sheikh and Diop, because they said he won. So I'm like, how could he have lost if they was trying to see who, real quick, how could he have lost if they was trying to see who should write this book and they chose him? Go right ahead, Brother Reggie.
All right. So here's the thing in scholarship. Rashad Imhotep. Here you have a publication by UNESCO. Very important international publication. They wrote it. They took their time. They spent money to write it. They brought in a panel. At the end of the day, what we have from it is citations. If Sonoran says, Serge Sonoran said to designate black people, they would have used Kemet or Camus. You put that in quotes, Asar Imhotep.
Oh, that's because that beat the brakes off the riparian land. Hey, let's let anybody that's not us who's reading it wrong. Please read the final results.
I'm still telling you the process.
Oh, you go right ahead.
Please don't cut me off.
We don't know when you stopped or when you're going. It was a pause there, and I'll just be pouncing on pauses, bro. Go right ahead.
So in scholarship, Asar Imhotep, right? What you do is you would quote Serge Sonoman's statement. Serge Sonoman in the UNESCO, the 1974 final report said this, quote, the Egyptians would have used Kemet or Kemu to designate black people, end quote. Cite, then you would footnote where, the page number, and that's it. There's no running back and forth saying he did not say that. Then you may start another sentence with the only debate between Dr. Shekant Diop and Serge Sonoran was the meaning of Kemet TU, right? So nobody is misreading anything because it's short sentences. What you want to do is you want to put context on it. But you weren't at UNESCO, right? Your work is your work. Find someone to cite you, right? And footnote you. To this day, I haven't seen any publication do that.
All right, I'm trying to make it be cool as we move on. I mean, because, you know, as we engage in, oh, well, Reggie, I hope I'm not cutting you off, Reggie.
No, I'll stop now.
Oh, yeah.
Because I gave a pause, but because then you say you want to be cool. But I'm talking about scholarship. I have a degree. I have a degree. I've written, right?
Right.
I have a journal article. Yes, I'm weaponizing it. Yes,
Weaponized.
you don't have one. You were not accepted.
I'm writing one today. And my book is in peer review by PhDs as we speak. Still got to ask a few more, but keep going, Reggie. We just having a convo.
Yeah, can I interject?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, Smash, could you put on Sonoron's statement again?
So here's the thing. This is what I'm asking someone to read. What's on the screen. We can definitely read that too. But the quote, the point is.
Yeah, I believe that people are not. They agree with this, but they are trying to get away through the Sonoron statement. This one here, there is nothing to disagree with.
So here's the thing. This is after that. So the Sonoron statement was made when they was trying to see who would get the ability or the license to write what we have on the screen.
Exactly. We understand that, but the practice, they are trying to hang on the fact that Sonoron stated, why didn't they call the hinterland people Ken? So I want you to go back there so that we can address that once and for all.
Yes,
although that is not a thoroughly relevant aspect.
Exactly.
They are trying to use that last, gasp as their way of, getting away. So just go back there. That is not a difficult thing.
I'm just going to have to pull it back
Peace,
up
everybody.
so y'all can talk while I'm pulling it up.
What's up, James?
Yeah,
I ain't gonna hold you.
I came in.
What is going on with the statements is that? Okay, James.
I came in because we do have audio of Theophilo Banger, who was present at the conference. He can tell you how it went down and what context it went down in, if we want to view that. So that's all I really wanted to say.
So look,
we do have him. Yeah. We do have him talking about the exact sentencing that we're reviewing right here.
So
he said he was over there dozed off, and then it got live. And then when he woke up, him and Diop and the Sonoron was arguing. So we have the audio if we need to look at it.
Yeah, we definitely will.
The primary person that was there.
Yeah, let's do that. We're gonna do this in the order that is coming. So dude said to pull up this. I'm still trying to find it so y'all can build. I'll find it.
Yeah, you can't mess this up. It's impossible to mess this up. Everybody that's listening, sometimes we get too distracted, and I understand because we had detractors running, you know what I'm saying? They be running amok, man, and they object is to detract. But people, this is an elementary grade level of reading. This is an elementary grade level of reading, people. Everybody listen, everybody. It's okay to get on one accord on simple things. The statement that is being said is that if the Egyptians, how would they coin the term or use the phrase black people, and it's Kemet.
Yeah.
So now this opens up a whole new world of discussion. Everybody has to hear this. This opens up a whole new world of discussion. When you have now reached the conclusion that the very word Kemet would mean black people itself, this is something that has to be moved past the point of trying to comprehend it. We have to now delve deeper into the totality of all that it is embodying when it says this. Now we got to look at the people again. Now we got to look at the land again. We got to look at the culture. We have to look at everything in I wouldn't say a new context for certain people, but now when you have that being framed as it is, this is another level of discussion that we got to move past trying to comprehend it.
Yeah,
And we should have
nothing.
this by now.
I still
Kemet
ain't found it
means there we go. But I passed the mic though.
No, go ahead. My bad.
All right, just
You can't use
so with
that
the
little search thing you be using
Yeah, I'm
Smash
about
to
to.
get
What's
right
the
to
word?
it.
It was black people.
Yeah,
to designate.
Yeah, just search the word hinterland. Perhaps hinterland.
Hinterland. Yep. All right.
Yeah.
Hinderland.
Yeah. No, I think it's a T. Smash Hinter. It's not a D.
Hinterland. Nope, that ain't popping up either.
Skip. I mean, after you put Hinter, is it all together?
Oh, something wrong.
Is the Netherlands?
Something wrong. I think I'm in the French one. I knew something was wrong. Something wrong. Like no.
Yeah.
Y'all go ahead.
I'm gonna be looking.
So
I'm
what
gonna try
happened?
to cue this video up with Theophilo Banger while y'all doing that.
All right, go ahead.
So what happened over there was that the data on ground was against what Sonoran believed in or accepted. He tried to answer the question with logic. That is what he did. But with these things, like you see in the community, most people, the data would say one thing, and they try to assess, is this logical? Like the black versus black situation. Is it logical for a people to refer to themselves as red? So because in their mind, it's not logical, it couldn't have been the case because the ancient Egyptians are not here to explain themselves. But the Sonoran thing, even with logic, his logic doesn't fully hold. Because he is saying that if the Kemet or the Kemu, which should have been used, was to designate the Egyptians because they were black, how about the other blacks? How come the Egyptians didn't call them that? And he's saying because the Egyptians didn't call the other blacks that, therefore it couldn't have been a type of phenotypical or skin pigmentation being used there. But that is wrong, because if we are going by the logic, even in today's world that we live, there are such examples. If he wants to go by the logic and not go by the data, we just go by the logic. Logic number one, the country Nigeria. Do we know what Nigeria really means? Basically, Nigeria means the Negro land. The name Nigeria was given to the place by the wife of the governor or the Lord of Nigeria. His name is Lord Lugard. So the woman is called Lady Lugard. She suggested that that place that the British were colonizing, they should call it Nigeria. So the ear we know is a suffix for, the place. So it basically means land of the Negroes. So to Sonoran's point, if historians don't meet us today and they are to analyze data on ground, let's say 3,000 years from now, they should say because Nigeria is land of the Negroes, you don't have any Negroes out of Nigeria. So then, meaning the people in Ghana, they are not in the land of the Negroes. Does it mean they are not Negroes? The people in Congo, does it mean they are not Negroes? So we do have ethno-states. That does not encompass the entire ethnicity, meaning we have states that have adopted the name of the ethnicity to be the name of the state, and you have members of the same ethnicity out of the state. Another example is China. So we call the Chinese Chinese. That's the name of their ethnicity. It's the Han Chinese. That's the name of the ethnicity. Over 95% of Chinese population is made up of the Han Chinese. But guess what? Taiwan has over 90% Han Chinese. Doesn't mean because Taiwan doesn't adopt the name of the ethnicity, Taiwanese people are not Chinese. China has decided to call their nation based on their ethnicity. But Taiwan is using a different name, but they are both Chinese. So Sonoran was trying.
I finally found
Okay.
it. Yeah.
So let's take a look at the statement.
I'll go up a little bit more. You can read it because they say I read it wrong. So Professor Sonoran, this is when he intervenes. You can read it.
Okay, so it says over here, to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said KMT or KMU, not Kemetu. In any case, they never used this adjective to indicate the black people of the African hinterland whom they knew about from the time of the New Kingdom. So this is the part where the detractors are stuck. Sonoron saying in any case, they didn't use this to indicate the black people of the hinterland. So the logic here is that if the Egyptians call their land Kemet, or Kemu based on their color, how come the other blacks weren't referred to that? And I am saying that that logic is not fully solid, because even if we are to apply the logic that we have in this world, you still have nations that have adopted an ethnic description of themselves as the name of the nation, and it doesn't encompass the entire ethnicity. So if skin color is an aspect of a people, is the ethnicity is also an aspect of a people. So if Nigeria is called the land of the Negroes, if we translate it, does it mean that every single Negro is in Nigeria? You have Nigeria, the name means the land of the Negroes. That's the name that the colonizer gave the place. But you have Negroes out of Nigeria. So if historians are to judge the data 3,000 years from now, and we are not here to explain to them, are we going to say that, oh, Nigeria no longer means land of Negroes? Because how come there are Negroes in Ghana, and this, when we translate it, says Nigeria? This is where the logic will lead us. But if historians are just to use the data on the ground, the data would go by the grammar of the language, and that's all. But when people try to use logic, they try to imply that, okay, since we don't find that readily as a normal thing, the people couldn't have done that. And that is not a good method. And that's what Sonoron tried to use over here. And this is what the other day when Corey was pushing back, it was the same point that he was pushing back on because of this hinterland issue.
Well, I'm glad Asar Imhotep came into the chat, just because, again, but that don't change nothing about the scholarship. But I'm still saddened that he would take a stance that the pseudos is taking, that someone is reading this on the screen incorrectly. I hope I'm wrong that that's not what he was saying, because this on the screen says what it says in plain English. And then we have a confirmation of this. Can someone read the confirmation? So in order to know how this is the confirmation, this was the symposium when they wanted to see who was going to write certain sections in the general history of Africa. Here is the result, the general history of Africa, on the section of scrutiny. And I don't want to read it because they're going to say I read it wrong. Anybody, and this is written by Sheik and Dijon, which lets us know who they thought won the conversation. But
man, I don't even know why we have to go through all
we're not gonna do this
no
no more. But let's just read it for the last time.
See what I'm saying? Yo, Smash, when I wake up, I'll be in the bed, right? And the first thing I do is I cut the TV on to see if you live, right? Mm-hmm. And when I cut it on, Corey was on, right? I immediately hurry up. I was trying to make you get his ass off.
Well, he owed us an
That's
apology.
what I was gonna do. I was gonna hurry up and come in, man. You just because the last time he came on the show, he totally distracted us from what we were talking about to talk about what Asar did in China or wherever he was talking about in Japan. So these people don't want to know. They only come over here to do what they do.
That's what I said, James.
Because
that's exactly what I said.
Look, man, you cannot be that illiterate.
I know.
You can't be.
But let's just read this for the people who never seen it read. You don't even
deserve to be on the panel.
Now, my viewership is growing, though, James.
Yeah, that's cool, but that's because we really starting to stomp out the end.
Exactly.
I'm telling you,
hear me out.
When you kicked them off, I didn't even get a chance to get out the bed, and you kicked them off. I was like, word.
So I was
like, okay,
I'm saying a few things. He owed Asar Imka an apology, or he either was going to show us what he had, and so that was what I told him we would do on this day. 48 hours, remember? So, and then I was like, if you wrong, you're out of pocket. But his apology, an apology is a verbal defense, and it kind of defuses any kind of things people trying to give against you. So I just got him up out of here when he became disruptive and wasn't really tripping since he apologized to the brother. But yeah, I hear what y'all saying. But let's stay on track, though, and only read this for the people. This is what I was trying to say.
Read that, James.
Some people are just becoming abreast of this conversation new as the viewership is growing. And they saying we reading this wrong. Well, they were saying we was reading the preliminary to this wrong. So I said, if that's the case, let's look at the final data from this and let's see if we really read it wrong or not. Or did y'all read it wrong?
Read that, James.
It says the Egyptians as they saw themselves. It is no waste of time to get the views of those particularly concerned. How did the ancient Egyptians see themselves? Now that's good that they put ancient. It says into which ethnic categories did they into which ethnic category did they put themselves? What did they call themselves? The language and the literature left to us by the Egyptians of the pharaonic epochs supply explicit answers to the questions which the scholars cannot conframe from minimizing.
No, cannot
twisting,
refrain from minimalizing. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, cannot refrain from minimizing, twisting, or interpreting. See, now that's what they doing.
That's what
They trying to minimize,
right,
refrain, and twist the interpretation of what it says. But bam, so this is the conclusion. It says the Egyptians had only one term to designate themselves, and then it had the Kim glyph with the T. I guess we call it a bread loaf. It had the man and the woman determinant and the three strikes for pluralism. It says it equals Kemet, and it says the Negroes literally. Now, so let's stop right there. Hold on. Let me stop right there, Smash. Because see, what you got to understand is Negro means black in Latin, okay?
And then their time period got to be taken into
account. Yeah, and that time period in which Diop is using this term, he's talking about Negro in the term of black. People that don't understand Negro means black, that need to be tabled, right? To make them understand. So whether somebody says black there or Negro, it means the same thing. That's just so we can, because we got people playing like they don't, he used Negro. Like that's a difference. You know what I'm saying? That's just how anal this gets. Okay, so let me read on. It says, this is the strongest term existing in the pharaonic tongue to indicate blackness. It is accordingly written with the hieroglyph representing a length of wood. Okay, he's saying that's wood charred at the end and not crocodile scales. This word is etymological origins of the well-known root kamet. It says which was proliferated in modern anthropological literature. It says the biblical root Cam, but to make sure that we know that it can be Kim, Cam, Keem, or whatever. It says it's probably derived from it, or it has therefore been necessary to distort the facts to enable this root today to mean white and Egyptological terms, whereas in the pharaonic mother tongue, which gave it birth, it meant coal black. So this is Diop putting his so basically reading this. I mean, this is him. They put his words off in here. Now see what they'll do, and they'll say that this is some type of fixism, right? Because they let him do this. That's what these people are doing. It says in Egyptian language, a word or assembly is formed from an adjective or a noun by putting it in a feminine singular. Kemet, which with the T makes it feminine, forms the adjective, and I don't know what, I don't know. It says Kim, but it's got the owl there. It says it forms the
it was so the that book must have the Kim glyph scratched out. Basically.
It is. Yeah, it do look like something's right there, but I can't see that. Kim glyph. That's what slowed me down. Okay, so it says Kim, which equals Kim, which equals black. And it therefore means strictly Negro, or at the very least, black man. The term is a collective noun, which thus describes the whole people, a pharaonic Egypt, as the black people. So they're talking about the beginning Egypt. It says, in other words, on the purely grammatical plane, if one wishes to indicate Negroes in the pharaonic tongue, one cannot use any other word than the very one which the Egyptians used of themselves. Furthermore, the language offers us another term, Kemetu, which equals Negro. Which means Negro, the black men in plural, literally. It says the Egyptians, as opposed to the foreigner, which comes from the same root Kim, and which the Egyptians also used to describe themselves as a people, as distinguished from all foreign people. These are, and so I get it. Like, why is this that hard?
Well, can I add a nuance? Can I add a nuance?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go right ahead.
So when Sonoran says that if the people, if the Egyptians want to designate themselves as Kemet or Kemo, that would mean black. Then he would say that would be designate Kemet to mean black people, right? The problem with that is that Sonoran is not completely correct. The ancient Egyptians, right? Okay, so this is why I wrote a paper and I was in a journal article, right? That the people, I looked at the term and I looked at other inscriptions. Kemet means the holy herd, the sacred herd. So Kemet is just not black people. Kemet is the sacred herd, the holy herd, the black holy herd. And so the ancient Egyptians did not believe that the other people outside of Egypt was the holy herd, the holy black herd. Because see, he narrowed it down just to black people, but I can show you several inscriptions when, for example, when it says that he's the Sai-Kem, Sa-Sit Kemet, he's the black ram born of the black sheep, right? Or the black eel, right? Where that Kemet right there is talking about the sacred black sheep. So they had a certain amount of divinity or sacredness about themselves as opposed to other Africans outside of that. I hope that y'all understand that's the nuance. So so when I wrote the paper, I was trying to examine this problem, right, in my paper. And I used other inscriptions to show what they in fact actually meant, more than just black people, but not just Negroes, but sacred Negroes. And we have that situation today where there are some people that are called to do the work, right, that are sacred to our people. And then we have others who have no sacredness or character about themselves. They're not civilized, they babble, right? They are not educated, they're illiterate. They search for random arguments that don't fit, where they have no experience whatsoever. They merely try to do it with logic. So I hope that I will probably go on Sonetta's show on House of Consciousness, and I will say it, and I would use my inscriptions. But I'm talking to this group because it wasn't just black people, as Sonoran said, it was the holy herd, right? The holy flock. I'll stop.
Interesting.
Yeah, but the fact that these people are acting publicly illiterate, I gotta say, they gotta be acting. I mean, but the fact that they're acting illiterate in public like that, I really think that that's disrespectful to us.
Well, Asar tried to say that too because Kemet can't mean black people in his theory either.
That Diop was wrong. He went to the Diop conference. Go play the Diop conference.
I'm fixing to play it right now, Reggie. As a matter of fact, let me show y'all. Let me show you. Oh, damn, you got it to where we can't share.
No, hold on. Let's just gotta press the button.
He went up there and said, he clears his.
Go ahead.
Hey, Reggie, you crazy. Yo, you crazy, Reggie. He said he went up there and said,
So somebody else said we misread another source. So after James said
Hold
this,
on,
Haskell, come on. Haskell, come on the show. Because you said you wish I stopped using the quote from the Oxford because it's descending, or I forgot what the exact word you was. Well, let's work that out too. So you can say whether you really feel that after you read the entire text. I mean, you don't got to read the entire text, the entire section, but go right ahead. You can share your screen. Brother James, it's on you. On
now check this out.
KMET.
Check this out. Now, he's going to be speaking in. So I don't know if we need to read this and just mute it out or what. What do y'all think?
So it'll be, I mean, does somebody want to read the subtitles?
I can read it. I mean, I can read it and slow it down so we can read it. But, you know, this is him and what you call it at the conference. He's talking about the actual day that we reading about. He's telling you what's going on from his eyes, what he saw. Watch this.
D'accord. J'ai fait. On a eu un débat.
Mute the sound. We're just reading.
He said we had a debate. Sheikh Anta Diop and myself were the only charcoal people plus a Sudanese. Okay. Okay, go ahead. So let me go. You want me to go back? I'll pause if you got. Yeah, because this stuff is gonna be kind of going by fast. Watch. Okay. Oh yeah, he started talking fast. Hold on. Let me go back. Okay, so he said no, we. Yeah, he bossed up on the smash. Watch that. He's like, I'm finna break. He said, if y'all don't want to do this right, I'm out of here. Watch.
And this is ugly. This is disgusting.
Said,
they said I was muted on YouTube.
Let's
bruh.
stop.
They said I was muted on YouTube.
You got to be shit.
That make me hella
Holy
mad.
smoke.
But they can read it with their own eyes. Let's go back one time. Somebody else read it though.
I'll read it. I got it.
Thank you.
Hold on. Okay, y'all want to go back?
Appreciate you.
Yeah,
because I was muted on YouTube. We gotta bring this
then
out.
let's look at the audience.
Apologize to the audience.
Look at the audience. Look who we're here.
Beautiful black people
in attendance in straight up square business series about the information. They said you're better suited for this. I said okay. So whatever he's talking about, we'd have to go back. This is just part one. So now I'm gonna start and then go ahead, Robert. If you need me to pause it at any point, let me know.
All right, God. Says you're better suited for this than go back, so I can go back. Let me get in there. True indeed. All right, God. You're better suited for this. I said okay. I did it. We had a debate. Sheikh, Auntie Diop, and myself were the only charcoal black people plus a Sudanese. Charcoal black. Abdullah. So it was kind of epic at first. I'll give an anecdote, then I'll sum it up. From the beginning, Sheikh raised the issue that in Egypt, the word for black is Kim. Kemet. It's black. And Abdullah, Egyptologist from Sudan, contested. He said, no, that's wrong. Abdullah. So me, who was dozing off a little because it wasn't coffee time yet, woke up thinking the whole ordeal is becoming heated. But I said he's an Egyptologist as well. He can't be talking nonsense. And Abdullah is so sure. If Abdullah is so sure, could he be right? I thought to myself. Impossible. Why would he say that? It appears he's wrong, but let's wait it out before saying he's wrong. Impossible. Sheikh says, no, Abdullah, both won't budge, so we cool the situation. Sheikh says, no. We go to a grammarian who was present, who knows the language and its grammar. Sheikh says, listen, if we're already making mistakes on the word black, there are things more complicated. If we can't even resolve this, let's stop there. Obanga and I are out.
Said I'm finna break.
Because the debate is not even worth it. If we can't even translate the simple word, yes, there were much more complicated matters. So we asked to the professor Sonoran.
But you're reading, I'm not reading. Why wouldn't they? I see the level. Why they listen? Because they're listening to the. Y'all need to fast forward. Go ahead, they can hear it. They behind on the audio, I think.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
See, to resolve this issue now before beginning, or we will leave, or we leave.
He said, ah.
I was like, this is crazy. So I set up straight even more because it was in alphabetical order. Leklant, Obanga, Noduri, Sonoran. Sheikh was on the other side. Diop and Abdallah. I said it's crazy. Sonoran was a little hesitant. Sheikh insisted and said, no, Mr. Sonoran, please. You have to assess. You are the grammarian here.
He made him give it up.
You have to give your take before we continue, or it's pointless. Much more complicated things will occur. If we don't even know the Egyptian word meaning black, what are we sitting down here for? I'll leave. Sheikh is radical. You also need compromises, no? Sonoran finally decides. He says, yes, indeed. Considering
let me stop right. Hold on, let me stop right there. Let me go back one more time. He says, yes, indeed. Okay.
Yes, indeed. Considering the glossary of Egyptian colors, Kim is in the category of black. He was being a smartass.
He says,
Kim is in the category of black. Mm-hmm. He was being a smartass.
That's what they be trying to do.
Yeah. You see, he telling you right.
What the
he was there talking
doing,
about.
Like Kim is in the category. It's in the category of black,
yeah,
but prove that it's black.
You the dude's body language and how Diop forced this.
And we got some moderators. Please help the people who say they can't hear. Tell them just fast forward. All right. Thank you.
He's telling you how Diop forced this man to step in because they was finna break out because they was playing. See, just like I be seeing, like how Corey and them be doing. You got to get them up out of there. Either we finna listen to this foolishness or we leaving. That's how it goes. So anyway, let's finish it off.
Okay, it is
He
black.
said it is black.
We wanted to say it was black. He wanted to say it was black. It is black,
Hold
you
on,
see.
real quick. Let's pause because there's so much confusion in the chat. Now, unmuting it, the reason why it's muted because they're speaking French. And if we let him play speaking French behind him talking, if y'all want to hear the French, just go, you see the title of the video right there. But we're reading it for the audience who don't know French like me. That's all. So I hope that's not the confusion. Thank y'all for pointing that out. Go ahead, Rob.
Go back a little bit, James. Go back.
Yeah, it's going fast. That's what I was saying. He says,
Okay,
let me read it a little bit too, Robert. I'll help out. He says, we
okay.
want to say it was black. Sheikh said, all right.
No, he wanted to say it was black.
He says,
talking about Sonoran.
Kim in the category of black, he was being a smartass. It is black. He wanted to say it was black. Sheikh said, all right, it is black, you see. We can continue the debate. So when Sonoran said that it was black, then Sheikh said, we ain't leaving. Now we can continue on. He made them say it was black before he even had the further discussion with these folks.
No commentary, just read it. Just read it. No commentary.
My bad. I said, wow. I talked to Abdullah afterwards. I asked him, why was he saying such things? He said, you know it's false, yet you insist. You have to be honest for the sake of the debate. He tried to justify himself, but I said, that's causing confusion for nothing. You're an Egyptologist. You know this. Let's be serious. Now, every time I see him, he asks about Sheikh. How is he doing? He making jokes. In the International Conference of Egyptologists, how is Sheikh doing? I tell him he's doing anyway.
He's not serious.
The issue is this. The color of ancient Egyptian skin black or white. He said that's the issue. At the time, was they white or black? Wasn't no in between. Eyewitnesses, such as Herodotus, such as Aristotle, as Egyptians say Egyptians are black with kinky hair. That they have black skin and kinky hair. Damn, what did he say? Excuse me. Did they have black? He said that they, oh no, I wouldn't go back for it. He said that they have black hair, black with kinky hair, that they have black skin and kinky hair. What is that word right there?
It's in French.
Okay.
It means black skin.
It says, which means
Greek,
they
though,
have,
right?
It's in Greek, yes. It says, which means they have black skin.
Alatricious. Kai Alatricious, that's the nappy hair. But keep going. My bad.
And hair in corkscrew. When I say white person, a black person's non-perm hair.
Real quick, can you pause it?
Yeah.
Is he about to address the issue that we was on, or did he already address it with the Kim stuff?
Yeah, he already addressed the Kim stuff, but then he's going through other things. So I can stop showing it because he already said that with Sonoran and Diop's
he was correcting Abdullah. He was talking about his commentary with Abdullah, right? During the debate and then after the debate. He's saying, Abdullah, you're not serious. You ask him about how's he doing. The issue is, what is the color of the skin? And then he got fly on him. He started speaking Greek, right? He used Greek words, right? I mean, Obenga is a scholar. So he added in here, he used the Greek terms to say what Herodotus. He got fly on him.
Yeah, so he's the linguist. So now he's supposed to go into why he's saying that it meant black. But he's already covered the Diop part. So if you want to stop it now, Smash, we can. Because the Diop conversation was over. Now he's finna go into the linguistics.
Yeah, that's tight. Thanks for
and so them boys is in there like bosses too.
Yeah.
They was in there like bosses.
The way he's terming
They
out
wasn't in
how
there
Diop
shucking
did
and
that.
jiving people. They wasn't in there with their heads down, intimidated. Them boys in there calling shots.
Yeah, he's
big
like,
shots.
man, if y'all ain't gonna do this, we finna go.
Big shots. Put some respect on Check Out the Diop's name.
He said it in front of the international audience, right? So he's saying to the world, if you're not going to deal with this simple thing of black, right, then there is no debate, right? We out, right? And that's what Smash and myself, when we're arguing with these people like Asar and stuff like that, right? You can't even deal with the simple word. And then when he said, oh, it's in the category of the color black, they're like, this guy's not serious. It's just black, right? It's just not black. You're not serious. You're trying to play. So listen, I'm in these debates. Listen, a lot of you, I respect you, right? But I have been in the debates with these characters. I have, right? And Smash is a closer. He's come later, but I spent 2-3 years, right? Maybe about 4 or 5 years ago, arguing this with Ned and Neb against Asar. What Asar says is simply, if you go to his comments on at the Diop conference, he just simply says that Diop is wrong.
Yeah, a lot ain't coming around because they don't want to say Diop is wrong. But
But
Diop ain't
they
wrong.
don't.
I mean, this stuff we can help.
Smash. What they don't say, they say Diop is wrong. Wait.
Yeah, get him ready.
Wait.
Get him.
I mean, I have listen, I like to be a real humble dude, right? But just wait and finish, because I hope bring us to this point.
We're waiting.
All right. What Asar Imhotep never said was Sonoran was wrong.
Boo. I saw that blow. I saw that counter coming, boy.
You saw it, right? But so that's why you have to let me speak.
I ain't say that, no, Reg. I ain't say nothing, Brother Reg.
The issue is,
bro.
Huh?
Calm down, bro. He ain't even did nothing. Just go ahead.
Yeah, we did shit.
No, I'm just saying that if you look at it, white ice is colder. So Asar Imhotep deflected, and he wants to say that the black man was wrong, which is Shekant Diop. But he never will ever say Sonoran was wrong. He never said that. So that's why we're here today. Because Diop, Shekant Diop, and Obenga and Sonoran agreed. So it was a consensus, Nikas with the K, right?
Yeah.
So it was a consensus on that point, right? But Asar Imhotep and Ankh and the rest of them will never say that Sonoran was wrong. They will act like Sonoran. Yeah. All right, stop. I don't need to.
Go ahead, G. True indeed. Nah, I ain't trying to intrude. I'm excited, Brother Reggie. You dropping bombs. That's all it is. I'm just excited, man. That's all. I
just made the point.
Hold on, Smash. What is this Unc Teffy you putting right here? What's up with that?
That's who's Unc Teffy is on the no mark.
It's just an illustration of the first intermediate period.
I know, but you moved it. It was somewhere else.
Am I tripping? It wasn't right.
I'm like, damn, did it move?
Yeah, it must have. I don't know. Maybe I had it too low. But Unc Teffy was the no mark of Tassetti.
Like said because it was Tassetti by itself. Now it's Tassetti Unc Teffy.
Unc Teffy is a person, though. You feel me? It's still just Tassetti. But Unc Teffy, it was done. I wish I could go back to where it was. Let's go.
I see Unc Teffy over there to the left.
Let's go back to see where it was. Hold on.
You muted yourself.
Can we go back? Can we go back to the quote?
Hey, Smash, you muted yourself.
Yeah, okay.
I need somebody to read the quote again.
So, real quick, Ankh-Teferi was the Nomar Taseti during the first intermediate period at one point, and I just scooted it up so that the slide reads accurately.
Okay.
Yeah. But I had that question mark on Kush is because we learned about Kush after, right, coming up out of 11th Dynasty. I mean, by those names, and it's actually the reason why I got Kush on where. So if we look at this with the periodization, the Kushites, the borders move and stuff, and sometimes they don't encompass the area of Sudanese Nubia, lower Nubia. They encompass mostly upper Nubia. But at the time period when we start learning about this T group culture coming in, 11th, 12th dynasty, we got the same burials in Kerma. It's kind of letting us know that some C group, the Kush borders could have possibly moved up. As we learned about Kush at the same time, scholars learned about Kush at the same time as Kemet was identified in history. And so this is why Mario Beatty comes to the conclusion that Kemet may have been a geopolitical name, a social geopolitical name, in order to qualify them as a group unit against outward forces that were coming from both directions, but particularly from Western Asia, as he noted. But now, if we talk about the Kushites again, you can even go look in the history. They are red, and I'm not even trying to be like that. Like the Nubians, right up under in South Egypt, are Nilotic, what they would call Nilotic Negroes, and they are like the Manute Bold is stock. I don't know if he's actually of that, but I'm saying a feature is skinny legs, skinny arms. You know what I'm saying? Height and a really dark black hue. Now, the people who below them are Cushitic, speaking another language group entirely, and they actually are represented a little bit different. And so that should also come in context. Like the Kushites, well, you got some Kushite drawings that's bliggity black too, but some of them look just like Egyptian drawings. And so you can say, is that standardization or is that a real representation? But I'll pass the mic.
I would say this. Okay, when Dr. Mario Beatty said this was in their national conference that I asked Dr. Beatty, could we please discuss this point? So he allowed a conversation between myself, himself, and Asar Imhotep. And then I spoke, right? And Dr. Beatty agreed with me on what was happening at the time when Egyptians were noticing their neighbors and needed to formulate themselves after a long period where Egyptians were killing each other. Egyptians was killing each other at this particular time. And so they needed a time of healing. So Kemet comes out as a uniting kind of a Wahem Masud, a rebirth, a restructuring of Egypt. And it comes out to take what can we all agree on that we all are, which is the sacred human beings. So let's act sacred. So it came out of a geopolitical situation. So context is, this was at the ASCAC conference. I spoke, Asar spoke, right? And then Mario Beatty closed it out. If you listen to it, you will and you heard my comments, you'll see why he's agreeing with me, and we're both disagreeing with Asar. And Asar never really made his point. All he said is, I knew this was going to happen. I knew I wasn't going to have enough time. So we have a forthcoming book, right, on it. But he never made his points. And then he got upset because he never made it. There was no points. And then Dr. Beatty called Asar Imhotep ahistorical. He called them ahistorical in his linguistic analysis. I'll stop.
Now, from a scholarly standpoint, break down what ahistorical means for most people. Like, I know it's some type of form of the disrespect. Excuse me.
A is negation, right?
A prefix for against.
Yeah, it's a prefix for to negate it. So not historical.
Yeah, I know. I know it was disrespectful.
Historical
I just wanted
comparative.
us to get the
What a
context of what he
PhD
meant.
said.
It's a polite way of being
What
disrespectful.
a PhD said, right, to a SAR was that your methodology is ahistorical comparative linguistics, right? So what he did was he threw out a SAR's methodology, right? So now that's a problem. So really, that's a career ender, right? So what they did, in fact, was now it's the who is it? It's Ujawu Asar and Ujawu Sar and their students. What they did was begin an assault on Dr. Mario Beatty. And so because they did that, and I can give you the correspondence. I won't give you the correspondences, but you will not see Dr. Beatty on our platforms. He will just present in his own, in his own, how can I say, power, right? In front of his association, in front of his writings. He will not entertain this conversation anymore. And so when I talk to them, right, and I ask them for help, I asked them for help on Walter Williams. I asked them for help on this. They will give me their comments, but they're not gonna. But the problem is because we are wild. We are wild, y'all. Scholars don't want to entertain us because Dr. Salim Faraji, Dr. Issa, well, Dr. Issa's braver, but Dr. Salim Faraji, an expert on the how can I say the period of Egypt antique. He is so valuable to us. He won't come on our platforms because of the assault that Asar and them that they do, right?
Same thing with Sandro.
Huh?
Sandro won't come on because of the assault they put on him. Yeah. And I'm not asking those scholars to come on because of the assaults y'all put on them. I just want to dialogue and build with them in private and in the back chat. And then say, can I show what you said? So I ain't even tripping. But I hear what you're saying, Reggie. Wow.
Yeah. We're savage. And so Sonetta would love to have a lot more scholars on, but it's just the character of the people. And when you're gonna say to a PhD, certainly a Black PhD, who has to get his PhD through all odds, and you're gonna come up here and you're gonna not source properly, take things out of context, don't have the training, didn't go through the process, and you're gonna act like you're better than them. But you know how it works? See, I found out how it works, Smash family. Okay, well, anybody can write anything, right? But it's not even taken seriously, right? Unless it's in a journal. I figured that out because people might cite your book, right? But the problem is with that you didn't write your book through a peer review process at all. It wasn't even submitted. So what happens is you can look at Asar's books, right? Look, a scholar, like, how Smash says, I'll give you a desk copy. If you're a scholar, you don't have to buy my book, right? This is Smash Rockwell, right? That's why I mess with you. Because you say, look, write me. You don't have to pay for the book, right? The book is in better format, but if you want to hear my arguments, write me. I give you a desk copy, right? Asar, you got to buy his book.
Hell, we'll play the audio for you. What chapter they disagree with, Reggie? We can play the audio for them right now. You feel me?
Well, no. See, the problem is they would have to cite you and disagree, right? All they just do is have a commentary, but they won't write anything. What they do is hide their attacks within a chat, a YouTube video where a whole bunch of people is talking. That is not how you critique a scholar to say that he's wrong. What you do is you pull out what is wrong, you cite it, and then you argue that point. Sean and Harry, he tried to say in his paper, first it was on academia, that Kemet don't mean black people, right? But what he did was all he did was critique my information. He didn't really go to any external sources outside. So he fails now. So now he put that in a book, right? Young Sean put that in a book. Well, guess what? That's why we don't use books, right? Unless you are, how can I say, a PhD and you went through the process. No, he has it in a book, but nobody's going to cite him and say in any conclusion that I am wrong. No scholar's going to do that, right? So I can help. I try to help. It's hard to get into a journal. It's easier to present at RC, right? Then
and I'm about to give away some free books too. So go ahead.
It's easier to go to RC and present, but RC does presentations. When they present, they don't really occasionally they might publish papers, right? This is what you want. You want to go to an organization that is going to publish your papers, okay? So that way you have it in written form, right? Then people can cite it. I'll stop. I'm just, I'm not feeling well today anyway.
Hey, Smash, I got a
Yeah,
question.
Smash.
Can we, who was the name of the grammarian again? Was it Sunaman?
Serge Sonoran.
Shakina Rod, thank you for the cash app. If somebody bought the book, thank you. That was Serge Sonoran.
Okay, God. I got a question.
Uh-huh.
Did he say that Kemet means the black land, or did he say that Kemet means black people?
He said Kemet means the black country. He said Kemet means black people, is the way they would say black people, but Kemet means the black country. So what do you think, it was from the soil to him or the people?
Shit, the people. The country's named after the people.
You know what? Actually, no one, after they seen the level of Diop's work, no one at that conference mentioned the soil. Do y'all know that? No one at that conference mentioned the silk. They wasn't even gonna try that with Diop.
Yeah, it seemed like he was ready to. But let me just go to the modern day.
So again, before you go, James, let's recap that, because that is the point. That's the overall message of today's show, and it was the overall message the other day, and everybody's missing it. Once again, can you state what his name is and what his position is? Smash.
Let's
this
look
man.
him up. He's an Egyptologist. I think he passed in '76. Serge Sonoran. He was a linguist. Actually, let me see.
They call him a grammarian.
Yeah. In their day, they called him a grammarian.
My book. So, yep, he did die in '76. So, let's put this up. Certain research, you just know stuff because I had to put this in my work. So, he did die in '76. We could look at his wiki.
Pay close attention, everybody.
Let's see if
Listen
there's
very
another
close.
source on him.
What was his position at UNESCO?
Oh,
He
so
was
he
a grammarian.
He was look, he's an Egyptologist, but he's also a linguist. So he was 1927 to 1976, a French Egyptologist, Serge Sonoran. And so this is the one they turned to, was like, what is you talking about? Like, the text. Look, these are his writings. Well, actually, these are journals that he might be in, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Sonoran. Okay,
he knows the grammar. So they clarify the grammar of Egypt, of the word Kemet, right? That is that. And so Abdullah wasn't being honest by just simply saying it doesn't mean. And so they used Serge Sonoran to use grammar, because the rest of the conversation with Obenga was based on Egyptian grammar, right?
Okay.
And the feminine singular T. Okay, you're gonna talk. Listen,
Nah, we listening, brother
What
Reggie.
happened?
I don't know. Reggie, you need to
Cernamon,
listen back to some of these shows, bro.
no,
Because
I'm
when
listening real time. If I'm talking,
We just say yeah,
we
I
listen.
I
mean, we
know, god
disagree.
damn, you got a short fuse so short right now. And this home base. Other niggas want to talk too.
Yeah, we just said we
Cernan,
agree. We wasn't even cutting you off. Go ahead. I
yeah,
mean, yeah, like you saying
let's get
something
it
that, like
clarified.
when you
Who
saying that,
Cernan,
putting it in context for us.
Sonoron was. Let's get it clarified for the people. Everybody, we have to get this. This is the UNESCO grammarian. He's the top official when it comes to the grammar of Egypt. This is who was asked by the Honorable Sheikh Anta Diop. This is who Sheikh Anta Diop asked him, what is the word, how would you say black people in Egyptian language? He responded and said, Kemet is how the ancient Egyptians would say black people. And that the term Kemet means the black country. So we, like I said earlier, we have to start get more into detail and discuss this beauty that we have before us. You said Kemet is the black country.
I think you're messing
No,
up.
no, it ain't. He said that Kemet means the black country.
Well, let's let him say what he's got to say. Why you think he messing up?
It wasn't commit to you. He says black people and Kemet is the
I
black
didn't
country.
Yeah,
say
he
Kemet to
disagreed
you.
with Kemet to you. He agreed with Kemet.
Yeah, but he didn't say
Turn
Kemet
around.
to you. He said Kemet.
He said Kemet, my brother. See, this is what I'm talking about.
I know. All right. Hey, what? All
Damn.
right. Relax, Robert. Let me
Yeah,
ask you
let's
one
all
question.
chill. We chilling,
No,
Simple.
yo.
I'm relaxed. I'm relaxed. I'm
All
relaxed. I'm
right.
not
Let me
upset,
ask
G.
you a
You know what I'm
simple
saying? I'm just,
question.
but that's my point
Hey, all
again,
right.
God.
Cool. Be quiet.
See, I
Tattoos.
think
Let me
your
ask you
team
the
just
question.
mandate that we do this, that we have
I
this.
can't understand. Yeah, I can't
We
understand.
ain't
But
got no love for each other. Everything is
No, I
just.
got love, G. I ain't got no problem with G. I was just
No,
saying
because as
that was
far as
my
I
point.
understand what Robert now saying there, he's saying that Kemet mean two things simultaneously. So I need an explanation for.
Oh
He
no,
now
yeah,
saying
David
that
Kemet
Kemet
mean
mean
hella
the
things
black people,
simultaneously.
and then he's saying it mean the black land
Yeah, no, that's how it works.
simultaneously, and that grammatically correct.
No, he's
So
not
you
wrong
say,
with that. They have different word classes for the same words. They could arrive at being homophones. Like we don't know all the vowels in between. But to say that there's a Kemet with an 049 glyph that would indicate a city situation. There's a Kemet with people determinatives that would not be indicative of a city situation, but more or less of a collective. You agree with that, Reggie?
yeah.
let me
are you
just
saying
say
it have a
and
Kemet
okay, and
with a multiple people determinant that don't have the use on and the pluralism? You're saying it is Kemet with the people determinant.
You got to deal. See, you changed
Let Reggie
the point
answer that though,
again.
real
That's what I
quick.
was saying, G. You changed the point again. You deviated again, my brother.
This
I
is
didn't
why.
deviate at all. I now
You
respond to
did,
what
my good
Smash said.
brother.
Now
What
Well,
we're
listen.
Reggie, I
talking
was gonna
about
do a
was
whole song about that. You remember that song by a young rapper meme called "This Is Why I'm Hot"?
Yes.
I was gonna do that and explain. This is why I'm hot. This is why I be getting mad at him, Reggie. And this is because we right. This is why we right, and this is why y'all not. But anyway, so explain why you be getting mad, Reggie, if you want to. Why you see it.
Yeah. Well, first of all, we're lucky to have Smash Rockwell on the show, who does know Egyptian grammar, has proven common time. We're dealing with now, we're using our tools to analyze exactly what is being said, right? So we know the terms, Kemet, we know Kemo, right? Smash has actually showed us versions of Kemo, right? And we know Kemetiyu. We have people coming on who don't know grammar, never seen the text, and want to tell us, right, what things mean, right? And interrupt people when they are trying to explain exactly what something means. So my good brother Robert was interpreting as best as he could what was going on. The best way to interpret it is just simply to read, right, what was said, right? Now, this other guy comes in, it's a whole nother conversation, right? He needs clarification. We've been on this show for about 2 hours. So you can't come into a show 2 hours later and then try to interpret something, or you want some extra explanation. If you don't know Egyptian grammar, right, Smash will show you if you watch the class. So Kemet, in this case, with the A1, B1 glyph and the plural, right? Right? Because it's written like that, it is a collective. The collective is people. So Kemet, so what Diop was showing you is in the written report. They were dealing with that particular Kemet, the A1, B1 glyph with the plural, right? With the Kim and the half loaf, the T. That's what they was dealing with. To have a conversation with any of us about what they was dealing with means that you didn't read any of the stuff that we showed before, and you don't know what we're talking about. So we're talking about one particular glyph. He could have did completion. He could have did the cattle. No, they're dealing with that one. What does this mean? I'll stop. This is why I'm hot.
Hold on, I'm about to ask everybody to unmute themselves. Oh yeah, allow participants to unmute themselves. Anybody got a response?
Yes, I got a quick response. Everybody, let's go back, okay? Let's go back again, okay? We got to be where we at. This is where we at. We're talking about Sonoran, who was the grammarian of the UNESCO conference. The grammarian. This is the top official when dealing with Egyptian texts and its meaning and its connotations, its history. This is a linguist, a PhD, an Egyptologist, Sergio Sonoran. Serge, okay? Serge said, and if the great Madjai would be so excellent in his majesty to pull the quote up again so we can see exactly what he said.
That's how we do it. This is how we do it.
Indeed, God. Pull it back up, G.
There you go, Montel vibes real quick. Get a smile back on that face, man. This is still a Heb. What festival is this? I don't know what festival. Did they have a particular festival after beating the brakes on people?
Yeah, Laugh-a-thon.
All right, this ain't the Sorry Sonoran. Maybe it's over here. There you go. There you are, brother. Did we lose Robert?
True indeed, God.
Okay, so you want?
No, I'm still here, great king.
Go ahead.
So it says here, to designate black people, to designate the term black people, to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or KMU, Kamu, not Kemetu, not Kemetu. This is the grammarian of the UNESCO conference, PhD, Egyptologist and linguist of the UNESCO conference. He said to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kamu, not Kemetu. So we need to take things slow and go step by step. Okay? So to designate black people, to infer, to designate, to determine the phrase black people, black people, black people. And mind you, put this in context. This is talking about the ancient Egyptians. This is before Jim Crow South. This is before Charles Darwin. This is before racial constructs.
we have a term that said by the grammarian of the UNESCO conference that the term Kemet would mean black people. I spin the mic, G. We got to get that.
Coma, what was your contention? I mean, did we work that out?
Yeah, we're reading it here right now, but from what I'm seeing, I think he's saying the best one would be Camus. What do you think?
Nah, definitely not. Because I think if you thought that, but I got that too. But if we thought that, I think he would have said that one first.
Why you skip over the first?
I know. Somebody imagine when you say an or to
this
anyone. When you say an or to anyone, your first option is your first option.
I know, all
then
right.
you give them a second option.
Why read in here? Why read in here? Saying Professor Sonoran intervening in the course of lively exchange of views on linguistic matters between Professor Abdallah and Diop, stated that the Egyptian kem, feminine kemet, meant black. The masculine plural was kemu, and the feminine plural kemenet, you would have to say.
Mm-hmm.
The form kemetiyu could mean only two things. Those of Kemet, thus the inhabitants of Kemet, the black country. It was a derived adjective and nisba formed from the geographical term which had become a proper name. It was not necessarily felt with its original meaning. To designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu, not Kemetiyu. In any case, they never used this adjective to indicate the black people of the African hinterland, whom they knew about from the times of the New Kingdom.
Blah, blah, blah. It's more than that, but it's just saying the same thing. Now, here's the deal that we never pointed out. The order of the phrasing, because first he said Kemet could only mean two things. Those of Kemet, the inhabitants of Kemet, the black country. And after he made that point clear, he said to designate black people, they would have used the same word. Seriously? Those of Kemet? So then what is Kemet to him? This is my question. Does anyone think he could have any stance that Kemet meant it was Kemet because of the black soil after he states this?
Those of, that he talking about people. He ain't talking about no dirt.
Let me jump in here.
So he can't be talking about dirt. He said those of.
Well, the Kemet is what would be representing. It would be the black land because of the soil. But here he's telling you, well, even let's say he maintained that stance. He's still telling you to designate black people. They would have said Kemet, the same exact term. And so even if we just found these documents without no influences on them, it would be a lot easier to see what the hell he's saying. But people act like they can't see this. Well, then they should just look at the final document to see what was concluded. And what was concluded is everything we're saying. So let's talk about some of the nuances of where he's wrong and where he's incorrect and how he come to certain conclusions. In particular, this Kimmel here, he's leaning strongly on how the Coptic grammar would work. And that was probably some leading work for his time period 50 years ago. But right now, I think people would probably say, nah, that probably ain't. Because this is more like trying to say blacks. You're taking an adjective black and you're just pluralizing it. Go ahead.
Because I want to know, because probably at that point in time, in 1974 conference, 50 years ago, you see, Sonoran might be a heavyweight in the grammar and thing. But what, in all fields of study, you don't know to keep refining the knowledge and the information. So I think instead of asking Sonoran impression, it would be more prudent to ask her up-to-date modern Egyptology.
So bam, man. Hold on. Let me do this.
Get the bum out of here. Get this bum out of here.
I'm trying to work with Reggie. Reggie say,
get the bum out of here.
I don't feel that way.
Get the bum out of here.
Word.
We're analyzing the paper at this time. Get this bum out of here.
I mean, Reggie, you from New York.
You see why I started saying
that's the bum.
You a bum. Hey, did you ever write anything? Calm. Get him out of here.
All right.
Is the
I'm gonna
king
bring
of
back
his
some
fet?
order,
Because
y'all.
I talking calm and
Guys.
normal. This man wanna jump
No,
on.
you
he
can
said
talk
that's
calm, but
calm.
you
Use
still
He
a
use
said
the
that's
boss.
king of
calm
his
as
All right,
fet,
hold on. Where the
Reggie.
music
Use a
at?
his
We gonna
fet.
Yo,
play some
bum
music.
ass. Oh
Is the king
God.
relax?
Hold on.
Calm.
What just happened? What just happened?
For that interview, dog, I put my shit out for niggas. I don't send it to blogs.
That was
Where that
crazy.
hard
Yeah,
coupe at? We
Dude
can play
I
that
got the
hard coupe.
busy air out. Yo,
I don't know if y'all can hear the
Neurotic
hard coupe
script
in
in
the
my
Zoom.
car too.
So y'all
Stop
can keep
playing with
Roll
the
screaming.
through
busy
with
air.
them
But everybody else
arches.
chilling.
All cool. That's in my channel. I'm been to giving
Calm,
y'all
because
truth.
no
I ain't core for
grammar,
meteorite.
right?
Should be
And
charged
we
truth.
are
Charged
I
the
analyzing
think
it
I
chariot and almost left
as
for
a big
burning.
elder.
The queen like
You know,
No,
almost
I'm
left
not
for
the
carving.
elder.
you need,
Immortalize
oh,
the
well, as
image,
a
put a
old
figure
man,
and a
you
figurine.
dress
Oh,
yourself
no,
as
Give
a
y'all
king.
screaming over the music. Maybe y'all can't
What
hear it,
music?
huh? It was soothing.
We
We
can't
can't
hear
hear
no
no
music.
music.
We
Oh,
don't
no
hear
We
wonder
can't hear
why
no
it
music.
wasn't soothing and calming y'all. Y'all, let's not do that, please, here. Because as we
You
speak
talking
about
about do
why
that?
the
You know
scholars
I
don't
ain't doing
engage
nothing.
us, we show why.
It's
You
because
feel me?
of his
But
fat man like
Jay,
Call
Reggie.
me
Look how the
out.
man
Can we
can't
get this
control
dude
himself.
out?
All right, they
Nobody
asking for
ain't
you to
throwing me
get
off
up
the
out of
panel,
here,
Reggie.
bro. And
So you
that's an
could
Archie.
forget
What's
that.
up with Uncommon?
Yeah, we
What?
talking normal. Nobody ain't throwing me off the panel because you asking for it, Reggie. Take your fucking time. That's what I'm showing you.
I'm
All
asking.
right.
So
I
hold
Well,
on,
told you.
relax
Reggie.
yourself.
Reggie, honestly though, can we? You know, sometimes.
Okay, I'm leaving.
Oh no!
Leave,
Don't
dog. You have
please
So,
don't
imps.
do us
you
like
know
that
what?
Reggie,
because
Keep
you
you
it
have
got
bomb.
imps,
some.
bro.
You know what?
Leave. You
I
have
did
imps,
help
bro.
bring us to this point.
You got valuable
Okay.
contributions that
I did help bring us to this point. This dude has no valuable. He's saying, can we ask
but
a
he probably
current
trying to
Egypt
learn,
conference?
Reggie.
This
No, he's
man is an
not.
I
idiot,
don't
bro.
know. I don't know,
How,
Smash. Hold on. No,
No,
how
let's
that,
go back.
Help
Let's go
us
back.
out,
Let's go
James,
back.
because I
Let's
don't
go
want
back to
Reg to
what
think
they
I'm
were
saying
talking
something. I'm
about.
trying to calm my brother down. Like, so
Right.
help us out,
Well, hold
James.
on. Let me ask the judge a question though, right? He he's coming in from some type of a standpoint like he has a leg to stand on after all the information that's been presented, right? How long have you been watching today, at least?
how long I watching this program today?
Yeah. When did you come in? Did you come in from the beginning of it, or you
Nah,
just
about since
popped up, or what?
about an hour and a half ago or less.
Okay,
About that.
word. Okay, so but no, okay, so now we this one sentence that I don't understand why we got to keep going over this, but this is amazing. You chose to skip over Kemet to go to Kimu, right? Why did you do that?
Nah, I didn't choose to skip
Yeah,
over
you
nothing.
did. No. Stop the Jay. That's exactly what you did. This is
No,
recorded.
all I did. Oh, listen to
Hey,
me.
hold on. I'm
Okay.
just trying to get some clarity for myself.
All right. Well, let me clarify.
Didn't you?
All,
Did y'all just hear him skip over the
my
He
Kemet?
bro.
pointed it out, but go ahead, let him clarify.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let's hear what he got to say though.
All I did was read the paragraph above the paragraph that you started by. That's all I did. You understand?
What made you do
I'm not
that though?
talking about
What
that.
made you do that when you clearly seen that they was reading a certain? What
I
made
mean,
you
that's
go
kind of
above?
not really what you did, though. When you
That ain't what he
reiterated
did.
and you read the designated black people, you said so it would have been Kimu first, and we all pointed out like, why are you skipping over that? It says Kim at first, and then I asked you when you say
You know why? Because I saw it in the reason I said Kim was because I saw it in the preceding paragraph,
See,
what's
that's an
highlighted in
easy
purple right
explanation,
now.
y'all. There you go.
That's exactly what that I read it in the previous. It highlighted right now on the screen. You understand? So it's down in the third paragraph where you're saying I skip over Kemet for Kemu, but I didn't even notice that at that point in time. That was showing you not to be so hasty to try to so
No,
hasty to
but
But
run
no, but
down
Reggie
read
right.
conclusions.
He
that
just
sentence.
tired of that shit. And I get tired of it sometimes too. The deal is that no one's mounting any valid contentions. And they keeping us stuck on the stuff, acting like people can't read plain English. Even you just tried to skip over what he said it was KMT. There's more of a reason behind that. It's because if it's KMT, then that blow up the black land argument about the soil and silt. At least I'm suspicious of that's what led you to subconsciously skip over the KMT. And so I'm just
Nah.
asking Reggie to
You could
extend
ask
his
that
leash a little bit.
clarification.
Like sometimes you walk your dog too close, you might get bit. So let it wander. Don't even trip off him. Have a little bit longer leash today if you don't mind, because everybody wants you to contribute and to be here because we value your information.
Correct.
Facts.
Right.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. I wasn't even
Robert said he
listen.
stuck on his
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
Hold on, Uncle. Hold
I
on.
wasn't.
I want to hear Reggie reply. You can unmute yourself after Reggie reply.
So in this conversation, we know that Cheikh Anta Diop presented a paper, right? And the subject of the paper was Kemet with the A1B1 plural glyph. We know this, right? And Abdullah was basically saying that it don't mean black. Sonoran steps in as grammarian for ancient Egyptian grammar, and he clarifies it. So the subject is always on Kemet, but Sonoran said or Kemu, as if it needed to be discussed, right? But the subject was always Kemet, right? So he threw in Kemu, which Coptic you can look at, fine, right? And you could, you could find in ancient Egyptian. But the fact in clear English, he said to designate Black people, it would have been Kemet or Kemu, right? Anybody that knows philology would now look up how often is Kemu referenced? So we know that that's really kind of obscure when it's talking about the collective of the people, right? It will go on, right, to start talking about the feminine T collective, right? That Dr. Obenga would. But when we are putting in arguments at random, right, and then to say the worst, why don't we ask a current? The difference, you know how that fails? That fails because this was a world symposium with the best at that time. So you can't just go ask.
All I was saying, give me, pardon me, my brother. Pardon me. I just want to get one sentence in.
I'm
just get one sentence in.
You don't know Egyptian grammar. I don't care.
Yes, I do. That's what I'm showing you. You don't know me like that, Reggie. Stop running your mouth. Stop running your mouth.
If you knew Egyptian grammar,
stop running your mouth. I asking a simple. Listen, this is what I'm showing you. Just like to babble too much, Reggie. Because the whole point I was saying about Sonoran, if the man had an expert opinion, in 1974, all I was saying is, why wouldn't we consult an expert opinion in 2024? That's all I was saying. You're talking about Isa Bum and take me off.
So hold on, let me ask you, Jed, why would you need to do that? Nothing has changed.
Yeah, this ain't been falsified.
All of the Egyptian, hold up, you don't know. I'm asking you. You say you deal with the language, and I ain't saying I do. But you don't know that most Egyptian people that deal with the grammar already agree that KMT means black?
Yeah, I do. I don't know what you talking about. That's not why
you saying, you saying we need to go get one, but you already know that they agree.
People part.
No, all right. Listen to what I'm saying, right?
I think the English is different.
Let me make this sentence.
You got a Caribbean thing. Try to understand
it's no Caribbean, nothing
it does
that,
sound
right?
different to us, though.
Let me tell you something. All I was saying with the Kemu, right? All I was saying, if we watch the first paragraph, we would see that Diop stated KM is black, and it says in parenthesis, feminine KMT, right? Then we go down to the third paragraph, we see in that to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu, right? And not Kemetiu. So all I was asking is in terms of when we're talking about plural groups, right? If it is the convention that it would be feminine or masculine, because let me say, if I just generally say in English and American parlance about, hey, you guys, and it could mean a collection of male and female people, but you wouldn't be like saying, hey, you girls, and talking about male and female people in a group together. So it's not really like trying to quarrel or fight or nothing. I'm just asking a question, if you understand.
Yeah, we got it. All right, so we got to deal with what Sonoran said, the grammarian. You know what I'm saying? Of the UNESCO conference, PhD Egyptologist and linguist. This is who was asked the question, posed the question at the UNESCO conference by Sheikh Anta Diop, most honorable black man in all of his excellence. And pertaining to this word Kemet, K-E-K-M-T, right? Kemet was said by Sauron to mean black people. This is how the term black people would be stated by the ancient Egyptians, is the very term itself, Kemet. And he argued, his stance is that Kemet means black, the black, what is it, King Smash? Is it the black civilization, black
No, I'd
nation?
say the black country. All right, am I
The
wrong?
black country.
Am I wrong, Reggie?
So
Black
it's like
lands, I
what he's
thought.
saying in so many words is that the country is named after its people.
That's what I'm hearing, but people don't want to hear that. But let's move on because, yeah, this is an easy one, and we've been on this for hours. If people don't understand this, I apologize. As far as coming to some new Egyptologists, that's what's happening right now.
Okay, hey, Brother Jonathan, I just came in like 10 minutes, so pardon my ignorance because I'm trying to understand what you guys are actually trying to understand.
This simple sentence on the screen.
Hey yo. So
Okay.
so I have a
This one
question.
right here.
Smash.
I'm showing
Smash. I will
Yes,
ask
sir.
you
Yes,
a
sir.
quick
Yes, sir.
question.
Go ahead.
Quickly, right? You don't no hard, no sneaky thing, right? You see how it's saying feminine in the singular for black is Kemet, KMT in the first paragraph. And then simultaneously, 2 paragraphs down, it says black people, which is plural, which designated in plurality, and it's saying what I've said, Kemet, the same thing. So in your elaborate for me if that making sense to you.
Yeah, that's making sense to me because he understands the language has a different thing to help us clarify between the two, called determinatives or classifiers, meaning that the one that's saying Kemet black people would have a people group behind it in order to classify that that's what this is the argument. Some Egyptologists will say that's an improper use of that collective people group A1, B1, and Z2, the 3 strokes of plurality. They might say that that's an improper use of that, but they can't argue that because in all other instances, it's a collective, it's in a people group. So what they would see different between the two Kemets is a determinative that helps them indicate which was what. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. So in Egyptological studies, when you're transcribing from Medunetcha into Latin letters and symbols, it has any kind of convention to indicate the determinative, or you just that piece of information lost in the transcribe?
Oh, well, and that's a very good question. There's not much in the transliteration to indicate the determinative. Not that I can recall off top hand. The transliteration is a phonetic system where they're transcribing the the sounds or the characters into another character script. So the characters is the primary focus, not even really the sounds, just the characters. So when it comes to the determinatives, how could they take a determinative and put it into a Latin script? See what I mean?
Can I ask a question to you?
But we can always go to the TLA to find the attestations there, can't we?
Yes, but this is the more of a reason why it's only some information we get from the primaries. Go ahead, Brother Reggie.
Okay, thank you. So to get rid of poor arguments, right? It's simply all you have to do is pull up the Vigus dictionary, right? And go through and find all the terms that have the A1, B1 plural. You will find that they all mean people.
Now watch this. Are y'all seeing my screen?
A1 space dash.
And this is Z3 or Z2? Z2 for the 3 strokes? Z2.
Yes, it could be Z2 or Z3. Z2 is
Z2 right here. So look at now. This is funny enough because the first term it came to, Reggie, was a term that also can be used for cattle that I've been pointing out, Windute, right? But here we got Windute associates. But we got to understand this. Now, the root to this Windute term is really a term well, am I saying that right? How would you say this?
Winju.
Winju. I think. Yeah, thank you. Winju. Now, it's really going to be this Winju word, just this right here, right? But as you see, that's at the beginning of this one, but it has another chick bird, and the people group Reggie wants us to see. Now, notice every time we see this, it is going to be a people group or a collective. But what they're going to argue is that the collective is not tied to the meaning of the root, right? And so that's what the argument is going to be. Now, the meaning of this root is a unit ultimately. And so they're going to be inconsistent because a people group is a unit. And this is how we get a herd from another derivative of the same wind. When you see the wind in the dew mountain, think of a unit. Now, whatever behind it is, that's what it's a unit of. Now, if it's a singular unit, it won't be this. But so how, as Reggie is pointing out, all of these definitions where we see the two people and the three strokes, for this Windut word, it is associates, people, inhabitants. But I want to scroll down to another Windut. I'm gonna stay on this. Let's just go to this. Here go another rendition of it. Let's see what they're talking about here. This is, you see these people? They're saying it's the first courtyard or what? Accessible to what? The
we
people.
can't see the whole
To
screen.
the people.
Oh, y'all not seeing? It's
No, I
got,
see it fine.
No,
Oh, you talking about the whole thing?
Pull out a little bit.
I just have to
that's
pull
cool
out.
right
You know
there.
what? Some people, I think the never mind. Y'all can see it now?
Yeah, we can see the whole thing now.
Okay, yeah. So they basically saying these is really people of the first courtyard. But they say the first courtyard, which is accessible to the people. They really say this is the first courtyard with these people. But we see the people group there to indicate that right there, that's not a collective. This is just the people of the courtyard. Is that a collective? I don't know.
No, it's
Go ahead.
No, yeah. So it's a collective because it's a people, but it's not. You will see where it would say collective, right?
Yeah.
So there are different cases. So go to another case.
Here's a case. Now this is an assistant and a helper, but again, I wouldn't translate this as just one assistant. I don't know who else would, but they got it like it's just one. You see what I mean? When you see the three strokes for plurality, and you see, so it's kind of like assistants. I mean, but you could say no. Someone could say no. That's just a singular one assistant that got the three people on here.
Give another one.
Pardon me?
Hey, yo, pull up the determinative by itself.
But the three strokes, that's gonna come up like 200 million times. Are you
Not
talking
the
about
three
just the
strokes,
people, two people?
The people with the three strokes
A1,
under them.
Here it is right here. Look.
The people with the people under them.
A1 and B1 with the plural means Ramesh. The A1, B1 with the plural with Z2 means Ramesh.
So this is A1, the man,
right,
B1 is the woman, and Z2 is this. And we can follow this code right here. So if you start at the beginning of the code, Z11, that's this first glyph up here, Z11. That means the do glyph is not N26, and furthermore, blah, blah, blah. So that's how you know A1, B1, if you want to go do further research on those glyphs.
Man,
Now,
just hold on. What Reggie just said was just a checkmate right there. He said that the A1 and B1 with the Z2 glyph just means Ramesh. And when you put the Kim glyph in front of it, what does it mean?
Black people with.
But some people are going to say, no, it got to be related to the location.
What?
But we already dismantled that. The location
That
wasn't
is crazy.
There. The location
no way.
wasn't there. It wasn't
Alright,
called
so it was smashed. What's the source and the reason why they would be putting it like assistant, like a singular person? That's just that's just Vegas and them doing wrong grammar.
We always look at the
We're gonna boil it
attestations
down
for
to
that.
rough.
Please don't go down a rabbit hole.
No, we just go look at that's a cool question.
Yeah, that's not a
he
rabbit
kind
hole.
of asking, why do we see the three strokes, but the attestation says it's a singular assistant or helper?
Yeah, that's a simple, straightforward question.
We could go look at the attestations and see if that's a group of people or not. But yeah, I feel you,
let me
Reggie.
do that.
The feminine T is not there, right? So that's where you can look at it as simply a unit, right? But when the feminine T is there, then that is a collective noun, right? So the best case would be to find those with the feminine T, right? With the plural.
Well, this
right?
kind of kill it too, because go ahead. Because in this boo nebu, they don't say the image or whatever, but they saying everyone, which kind of let us. I don't know what that lets people know.
That's plural. Everyone is plural. I indicate plurality.
But it's not a collective.
Yeah, everyone is definitely not a collective. So this is the Syrian tribe. It don't say collective, but the tribe is a group that you can look up as one individual, which to me mostly defines a collective.
Okay,
Some
so
group you can look at as one.
Look
like
at Syrian tribe.
huh?
Yeah, we a Syrian tribe, right?
Yeah.
So this time there is a collective. There is a place, right, or a group of people, and they're describing a group of people. So the Wihed, right, is the Syrian group of people, just like the Kim would be the black people, right? So which happens to be the Egyptians themselves, or the Negroes, right, or the black people of that place. So let's go to another one.
We go one for family kindred. Now, obviously, they're using the same what yet or whatever word, right? But it could mean family kindred, relative, settlement, or a town. Indicated by the class of the word is people in plurality. So that's not a problem.
Go to another case. So what you do is
So let's do it better. We're gonna go to, excuse me, Reggie. Can I go to the TLA instead? Because it ain't popping up hot in here. Let's go to the TLA. Shit.
So while you're doing that, to kill a lame argument, it shows that the person doesn't know the construction of grammar. So what they do is they want to act like they want to learn along the way, right? But you can't learn along the way when you're making authoritative statements as whether he should have used Kimmel rather than Kemet. So right then and there, that's a tell that the person doesn't do the work.
Now check
right?
this. Yep. Look,
I think you just running your mouth as usual because it's son around who put forward that Kemu mean black people. That's what I'm saying. You're trying to throw words and things. You ain't even so proficient in Merunet.
Sometimes when I'm banging, I don't even respond to every shot, bro. I just be like sometimes if y'all banging, you know. You're gonna get your turn. You feel me? But it ain't gotta be a back and forth.
Yeah, but it's simple, Smash. He can't show nothing. All he can just do is find random arguments. But when you ask him to do the work, to show the examples, like you're showing examples right now, he can't do that. But what he can do is pick at something. Right?
No, my brother. I there on my phone
on the screen. It's gonna help us all come to some conclusions. Sorry, I ain't just trying to shut you down, Aunt Coma, but Reggie always
I know that.
contributing.
I know. Hey, yo, me and you normal, brother. You do your program. You know, me and you normal. Reggie's the king of Isfet. That's why you always vex and always quarreling.
Your mother,
y'all.
I'm glad, Kofa, that you understand
now you see when the people biting off more than the truth. If I fly to New York and bust for you flicking head now, Reggie. If I do that to you.
It's not
you gonna do what? You gonna do what?
Yo, chill out, man.
This is crazy. Wow, we can't have.
If I fly to New York and bust your head,
I thought I muted all. Hey, you got something special going on. When I click mute all, yours still be going.
You don't know I special.
Oh, hold on. Oh, I got it so that y'all can unmute yourself. See, that's the problem. Man, we need some break from that. The show was still cool and I ain't even been streaming. We trying to just be chilling, man. Golly, why y'all gotta beat up each other? I get caught up in them debunkers too. I'm not no better than y'all. But let's think about it like this ain't what we really want to do.
Morodic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them arches. All cool. That's in my Shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Him at letter and hoop her.
Them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear 'em. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tomb alive with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them or reserve them. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you. Because now y'all probably don't remember what y'all's arguing about. I'm going to play one more so y'all can't remember what y'all's arguing about. Watch this.
If you ain't Sinetta, no time for that interview, dog. I put my shit out for niggas, I don't send it to blogs. Clan kill off the Buddha, not being discreet. One puff this big pops and projectiles. Between the sheets. Sun run, cold game, bring your cleats.
All right, we back. See? Now we don't even remember what it was over. We're going to have a whole new convo. Let me press allow people to unmute themselves. Let's go on to new topics. Allow participants to unmute themselves. Thank you, gentlemen, for allowing me to moderate the show and not taking it personal that I'm trying to get us not to fight. I appreciate y'all.
I got a new topic.
Hold on, though. I think we got to deal with Haskell one time, bro.
Okay, God.
Let's deal with the brother.
Hey,
you could deal with it.
What's going on, Smash?
What was your contention, good brother Haskell? How you doing?
I'm cool, man. How everybody doing?
I can't complain. I was just trying to bring us back to a level vibe. That's why I wanted to go to you real quick because of the way you lay out your arguments. It's always efficient and well maintained. So let's.
Man, I appreciate that, bro.
Word up.
Yeah, I'm here to learn. Again, as I said before, I'm just a little tadpole in the language department. So my question was, has any of the proponents of the Black land argument, insofar as professionals, right? Have they laid out side by side what the glyphs would be for Black people versus what it would be for Black land?
So I think most of them concluded that it was Black land of some sort by different titles. Like some said Black country, which would indicate land. But they definitely, the question that remained was it Black land because of the people or because of the soil? Now, for the second part of what you said, I don't think that's a good question for them to have to ask, and it is one that's why Sonoran said would. Like, okay, then how would this have been said? And he had to concede, like, okay, well, whether it happened or not, this is how it would have been said.
It would, right.
Yeah, but we looking at the evidence, especially 50 years later, if I could go in the time machine, I'd just put hella slides on the screen at the symposium and be like, this how it would have been said.
He's deceased, right?
Yes,
Sonoran's deceased, right?
1976, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I just remember that because we just looked at it on the screen a few seconds ago.
Because my thing is, okay, fine. And what are the series of glyphs, by the way? It's the bird, the loaf of bread, something, and then that circle with the X in it, right?
We're going to put it on the screen. Oh, I hope everybody know they on unmute. Everybody has the ability to unmute, by the way, but yeah.
Because if those series of glyphs represent Black land, right?
Y'all see how I just You see how I just modified my argument? Look, it used to say this: the truth about Kemet to you, but I'm gonna come like that, and now because we got the data, and I'm gonna just change this to another image. Pardon for the interruption, bro.
No, not a problem. So my question would be, okay, fine. Let's say this is the Black land. I would ask those who are the proponents of the Black land thing, if a speaker of the language were to say, or intended to say Black people, what would those series of glyphs be?
Exactly. And that's the question. And so I asked good brother Chris, who really is good with the grammar, and he proposed something that we actually have on the slide here, provided by the research of Ned. He found, he said it would be Remech Kim. But we've also found that, but I couldn't necessarily agree that it would be Remech Kim. As Dr. Sandra Capo-Chichi pointed out, is you don't have to say the second noun. When you're making these color collectives, you could just say the color, and that's just how that be. And so
Right. So
that's
it'd be denoted by a determinative then.
uh-huh. Yeah, and I guess in real life it must be denoted by some type of a sound shift or maybe some different vowels or what have we. Who knows it? All right. But it would have to somehow be denoted in real life too. Because say if I
Yeah,
was
because
talking to you and I just said Kemet, and you thinking, is he talking about cows, people?
right. Because people, all right, so Diop and people who are or in agreement with him, they're saying that circle with the X, that is a determinative, right?
Yes.
And that determinative, by analogy, is what is being taken to mean black people.
No. Settlement,
No?
town, or city. Oh, I'm gonna make it bigger. Oh, my bad.
Location.
Yeah,
Well, that's the location. Okay, so where's the people part?
So we're about to go there. The question, what's in question for people? Some will try to argue that it's not. So here we are. Well, now if this is the one you're looking for, basically, this is the rendition where they say it means inhabitants of the place that's in front of it, or so to speak.
Okay.
Okay, Smash.
Yes.
Can I ask you a question?
Sir.
Okay, great. So the case of Kemet with the cattle, right? If you can put that up.
See if I
Why
got it
does
on here somewhere.
So if you put the case of Kemet, right, with the cattle, this should end the argument with black land.
Well, there's a Kemet with the cattle, but this is from a rendition of Kemet or Ret that can't be found in the Old Kingdom. Let me see if I got it on this slide.
You have it in the in the Vigus dictionary.
Oh, I can just go right here. Go ahead. Yeah, you tripping. I'm tripping. Go ahead. Speak on it while I'm pulling it up, if you will.
So, okay. So the problem is this word, this adjective Kim seems to be the only adjective that defies grammar in Egyptology. So every other case of Kemet, right? Every other case, meaning with the people glyphs and stuff like that, we have seen that it means associated to people. But there's another term, which I talk about directly in my book, is the one that he has highlighted, where this is Kemet, right? The only difference that changes is instead of the people glyph, the cattle.
I'll be back. I'll be right back.
And it becomes the divine herd. The important thing about it is not just the divine herd, it's the black cattle, right? So then you see Kemet with the people glyph, right? And that has to be, if this has to be the black cattle or the divine herd, then the other case with the people glyph has to be black people who are also a divine herd. There's nothing in this construction that deals with the land. So that's why I wrote my paper to point out the adaptations where they actually use the word Kemet with the cattle, right? And when they do it, they're also talking about cattle and they're talking about people. So in some of the, maybe not here, but in some of the relationships, you will see a person behind the cattle, right? So the people is synonymous to the cattle in this construction, right? And so when we have bad arguments, right? All we have to do is to go to the data to show that the arguments are bad because they have to explain Kemet with the cattle and why there's no black land there. Why does it just say black cattle? So all you have to do is replace the determinative with the people and you have black people. And so that's why Sonoran was correct by grammar. He knew he couldn't get around it. So what he did was examine Kemetiu and then start talking about, well, why didn't they use that adjective for people in the hinterland? It's simple. They weren't Egyptians. It's just simple. But when you're doing grammar, so anybody that you want to talk with that knows grammar, like Dr. Ricchetti, like Dr. Mario Beatty, like Infedici, right? And since you don't respect me, right? But one thing is, you don't have to respect me. I have a journal article. You want to disagree with me? You cite what you want to disagree with it. You write a paper and you see if it gets accepted. You won't.
So, Reggie, can we take him to the primaries? Now, this is
And then I
just
got a question, Smash.
Go ahead. This is just the TLA facsimile of the primaries.
in general?
Who got the questions?
Robert Brown. I got the question,
Peace to
God.
Robert Brown. What's up?
Peace, God. This goes to you and Brother Reggie. So, have we seen incidents, and can you pull, I mean, you just pulled multiple examples up just now. So whenever, and I think, you know, the great Madjai is probably about to do that. Can you show us the examples, one of each, where the word Kemet is representing people and is representing cattle and a color and a land? Can you show us that?
Yeah, we can do that hella easy.
See, this is what the beautiful thing about it is. So you know what? It's over.
My brothers want to argue that just because, well, I don't want to say just because the abundance of those attestations is what they hinge on. If they said that, why can you only find it sometimes? Peace to the Black Raven, and thanks for the contribution to the channel. All right, let me see. So we just come right here in the new TLA, and we're going to do the KM, right? But we don't want to miss none of the attestations. I'm going to just come down here to the one we want to scrutinize.
See, this is beautiful.
So we'll see here. I'm pointing out that Kimi Osiris here, the black one, formed on the Nisba Kimi. He's black as a divinity, as a divine monarch.
This is a call to order. When a person, one thing is we can argue our points, and we can even call each other names within our points, right? That's fine, right? But when a person says that they are going to fly to New York to bust your brother Reggie in the head, I have to ask you, right?
Who said that?
That's what he said.
Man, that's I didn't hear it. Y'all.
No,
Else heard
Reggie.
that?
No, I heard it, but what it is because of his accent, and then the
Oh, it's his accent.
What he's basically saying, he's saying that he's when he starts to get at you intellectually, you unravel. He wasn't saying literally that he intends to bust your head.
What about the fly to New York and busting me in the head?
Reggie,
That's
do you
why I
think
said,
that makes
listen to me.
argument?
I will bust your head, you know, but it's because I tell you something, you talking about my mother. Like if you feel you can just disrespect people over the internet. I don't care about none of that, Reggie. That was showing you
Back
about
to
to
the
know
music,
talking about my
Smash.
mother.
Yeah.
If I fly to New York and bounce you up somewhere and bust your head, what you gonna say then? That was it.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
So back to the
I didn't hear that.
information. Back to the information.
Fly to New York.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't say he was going to do it. He said if. He's just saying, like, why are we talking these harmful things to each other? I'm not on nobody's side. I'm trying to end it.
That's all I say, dog. Don't be calling up my mother and feel like if you're untouchable. That's all I'm telling you. So back to the information.
Yeah, I got you. Hey, but check this out, though. The beautiful thing about today is that it is substantiated. See, that's what my man, you know, that's what the overall point that needs to be made and needs to be understood, my man and Kofa. You know what I'm saying? All due respect, God. Let's stay on topic. And we can see in the glyphs that the term Kemet is associated with the people, the cattle, it's associated with the land, and it's associated with skin color.
And it's associated.
We can see that.
All right, we're on the same page, bro. On the same page.
Now, another question that we could ask is, when does the term Kemetu appear in the glyphs? When's our first encounter with the term Kemetu? Because if you're telling me
about the 6th dynasty.
Oh God. So can we get some context of what's occurring in the 6th dynasty?
Sure.
Well, we also gotta ask if it's before Kemet and all these other terms, how could it mean those inhabitants of Egypt are even Kemet?
Yeah, see, that's what I was saying. We kind of like have moved past some of that stuff. Like he was talking about, what about 2024 or whatever? What are they saying now? And then that made me want to say, well, okay, now what do we think about the commit to you that he had in question today? What have we came up on that? Like, what did they
Well,
render
I'm
that?
looking in the new TLA and they don't even got an attestation for it as I'm looking for it.
Right. They add they try to refer to the old
See,
TLA.
it go right here.
They haven't
Right?
updated
It says inactive.
Right. They haven't updated it yet. So they're just basically saying refer to the old TLA.
Yeah, and we see that in the glyphs. We see the term commit to you in the glyphs, like we just seen in the paper.
So here we go. So this is just something that we should know, yes. But when we don't got, right? When we don't got it here and there's no attestations, we need to come look at the digital slip archive and see where they're getting this from. And so here we go, commit to you. So this is where it's actually written on temples, even though they ain't digitized this yet. It say Edfu here, right? I don't know what to, whatever, et al, on al, whatever, Edfu. And then we see Kim, the glyph, and a met with another T and a TU bar. And he's questioning whether this means Egyptians. So this will be one brought into question because it got the people, the determinatives, and a TU bar is what we see when we really look at it. And now now we're not even really looking at it. We're just taking a step further because if we really look at it, we got to go see where on Edfu. Then we're going to call J Mills. Feel me? Like you got Edfu, this wall, if we isolate where this is.
That was crazy. I was thinking about Jay Mills when you was doing. I was like, we need
Like,
to get Jay Mills on the case.
But I asked him, I think before he went out there, I told him it was a Kim and that Edfu that we needed to get. I don't know. I think he had got sick. But then he asked me when he was out there and I couldn't remember. It's definitely associated with divinity. I write all about that in my book, Chris. And so, but what I'm trying to do, just like understanding rap double entendres, I'm trying to find that line. Like, when is it divinity? When is it a physical appearance? When is it really something? But right here, this one, this commit to you, I don't think this got nothing to do with divinity. I think this is the people. I see people in this. If it couldn't be Egyptians, well, let's be clear. At Edfu, it could be Egyptians. But this statement is already a statement in the Egyptian lexicon from all the way from the Old Kingdom when it could not have meant Egyptians. Because Edfu is Greek, right? We know that. That's why I said that. So at Edfu, they could indeed, them Greeks could have been associated with this word. They had Egyptos. Others just say, oh, that's another way to beat it up, Reggie. Because this just dawned on me. What is Egyptian? Is Egyptian Kemet like they say it here? Or is Egyptian Hukapata? Because then that will be Hukapata to you.
Right. That's correct. But they never use that. So they say it's They try to force it.
Oh, this is hella forced. Well, look, that's hella forced. I'm glad you working on that. Let's do that. When you doing that show?
I changed it to Black History Month. I could have done it, but I changed it to later to Black. I'm just going to do another subject.
So if we could tackle this whole text, but everyone see here we got Kim with a different M under it with the T. Now this got this appears to be a double reed leaf, hella small, the two strokes. What this will be giving us Kim T and they're gonna Uber. That's the Uchit. So this is a commit to you, right? And with the people right here. Now, this ain't a whore. That look like an ib. What you think that is?
Where is it at?
Right before this.
Yeah, that looks like an ib.
Hold on 1 second. I gotta take care of
You
some
gotta-
more.
Yeah.
Look like an L.
Give
Peace
him.
to the panel.
Peace, peace, peace. Yeah, we need to get that understood. When does commit to you come into place? Because when we can establish that, we can give you context of the culture and the civilization. That's where we defer to
Sixth
the great
Dynasty.
master teacher, Brother Reggie, and the honorable, excellent Smash
Thanks.
Rockwell. We can go right into that. See,
I wanted
now
to
you know what's
piggyback
going
on
on.
that too. Go ahead, Rob. My bad.
Now, it's good, God, but now we know what's going on with the word commit to you. You already finished with Kemet. You got to realize all the detractors and naysayers, your argument dies because your term black, according to you, can't get out of the damn 1930s.
I just don't
You
know what
stuck
this
in the
is.
30s.
Who know what this is? Who read the glyphs? I'm reading this text, and we could go over this text. This is the reason why I was skimming over it, because this is again during that Greek time period. But nevertheless, we can read this. But who know what that is right there?
That look like the duck junk, the Sinedge.
Yeah, it looks like an offering. Give him the offerings, something to his
Yeah, it's
heart.
definitely an offering to Ra, right? And Mary saw some bird. Which bird you think he drew this with? With the two wings outstretched, you think that's Raketi or the power of the Sa bird? Not too many of them have two wings outstretched.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I
But
thought it's
nah.
Pa. I think it's
Apostle Sapa.
No, Pa like
No, but
this.
you see the S on top of it?
Yes.
So Sapa is what you think that's it? I'm wondering. That'd be cool. We'll Sapa, whatever that we'll try to translate it in a minute. But
Christopher would do this real quick.
oh, there go Chris. He like, now you're reading glyphs. Now I'm copying into the chat. Look, Chris pop up right when it's his time. Like, I've been waiting for this. Hey, so
How they always
pardon
go
me.
ahead, God.
Peace to
I
Chris.
was saying.
Who was that about to
Yeah.
say? Go right ahead.
Go ahead. True indeed, Almighty. I fought back. Go ahead, King.
Well, shoot, I wanted to piggyback off what Rob said. I think y'all argument with what's on the paper is clear. I'd like to hear more about what was happening in the 12th dynasty when that Kemet came around or something like that.
All right. The best person for that gonna be Mario Beatty, but we got that on tape. So when we can, I will. Who could pull up Mario Beatty at that thing at the conference you spoke at, Reggie? We got that somewhere, right? Because he break it down with some fervor, and he go in on Osar Himotep. So we might as well play it.
I'm the only person who has the video. If it may be up on my site, but I can help with what was happening in the period. If you
Yes, in the 6th dynasty, right, Brother Reggie? Commit to you.
Okay.
No, because I think that's an important part.
No, that's a mess up.
What is it, God?
It's an error real quick. He said 12th
Almighty
dynasty, but that's not what Kemet to you appears.
Okay.
Kemet to you appears in the 6th dynasty.
That's what I'm saying.
So is it still? Do you still need the question answered, or do that ask?
No, I can answer the question.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Okay, so let me share my screen.
Because I want to
Well,
know.
because that's the thing. That's the thing, right? Because people act like there's no context for there to be an argument for Kemet to you being black, right? Or Kemet or whatever have you. But from the Narmer palette.
Well, you said whatever have you, but I'm sorry. At this level, we gotta pay attention to the detail, and we know which term you're talking about precisely. Because remember, Sanaran did not agree with Kemet to you, but he did agree with Kemet. So I'm only pointing out at this level, we gotta try to be precise with which term we talk about.
Right, and you shown. I've seen you pull out primaries with the Kemu.
And they both been argued to be black people, by the way. Kemet you as well as Kemet. What I'm trying to get a handle on is, because I remember Brother Reggie, he be building about at what period, what time frame was it when the ancient Egyptians began to separate themselves from the foreigners, began to see themselves as distant. That may be an earlier period or what have you. Now I'm trying to see when does that correlate with that term.
That's very good. He about to expound on that, but let's keep it in context that this is Mario Beatty's revolutionary argument on the statement, and he's the PhD who brought that to us. And so I want to hear if Reggie knows more about that.
Let me see if I stop sharing my screen. I'll see if I can
Somebody
find.
just put it in the chat. You can share it. Anybody can share it.
It has to be on my. It would have to be on my page because I recorded
Other people used it, but yeah, you know, get your rights if that's
Well,
what
let
you're
me
talking
just
about.
say, Brother Reggie, man, I started reading your paper and I am highly impressed. Man, you went in. I haven't finished it yet, but man, I think that's suggested reading. I'd highly recommend to everybody that's not paying attention to Brother Reggie, y'all need to read his paper, man. Because from what I've read so far, man, it gives a whole new profound respect. And then when you tell us about journal writing, you're taking the community to what's the next level of dealing with scholarship in the correct way. So, man, me personally, I'm impressed and I appreciate you, Brother Reggie. It's just coming from me.
Word up, me too. Hey, who about to share the screen though? If not, I'm gonna put the glyphs back on.
Indeed,
Who's
God.
We
about to
waiting
share
on
the
the
screen?
video. I thought we was gonna
Oh,
show
Reggie about to show the video.
Hey, and I second that too, Reg. You know my position and my affiliations, but you know the scholarship is scholarship, and I respect your argument. You feel me? So I want to make that clear.
So here's the thing about this: that the jacket that I'm wearing right now is one that people want to call a blackologist. It comes with many pejoratives and all that negative stuff. But I mean, yo, like they used to take me to the high school to battle the high schoolers when I was in the 8th grade. So I ain't even tripping. I used to walk in the hella circles of people screaming against me and win them over. And let's see if this could happen in the realm of scholarship. Now, I don't want to get off track, though, because I don't even want to filibuster, bro. Forget it.
Nah, you good, God. You know what
I
I'm
feel like I
saying? You
just start
good,
talking
God.
about some
See,
other
2
shit.
no win, King.
But y'all
Like
was
hip
building
hop and
on that
shit.
point though that
Hip
adds to
hop
that
God.
context of the use of
Know
Kemet
that.
and Kim.
Well, we was about to work through this. J Mill said that was G 54, but I wish you would put what G 54 transliteration is or the definition, just to, if you don't mind. I could look it up.
Hold up, Kristen
I don't
popped
know
up
the
on the
glyphs
set.
like you, J Mill, so I don't know what G 54 means.
Hold up, Chris on the set though. Maybe he could tell
What's
us.
up with Chris in the building?
What up, people?
Hey, you know what? We are starting to start correspondences with real Egyptologists, and when I'm having it, I'm not gonna have no bumble panels popping off. But I need you to possibly, when you can, try to get in the back chat because obviously my arguments need to be refined. I'm just banging on the YouTubers, but if you go in that arena, you know what I mean. And so,
Yes.
yeah, I want to get that right, and I need to learn a bit more about the grammar, just because they don't know that much about the grammar. So if I could just hit them off like you be hitting them off, it's gonna be ugly.
Yeah, I think G54. I think that's the teal bird, right?
This one right here. So this is what I was questioning. Maybe he said if that's that, he talking about this over here, huh? Because I'm talking about
actually driving.
this. I ain't got my. Well, I can open up tools to where I can see G54 right quick. Hold on, the TLI.
Where's it at? Point to the glyph.
I'm just gonna open another glyph. I was questioning this one, but we also questioned was this a Rickety bird, a tower, or pie bird, basically under this S.
Oh yeah, that looks like a like the pie bird. Yes, the pie bird.
So sapa or sapa.
Yep, sapa.
Sapa, like a sapa, not like a sapa, but we could look that up.
Like sapa, like the verb. There's a verb pa. It's called an auxiliary verb. It's a verb to indicate things that have been done.
Oh, and J Muse said the next one, G54, was Sanaj for fear. Thank you, causing fear, huh? Because yep, Naj is respect and awe, like right.
Yeah.
So Sanaj is gonna be the cause that they have so fear. Sanaj, and this is X. So somebody called to give fear. He gave fear is what this is giving us right here, right?
That's DE. That's I. That's I. I cause you to have fear. So this is DE.
This D ain't giving it to nobody.
Well, I give. Yeah, I give.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I give fear.
Or I cause you fear. Right.
Yeah. So fear, give, and X makes it E. Wait, to you or to? I thought E would be. So I give you fear, basically.
Right. Because after that, See, good. So after that sinedge is not a verb here. It's acting as it's a substantive. So it's like I give you fear, or I cause you fear, or it can also mean respect.
So here go your heart. So he really caused you fear of the heart, though, right?
Yeah, in your heart.
Commit to you. See,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on.
Yep.
So he caused fear in the hearts of the Egyptians,
or
is he causing fear in the heart of
the
like? He causing fear in the heart of the commit to you.
So who's saying this?
So we got to read it from the top. Yeah, exactly.
Right, okay,
word.
And it's not hard. It's not hard.
Facts.
Like, so what we got?
Respect too, like you said, it might be respect.
Yeah. Now remember, right, exactly, because that word can also mean. Matter of fact, see, actually, Richetti didn't like us to translate it that way. Sometimes, what's more appropriate is respect. Sometimes, But being in the Western world, sometimes we equate fear, and respect.
Yeah, that's true.
We equate those two sometimes.
Yeah, that's the wrong respect.
Remember, we got Brother Reggie on deck too. I think he was supposed to show something.
Yeah, I have a source up there. I'm just trying to find if I have Dr. Daisy.
Let's work through this while you finding that. That's all good. We could probably have this read by that time because all I see is a medu. This is just a short for a medu'an. I wouldn't say this is a. Don't you think this is short for medu'an? They even got this one reed leaf, but I don't see the end. If not, I would have to say Jedi Medu.
No, you said it right.
Yeah,
Medu, sometimes they don't write out all the glyphs sometimes. Yeah, so Jed Medu'in.
Yeah,
so words spoken by, and then there's a space there.
Now, I don't think this is a person. It is a space, but I see these Ayu feet, are these walking feet, these Ayu feet. How you gonna say this? Ayu Hetep Ra.
Hetep.
Ayu Hetep Ra Mir Sapa. Now I don't know this mesh word. I'm calling it mosh, but that could be wrong. That I'm taking this coil at the bottom and getting to send something from it. Just in my quick memory, right?
Or seses or sheses.
So you saying M seses like this is a conjunction or it's meshes?
M as in like the preposition starting a prepositional phrase M. So we'll have to look up.
We reading it in Metanetter and not telling people what none of this means. So word said by. This is something like traveling though. So what did you get out of this?
This is M Hetep. I almost like the greeting.
Oh, the greeting, So
I return. Yeah, I return to you. Not bring, but return, or I come in peace.
Obviously, so that means that this space must represent, because it don't make no sense to say Jed on and then a greeting, but maybe the space.
It's a name. It's a name that's missing.
Yeah, it's something missing here in this space. Right. Because he's the one giving the greeting, and we got Mur. So what? We taking that Mur as beloved?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's Ra, beloved Ra.
Yeah, beloved Ra. So this is starting this new this Sapa. I don't know how to get that. And then we got mesh. I read. And then what, 30? No, that ain't 30. Man. That's 300, huh?
I do interrupt, bro.
Pardon me?
No, stop right there, because I asked y'all to say who's saying this, and y'all telling me the who's saying that they took the name out of it.
Well, the name ain't in this transliteration. Now, when we want to go further, we got to really pull up the primary, and that's when.
Yeah, no, James, it could be damage, or someone could have chiseled the name out.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm always suspicious. You know what I'm saying? Like, now, why we can't?
Yeah, no.
That ain't.
Yeah, my bad, bro.
But some of those suspicions will be confirmed, but that ain't in this case. So
yeah, now look, if we're reading a piece from the time of after Akhenaten, then or we're reading a piece during the reign of Akhenaten, then because they actually went out and there are records, but they actually sent scribes out throughout up and down the Nile to chisel out the names of Amun. And proof of that is that the scribes that they sent out, sometimes they couldn't read. So they were chiseling out the names of people with the name Amun and not the god Amun.
They just probably wrote it like a bounty hunter and was like, anytime you see these 3 griffs, chisel it out.
Chisel it out. Yep, exactly what happened. Yeah. Yep. And there's papyri that actually state that when he sent people out on these missions, their sole purpose was just to go out and chisel out. I didn't mean to segue the conversation.
No, this is
but
dope.
to go out and just chisel out Amun, but they couldn't read.
But this is good information, Chris. I mean, I appreciate like just even context of this. That you know this type of history. That's always appreciative. So I ain't tripping.
Reggie, you found that yet?
I was just wondering, like, why is his name missing? Because that's what y'all went back to the top to find out who it was.
I have part of it.
You want to find more while we continue reading this, or you want to go now?
See what so I don't know if Asar he clipped it from my video. So I don't know if he but I think there's some relevant parts, so we can play it with Dr. Bay.
We'll come back to this. You can share your screen.
So let me just share the screen.
But what we read about Kemet so far, how was y'all reading that? Put fear or put respect in the heart of the inhabitants of the black land, or what y'all saying so far before we go?
I think that's put respect
in the heart of the people of the black land, not other black people.
No. I still think it would be. I would still think it would be the Egyptians. I don't think that there's no land. But anyway,
black country. Yeah, go right ahead. So go right ahead. Your presentation.
Let me see what. Okay, so Mario Beatty is going to explain. He's going to explain how some of this stuff came into being, right? So let's see if you can hear it. Can you? I'm playing it.
This goes into my discourse on Hasia. Everything is linked. So as Asar has rightly said in a presentation, is that in the Old Kingdom, primarily when we look at administrative text, what we can see is we see Tawi, the two lands, we see riverbanks, the two Sumerian lands with the irrigated canal, and then we see Anu, the resident. Next slide. But somewhere, this is from August. August said somewhere around the period Egypt was once more reunified under the rule of Dynasty 11 monarch that had Petra, Benchuhotep II, terms Kemet, the Black Land, and Pameri, the beloved land, first made their appearance. And so what Ogden does in his article is, next slide. What Ogden does in his article is that he distinguishes between what he calls non-literary texts and literary texts, and to try to make his point. And every time that Ogden, this is an inference being made by Egyptologists, that is that when they see Kemet translated in contrast to Deshret, when they see that, they are translating Black lands. And it has a connotation for them of quote unquote soil. When they're not seeing that, then they're translating it as Egypt. That is, as something much broader than it. And so Asar makes a point in a presentation that I saw that when you see the determinativeness of an irrigated canal on the back of Kemet as opposed to the town of settlement, what Asar said in one of his presentations was that those two determinatives are interchangeable. No, they're not. Those two determinatives are in different semantic universes. So if you see irrigated canal on the back of Kemet, then yes, it is appropriate, it's quite appropriate to translate that as the Black land. The Black irrigated land, actually. But if you don't see that, you can't make that translation. When you see the town determinative on Kemet, you cannot make that translation. And it is not inferred or implied. Next slide. So I have some work to do myself because I did a little bit of work at Johns Hopkins. And I said, because all of these texts that Ogden gave were very localized in a particular region called the Wadi Hamadat. And everyone knows is that these inscriptions are interesting because many of them lack definitive clarity in terms of the presentation and depiction of bliss. And I said, I'm just going to take one text from Ogden, and I'm going to just look at how the word Kemet is actually represented in one of his major citations. because I don't accept what they. I always want to have reference, and this is my teaching from a baby. Give me the original text. I don't want to see you. I don't want to see your mistakes. Egyptologists make mistakes all the time. And here I don't even have the original text, but I'm actually closer because this is a hieroglyphic facsimile. So I actually tried to get the original text, but I couldn't. We actually need to see all of these texts actually before we even make a final determination on it. But what I want to show you is here. This right here. This right here. This is quote unquote their word for kin in one of the texts that arguably cites. You tell me if you and Bundishi, anyone in here who is taking the language, you tell me if that clip looks like the kin clip. You tell me yes or no. The inference that's being made is that because of the phonetic complement is the L, that must be kin. I don't see Kemet in there. In fact, the angle is not there on the kin clip. And then it dips, it has a little dip at the end. I'm not even sure what this lip is. This is a major text that he cited. So as we're making these points, as we're making these arguments, we need to actually look at the original text. That's historical method. Next slide. And I'm going to go quick. Next slide. I'm going to skip this. And so I'm going to end this presentation on instructions for Mary Kyrie. Brother Reggie has mentioned this also, but I wanted to talk about this text a lot. Strengthen your borders, your frontier, patrols, aggression, desire the land of a neighbor. Troops will fight troops and ancestors propose image. Kick off in the graveyard, destroying tombs and vengeful destruction. What is going on here, folks, is that, and I disagree with Ogden, because it is not Mentuhotep II that is creating the concept of Kemet for the nation. That is, that in the process of the ancient Egyptians fighting themselves during the first intermediate period, this term has evolved, kind of like Kasi. This term has evolved from a descriptive kind of social concept, and it has taken on a different geopolitical connotation in the environment of the first intermediate period that culminates with Mentuhotep II, but does not begin with Mentuhotep II. And what they're saying is that on an ethnic, on a geopolitical level, that we're the Black country. And they're saying that to reaffirm who they were as a people, and also in their principal opposition of Western Asia in this text. Next slide. Lo, Dr. Brothers quotes this all the time. Lo, the miserable Asiatic, he is wretched because of the place he's in. Short of water, bare of wood, his paths are the many contained. Because of mountains, does not dwell in one place. Who propels his legs? He fights since the time of the forest. I made Lord Egypt attack them. I captured their inhabitants. I seized their cattle till the Asiatic accord Kemet. This is where all of this is translating Kemet as Egypt. That is, that it goes beyond talking about the quote-unquote soil. And that's what the town determinative. And as Gardner translates this determinative in his hieroglyphic sign book, is that glyph is implied an inhabited region.
Hey, can you stop that real quick, Reggie? Oh.
Country and its people.
Reggie, please, can you pause real quick?
We are talking about when they.
Yes.
Now, we often talk about primary attestations where it could indeed be translated as Black people. And right, leave that on the screen real quick. I'm not trying to stop. I just want to do a quick interjection because I want to talk about what the actual slide was on the screen, if you don't mind.
Okay, so sure.
That was definitely the part though, Reggie. Good looking for sharing that.
Oh, you heard him quote Brother Reggie? Huh?
Yeah, I heard it.
You heard it?
And Brother Reggie said
the fact that these people don't understand what's going on is amazing.
Somebody translate the Kemet. I think the Kemet at the bottom is not a misnomer to say that could be translated as black people. The reason why is because Asiatics ain't really in juxtaposition to the land of the blacks. It's kind of like Asiatics is a people group. It said, I made Lower Egypt attack them. I captured their inhabitants. I seized their cattle until Asiatics abhorred Kemet. But that could be saying until they abhorred black people. Because they now, is that just like, why are you saying that? Is that what you hear
But
from
that's
me?
the same thing. Beatty is saying. He's saying that in this instance, Kemet is representing the land and the people.
Yeah, I can bring it up on
I think.
I could, if on another day, if you request, I can bring up it was written in hieratic. I can bring it up in the Medu Neter and you can examine it. You can examine the full text on another day, right? But basically what it's saying is that he beat the brakes off of they beat the brakes off of the Amo, right? They use the word Amo, and they seized their cattle, right? Until the Amo hated Egypt or abhorred or respected Egypt. So I
What
will
time period? This 11th dynasty, right?
yes, this is King Kedi. This is King Merikari.
Well, if that's the case, Kemet wasn't all of Egypt yet. Even if, and it's proof because the people he talking about was inside of the current borders. This fight didn't happen outside of what we know as the current borders, right?
So let me explain. King Kedi, he's in charge of Egypt is split. They just came out of the first intermediate period, right? So Kedi and his heirs are in charge of the northern part, right? Which would include Kemet, right? The Aktefi and them are in charge of well, not the Thebi because he's Tarseti. There's another group in charge of the Thebians, right? So Kedi is trying to call himself the Lord of the Two Lands. He thinks he's going to be the victor, and he was very strong. But his heirs, Merikari was strong, but the heir after Merikari, he was weak. And so, but Kedi's idea was to say that I'm the king. It's just a matter of time. I'm gonna be the king of it. So he was boastful. So Kemet was in his mind what he was going to call the united country. And then when they lost as a consolidation, Mentuhotep said, you know what, we need to bring together the two lands again. So we're going to find a term that both agree on, which was Tameri and Kemet. They came about during the same time period. So that's how that is how that part is. Kemet was initially a town of sovereign people, of people that were not taxed, right? That Kedi was trying to create an army. He was trying to create this army of great Black people, a special group of people, right? A proud people, a special group of people, and certainly to use them to defend against the Asiatics. I'll stop. So here, I don't know how much.
Reggie, you a bad man. I gotta say, man, this is crazy. They don't even know who they messing with. Like, I'm telling you, Reggie, me reading that paper and what you just said now, it's just like you just be laying low, like for real. But people ain't respecting, like I'm telling you, they not respecting and they not even really appreciating, even us having you, like you be giving it up to Smash. But now I see why Smash is referring to you, because of what I'm studying and reading right now. That paper you wrote, people need to read that. I'm imploring everybody that's listening to this show to read your paper and support you, because that's really serious. So go ahead. My apologies. Go ahead.
No, on this same stage, I presented first, then Assault presented, and then Dr. Mario Beatty came in to close it. But I presented first because I called for this conference. I called for this discussion, right? And so I will load up my presentation in a Saul. I have a Saul's presentation. If you want to read that, if you want to
No, you
listen
don't
to
have to
that.
play that. No, he said he's gonna
Nah,
come on the
please
panel
don't.
sooner or later. So I don't,
Yeah,
you know,
but I'll stop because he doesn't say much. Then what a sword does is go and spend the whole rest of the 3-4 hours trashing Dr. Beatty for what Dr. Beatty said with
more
his.
than 3-4 hours,
Yeah,
3-4
so I'll.
months. They got hella videos on there.
Hey,
Yeah.
I got a comment. Peace to everybody on the panel.
Peace, dude.
Peace, dude.
You mind if I go, brother Reggie? Are you
No,
finished?
I'm finished. I'm finished. I'm finished. I'm exhausted.
So I just wanted to ask you guys about. I remember watching this. I believe it was a lecture that Dr. Ben did. I can't remember if he was being interviewed or if it was a lecture, but I remember him saying this. So he was talking about in the ancient times how the land as we see it today weren't these defined territories like with these hard lines that we see on the map.
Yeah.
And he would say, Kemet is wherever the people are at. And the other people, like, whenever you say these people groups, that's the province wherever they are. So I can see it looking at the language. If this is the mind frame and this is how they do, this is how it was back then it would make sense that saying that, this people name is also the land name because where they are at is actually it's the two terms are synonymous. What do you guys think about that? Are you familiar with I know people are familiar with that, just being that there wasn't these hard lines, but what do y'all think about the similarity? Like, you know what I mean? Like, as far as like the terms and it not being no hard lines and the people are what the land is at, or the land is where the people are, or the province.
Well, the culture, they're pastoralists, so they're moving. They ain't sitting in one spot. You know what I'm saying? So, and then you got another element that you got to look at is the flooding of the Nile before they built the Aswan Dam. So they're moving back and forth and around. They're not just stationary like a lot of people try to postulate. But I'll let somebody else get in.
No, I agree exactly with what you're saying. I think they were always moving around. They were always trying to expand their borders. I have a quote from Golit where he translates Tawi as the world, and he even says that sometimes it can be used like almost like the cosmos. You know what I mean? So I guess they would think of it in some senses as territory of the king, and like Ben said, Dr. Ben said, wherever the people are.
Yeah.
Well, I think at this time it's great to quote Dr. Ben, but it's like what Mario Beatty says and what we do on his show with Smash and Chris. We need to see actually the primaries. So we need to see Goatlit's the inscription that Goatlit is referring to decide whether or not that is true in that context, without disagreeing with my great elder Dr. Ben. But I would rather see the whole inscription.
Right.
Because
That's why I
sometimes.
think it's like it depends on context, like he was saying, like the cosmos, like more of a theological kind of sense, and then you could have a more political kind of idea of what a border might be.
Yeah. So on Connect to You, which we was talking about, right? It's actually in context. So I was gonna share my screen.
Well, real quick though.
No.
Because can you see this real quick, Reggie?
Yes. Well, I'm looking at the Zoom
we
now.
only
Yes.
got to. We still dealing with this command to you, and then let's go to the next one. But we only got to the word command to you. So he's gonna put respect in the hearts of the command to you, and then we got like a Hori something. What's this Hori y'all got right here? With a power and the symbol above it. Horiak M what? Is this a Kasats?
You
I mean, Cat Kasat. All foreign lands. I mean, things of the foreign land. So what do we read here with this Hori? I'm leaving this off because it looks like a determinative for whatever this term Hori is. Hori Ak M Cat Kasat.
Yeah, Harry under the rule, under the strong arm or something, under your strong arm, you do something.
Things. Cat means things. I know that much.
Could the cat be the belly?
Yeah, it also could be the belly. But why would it be the belly of the foreign land?
Yeah, under the strong.
I was thinking about, because you know how like they be like the Asiatics. Yeah, be like the Asiatics don't ever got nothing.
Yeah, under the strong, under your something like under your strong rule, right? Under his strong, under Harry, right? Under and I see the knot, the cot, like the knot. Under the strong rule, I think you control the foreign lands or something like that. That's what I think it says. Chris?
Yeah, the word Harry here can mean dread or evil. So it's saying something to the extent of like your dread or your evilness is in their bellies of the foreigners, something like that.
Well, if that's the case, it is belly. But if that's the case, we can't discount Sinedge to mean fear, though.
Well, no. Well, Harry is not. It's a different kind of fear. Harry is a well, Harry is kind of like terror, dread or terror.
That's what I'm saying, though. But we saying he gonna put respect on the top line and dread and terror on the second line.
Well, what that means when we go back now, see this, so right, this is good. So now we get in the full context of what's going on here then. So that means up top then it must be fear. Fear will probably be it's not to say that you can't translate it as fear, but probably more appropriately, we probably should be more open most of the times to translating it as respect. But in this case, since the word below it, Harry means dread or even fear sometimes too. Harry could be used for fear. So that indicates in this is good. So it indicates then in this text that the appropriate translation would be more like fear for Shened or Shened Ek in the line above it.
Well, I think right. What I think is that they're using words in two different contexts. One applied to the Kemetiu, right? And one applied to enemies, right? So
yes, thank you, Reggie. Yep.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. So that means that Sinedge could be positive in the case of Kemetiu and the Hori could be pejorative in the case of the Kasat or the belly of the foreigners. Is that what y'all saying?
Right. Yeah. Matter of fact, and what he said makes 100% sense, because if you look at so here we go with the grammar, right? If you look at the who's the fear being put on, well, just look right behind it. You see, not the fear, the respect, the Kemetiu. And then a line below it, it's appropriate, right? You have the word for dread or terror. Or dread or terror on who and where? Well, in the bellies or in the bodies of the foreigners.
So,
Thank you,
what the passage really, what they say the passage just say, smash.
Pardon?
What this scholar who write down this.
Oh, well, this is all, the funny part is, when I reference these documents that are written in German, I only reference them for the meta nature. So to the right, we could work that out and translate it, but I don't ever even do that. That's just getting another secondary
that's a
source.
valuable piece of information.
Oh, it's definitely valuable, and when I need it, it's definitely valuable.
We could
When I
punch
need
that
it,
in
I
Google
extract from it.
Translate and see what his consideration of it mean.
Oh yeah, you definitely can. Go right ahead, but I don't need it. And so basically, in right here where you got Egyptians, if you just want to boil it down to, he called Kemetiu Egyptians.
Yeah, he already tripping.
Yeah,
as soon as you see that, you already know. We might well just stick with the facts.
I'm saying not for this time period. This is Greeks writing this stuff. Feel me? So the context of black people could have been, if that was ever a context, we don't think it could have been, like, think about when you say the Sudan or Sudani. We know original meaning meant the land of the blacks, but now, after all these years, someone could be coming from the Sudan that's a complete Arab. and he gonna say he's Sudani. So I'm saying by this time, it could have, just like others argue, it could have lost the meaning. That's what Sanaran said, that it wasn't originally felt with the original meaning. But he did tell us the original meaning was black, or black people, or black. But he said it wasn't initially felt with the original meaning. So I'm arguing, since this is found on Edfu, and this up here say Ptolemy, like it's Ptolemaic the fourth or whatever, then if they wrote that, you think this still say black people?
I think yes, I think what it is well, now it's turning into the term Egyptians, right? So it's moving into more of a universal, right? But still keeping the historical word that they use, because that would be the word that they would use. Now, whether or not it comes with the same force, I think that's different. So, but they would have still used this word, and they did, right? But the force of it leaves as to
exactly
whether the original
inhabitants leave.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
it's kind of like
man, I get this is just so beautiful, man. I mean, they know this is out of control.
That could be the case. I'm not saying that's all the way definitive. We could go to
Reggie,
you was about to show
Is
one.
that an irregular way of writing Kemetu?
Here's another one. What Reggie was about to show one, is that an irregular way? What this is with the TU bird, and so that's a funny question. I mean, because out of all the and Jay Mill was arguing this too with me. Out of all the attestations we find of names and people groups, we got 6 Kemetiyus, right? And so some would even say, why would you even try to mount an argument of something that should be indicative of a collective with only 6 attestations of it? Now, there are plenty different responses to that, but that is just a short one.
Well, what I'm gonna search for now is I'm gonna find the cases of Kemet with the A1B1 glyph, that there's about 4 or 5 cases, and I have those cases, and I can and the Egyptologists, one minute they say Egyptians, and the next minute they mistranslate it to black land. So if I can if you want, and
Sure.
there'll be
You got the screen?
Chris here, if I can pull it up, and so we can get some clarity on.
Yeah, go right ahead. I'm gonna be right back. Go right ahead.
So you know what the problem is, Chris, well, Smash is leaving for a minute, but the problem was that Diop could have made a better case if he showed the actual inscriptions, right? He could have made a better case. And so this is for you, Chris, right? My man Chris, boy, I am so happy you can help us out, right?
Yes,
So I am sharing the case. Okay, so I'll start here, right? I'll start with this one inscription, if you see it. Okay, so originally it was in hieratic. So this thing right here, the glyphs right here, the Metanetia, is really this right here. So this is what it looks like in hieratic, right? So I had Jedem translate this for me, but I have what the Egyptologists say. So anyway, so here's Kemet right here. You see this right here? If I can blow this up, maybe. If y'all don't see, oh shoot. All right. So if we're looking at hieratic, like if we're looking at hieratic, can I blow it up? Let me just see this without this. So okay, so sorry, I'll shrink it down a little bit more. Right, okay. So here we have the hex, right? NF, heck NF, Kemet, right? With the 2 people glyphs, right? And then we have the, but it's cut out, right? So Jedem he translated this for me to mean he wrote Kemet, right? With the people glyph, right? and RD, and he placed, right? He placed the desert with the flamingo and the land, meaning the desert, this whole area. So this is Kemet, the people, right? And this is Deseret, this territory, and he placed them, he put them on his his horn, right? So let me give you the other cases. So in this case, they're referring here Kemet as the people, right? Agree, disagree? Help me out, Chris.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I was just trying to play around with the last word, though. I was just trying to play around with a different translation. So, well, let's go back. I agree with this transliteration, 100%. Right. But what I'm doing now is looking at his last rendition of M ab F. That's all. I was just trying to see if another meaning. Because the literal meaning does mean horn.
Right.
It does mean horn literally, but I was just trying to see what could be more appropriate
so
in regards to putting, Kemet in the desert.
Okay, so I have that. So I have that for you.
So that's black people right there.
Right. That would be
so. That's what you arguing?
Yeah, that would be black people, right? But which
arrow number one. That's number one, y'all.
Right.
And this is Heckennefer?
No, this is Utterson.
The one that you before, the one that you just, the previous one you had on the screen, Reggie.
No, it's all from Utterson.
Okay, but when it said he.
Oh, what you're talking about, the word?
Yeah, it's Heck. Okay,
yeah. Heckenef.
Okay, so that's not the actual ruler, Heckennefer, the Nubian ruler, right?
No,
that's Oh, that's Eddie. What's up with Eddie?
What up,
no,
though?
This is NF. So this is NF, right? So,
yeah, that's what I was about to tell him. Go ahead, break it down, Reggie.
So there's no, if it was a ruler, it would be in a Shanu, right?
Okay.
Here, this phrase, Heckenef.
So that's like, and it's also in a verb tense, I guess. So that's why they saying ruled, or am I wrong?
Yeah, he ruled.
This is a past tense. This is a past tense verbal construction. Yep.
And
he ruled, or he governed.
And can we, and this is my problem I've always been having, can we determine the actual noun from here? Can somebody just say this noun right here? The 10th noun, the 20th noun. This is what noun is he?
See, that's problematic because actually look at what we're scrutinizing, and this is what we're pointing out, that this inscription does not have a city circle to even say that we can even start doing what you're asking. It got the people, feel me? So that would be hard to do in this instance.
So it's not up here where it's the black city, right, or the black town, right? It's the black people. So I point this out. So it's not this construction.
Well,
saw here, this is his cartoon, but little saw right here demonstrating his Kim M, his Kim M Ed, right? I mean Kemet, right? But no, we're not talking this, we're not talking this, we're talking this case.
So what time period is this text?
This is Utterson. So this is a similar set. So this is the Middle Kingdom.
But so then someone can still mount the argument that this says he ruled the inhabitants of Kemet.
No, because you can't do that because inhabitants would be a TU. That would be Kemet to you. This is Kemet.
That's a good one. Well, now those people who argue that, they do argue that this is a TU too. I've made that. I mean, I kind of like followed that line for a minute, but then I've seen that actually Sonoran didn't say that, and there's others that don't say that that's a TU. And I even heard Otep say that the one with the 1A, BA, and B1, and C2 is not a TU. It's just Kemet, correct?
Okay. Well,
right, but when I was reading the thing a little earlier, remember the point what Ole was making is how the normal Kemet with that determinative is the black peoples. That was the point in the text we were reading before now.
Okay, good. So fine. Let's just continue, right? Okay. So now I have other inscriptions. Okay, so all of this is from Ucherson, and I'll give you a case where in this construction right here, they actually used the TU, but for something else, right? So now we would say that the ancient Egyptians, right? This TU right here, you see this right here? This TU right here is referring to well, yeah. Well, I would think it would be the Rakit, right? The Rakit. Right. Rakit. Right. Right. So it would be the Raket if it wasn't the Rakit to you. So let's look at the inscription. Let's start right here. So in this case, again, they use some of it is cut off, but they concluded that this was Kemet, right? And there's some text in front of it that says how we Kemet, right? And then this one says how the Egyptians rejoice at your strong arm, for you has protected their traditions, right? So this construction, without verifying, yes. Right, but this, well, no, what happened is here is that it's not clear, so they drew it in. That's why I'm, okay, right, right. So this is not from the hieratic. Remember, this is the hieratic and the paper. So here they're talking about the Egyptians, right? But there's, okay, so I have the transliterations for all of this, but let's go here, right? Let's go read through some of the other ones. So now I'm only interested in the cases where there's a Kemet. So this is the one that we just read, right? Well, I'm gonna go to this one in a second. But this one right here, so as far as Chris's point about how else can we say ab F, right? They say he has come, he has ruled the black land, he has placed the red land in its midst. So the Egyptologists say that ab F means midst, right? So this is this right here. So in this construction, they're saying ab F means they put the red land in its, not on its horns, but in its midst, right? Right, right, right.
Yeah, make that part bigger, right? Can we see that up close, brother Reggie? Like right there when you reading that? Because that's kind of small. I don't know if
What?
no, not that. I'm talking about the text right there. So we could kind of like zoom in on that for a second. So
I had to zoom in my screen. That's all I could see it. I had to just enlarge it.
Okay.
Yeah, because if I enlarge it too
Okay,
big,
my bad. I mean, I'll try to see what I can do on mine.
right. So what I did was, as a researcher, what I did was, where the hell are these cases with the A1B1 and the plural glyphs? Where is the case that Diop was talking about? So what I did was I found the cases, right? So I actually ended up spending a while in the library and with success and not to find. No, no. Well, no. I searched. I got a reference. I got a reference to where it was, and then I went into the book, and then they had only the hieratic. So the first time I got, this is what I got, Smash. Where am I? I got only the damn hieratic. I got the hieratic, right? I was like, oh shit, I messed up, right? Like, this is beautiful, right? Here's Deseret, right? Right? Here's Deseret right here, right? I got all of this. I couldn't read it. I was so mad, yo.
I was tight, right? I was like, okay, these are the cases, but where's Kemet? And then I got another source to help me let me know that this is Kemet right here. So, wait, you see Kemet with the male and female glyph, right? And in the plural and hieratic. I would have never, huh? Yeah, and it depends on people's different scripts because they have a convention, but you know, it's still in someone's handwriting, right?
Yeah.
And so yeah, I have a book too,
But
but
see, I think that the hieroglyphs, you know, the way that they're doing, even though they have, you know, it's handwriting as well, it makes it more clear than that right there, because that's like writing in cursive almost.
right, that's what it is.
That's what I'm saying, you know, and I know my cursive look different from someone else's.
So
Mm-hmm.
okay. Right. And then it's different periods, and then hieratic got so crazy that they created domotic, right? Because it was just so, you know, you had to be in that territory, in that nome, in that group, knew the people, right? Fine. But the case that Smash said, which was really important, was here, this is this says they try to make this is the black land because this is the red territory. So they make this automatically not Egyptians, but the black land. But now mind you, this is all in the same text, right? So let's look at the conventions. So let's go to
Hold on, please, Reggie. Can I stop right here? Hold on, I gotta ask something because I don't like, you know, I don't read this, but what it sounds like, what it's saying to me, it's saying the black people was in the red lands in the Horn of Africa. Am I tripping?
No, it doesn't say that. It says.
I mean, what are they talking about the Horn?
Okay, I gotta laugh. No.
I mean, I'm just tripping. I'm just saying, they saying that black people can live. Hold up, they saying that black people can live in the desert. Excuse me. What did you say? No, I said in the Horn. You know what I'm saying? But we know that they live in the Horn. You just said
the Horn of Africa, so the Horn.
Yeah, I just added
the
Africa.
best
My
thing
bad.
Horn gonna give us is Abu.
I could exclude the Africa, but we do know that black people live in the Horn.
Bro, you all out of context right now.
Yeah, okay, my bad. Let me mute back out.
Because you said Africa, you thinking this say something about Africa. Let's just think about if they even had a continental word or perspective. You know what I'm saying? And so doing that Horn, it would lead us to some place, but the closest place it's gonna be is like another Nomad city. If that wouldn't it be a Horn in Abu or not, or Elephantini? Which one got a horn? Anybody who know which one got a horn? Abu symbol or Elephantini?
Hey, Smash.
What's up?
Y'all going in and out on the YouTube.
Oh yeah, I just fixed it. I mean, that was just me going out. And thank you for saying that. Yeah, that was me.
Okay,
I appreciate you for saying that.
Next case, because I have Chris here. So I show the what I'm doing is I'm going to show the contradictions of the Egyptologists when they can't get around it, right? So here's my next case, and this is all in the same. This is all in the same kind of like stele, right, or papyrus. So then we have this case right here, Esok, NF, Kemet, right? What is it? Kes, thank you. RD, NF, and then we have this term right here. So let's see what,
Shanu.
So thank you so much. So then we can check over here, and we can see over here, Esok, and Kemet, Kesser, NF, Shanu S. Okay, great, good job. So then we go down here to see what it says. It says, he has given Egypt. Now it's Egypt.
No, they
All of a
messing it
sudden,
all up. Yeah, they messing it all the way
now
up.
it's all Egypt.
Completely
Well,
messing up.
he has given Egypt life. He has dispelled her woes. So now all of a sudden they forget about that this is the black land, right? Now it's just Egypt. So then there's another case, right, of Kemet. Where's the other case? Right here. Let's just see. There's another case of Kemet that I am missing somewhere.
No, it's right there. No, you did good. It's a Kemet right there. But with the one, let's just point out something. They normally, do they ever bring life to things that ain't, well, you're going to say yes, because that sounds like an absolute question.
Giving life to the people of Egypt.
They bring life to people, though. You feel
Right.
me? And so that's
Right.
a people group there. It's not a country. Just like below it says Siank. It says Siank to bring life, NF to, or he brings life to them or whatever. To him or what? He bringing the life to the pot, which is another people group, dignitaries. And so that's kind of not like, I think they both are people groups there.
Okay.
But they didn't even say Egyptians. They said Egypt.
So here's this case that we were arguing with earlier with the fear. So let's just try to find out where
There
that
you go,
is.
right there.
Okay, help me out.
Right
Where?
there. Go right above on your mouse. Am I wrong? To
Right,
the left?
so
That's
thank
not
you
it?
so
Is that not it? Am I wrong?
Yeah. So this one says, let's just see, read it in English and then come back. He has trampled the foreign lands. He has struck the nomads ignorant of his fear.
Yeah, because
So,
that Kim word, Kimmel, is right before that. That's funny, but it's the KH Kimmel. Look, go but look behind them people of Anu or Hilliard. Look at the people group on that same line, the same line you was on. Now go right behind that. That KH and that M and that U means ignorant.
yeah, thank you. So, but this is a people group. The important thing is right here, this is the Amo, I guess. This is the Amo, and it's a people group. So why when they want to talk about people one time, it's fine, right? And then the next time period, in the next sentence, they're messing it up and they're calling
They're
it.
gonna say that's people related to Heliopolis or Anu or
Yeah, this is Amo.
But
But
that's
why
what they're
is
gonna say. See the difference between, we gotta see the difference between this. They saying those ain't no colored people down there. And the root, that's all I'm saying. This is what they're gonna argue. They're gonna be like, that's only saying they're related to the place where the pillar is. And then they're gonna force it back. And then they'll argue it back up on the Kemet. Like they're related to Kemet. Now the one pot, the one under Kemet, you want to go to that pot, P-A-T? Yeah, right. You're on that line, but go to the right to the people group on that line. That one is the one that discredits them, not the Awinu or whatever. Go up right there. You see the P, the A, and the T right before that?
Okay.
If we look up pot, is a class of people. So you can't act like pot is related to a city. Pot are dignitaries. As Taharka said on Kawa Stella 5, he was not in Kush. He was in Taseti with his mama and the pot dignitaries that his brother loved so much. You feel me? And so these pot is a class of people, if you ask me. Somebody can expound on that.
Well, okay, so they translated over here is Eson NF pot, right? Which Smash is absolutely right. Surek NF Hittite, and then it's something like Rakit. And so what they're saying is over here.
They're gonna say it's gonna be the first people gonna be some bosses, and the second one is like normal people.
Right.
Pot in juxtaposition to Raketi. That's what I'm getting out of that.
So he's given the nobles life. He has given breath to the throats of the people.
See, so they took regular people was just, well, yeah, that's fine. He giving breath to the throat, but he's giving who life? The nobles. That's the pot. So
Right.
that's a class of people. So therefore, you can't argue no consistency in this translation. If you say
Right.
this is a nisba making them related to the noun in front topographically, and then you come down to pot and you switch it and say, oh, well, what is this then? Are they related to pot geographically? Are they someone will come up with a definition of what the PAT means of something of honor, and then they'll say, well, I'm just trying to follow the logical lines.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just glad that I don't know where, because Chris be mowing us down. So
I'm reading it. My wheels turning.
He reading it like, hold on.
So over here, this is a TU bird, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a TU people bird with the people, and so what they're saying over
here. Hold on, it's a reket. Yeah, that's a TU bird. Riketiu. That's what I'm thinking.
Right, the riketiu, right? So the okay, so I guess it says the throats of the people, right? In this way, because he said he's given a noble's life, he's given breath to the throats of the people. So we need to check that.
Well, you see the throats. Let's go back. So I see. Right. I mean, is it the thing with the goat neck right there before it for throats?
Right. Mm-hmm. Right.
So where that word starting, because we see the NF, it ain't part of the NF ain't part. So the word starts with the het.
It starts at the twisted flax. Right there, the twisted flax.
Or what? Hetiet. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So Hetiet is next if we want to look that up. I mean, I see a neck as the determinative, so I wouldn't look it up.
And then it starts talking. Then it's the Rikitiu.
Rikitiu is the people.
More like subjects. Rikit is like something like subjects.
I always wanted to know this word. Does Riketi Amen have anything to do with this Riketi?
No, she's the knower. She's
the knowledgeable one,
right?
Or the king's acquaintance.
Her verbal root or stem is the verb rech, to know.
Knowledge.
So she is a recheti.
Is that a class of people in Kemet? Not like you gonna find Riketi with these two people.
I don't see it as a class, but as an educator, it's like the word sabiit. Somebody said they had never seen that word before, but I was telling them they did use the word sabit and sabayit to mean teacher. He just hadn't saw the text. Matter of fact, it was what's the guy who you be going argue with sometimes with.
Well, just tell him rec means knowledge, and he's seen plenty of recs though, right?
But his claim is that the word never existed as a title for a teacher, and that's not true. They actually used it to designate a teacher.
That's correct.
Well,
normally,
that was just an attack, a personal attack. Those things are stupid.
Right, but the thing about it is, it's a what you call a surname, right? It's a personal name. So with personal names, you have a little bit more liberty, right, than if it was an actual word, right? So leave my teacher, Dr. Ricchetti, alone. Guess what? When I met Dr. Ricchetti was in 1985, right? 84, 85, and she was Sister Ricchetti. She didn't have a PhD yet. So we used to call her Sister Ricchetti. And I know her real name, but I'm not going to mention it. But we knew her as Sister Ricchetti. She wasn't Dr. Ricchetti yet, right? How about that? So I met her in her early 40s, if she wasn't in her late 30s. And she was
going back.
And she was.
Yeah, I was 13.
She was so kind. She's the one who helped us with all these terms that we talk about, Ma'ad and Hotep. It's just the way. I mean, Chris, you had in-person teachings with her or over the phone?
Zoom.
Zoom. Her meta nature.
Yep.
When I met her, she was much younger, right? Now, so her meta nature is very, very beautiful. It's very calm, very beautiful, right?
Absolutely.
Things might have. Right now, I've seen her, but see, some people, she's very nice. But if you're wrong, she'd be like, "No, class, he's wrong. You do it over. You come back. Can I have somebody read it right? That's how she is, yo. She will if you think you got any kind of ego, man, with the meta nature should take Chris, am I wrong?
No, you're right on point. Matter of fact, she would tell you to repeat it. She would say it in Medu Neter.
Why is he saying A'amu is a geographic reference, not a color? It actually really, I mean, you might be stretching it to say that A'amu is a geographic reference unless you could tell me where the land of A'amu is.
Yeah, Amo
No,
just
that's
means
another one of those generic terms again. There is no city or state of A'amu. I mean, I'm sure we all,
But he's saying it's a geographical reference. Well, I'll give him he might be trying to say for people of the East, you could try to squeeze that in there, but it actually ain't really even referencing that because we got Libyans called A'amu.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So right. So Shoshank is called is a great Amu, right? So and guess what? Nubians themselves, or so-called Nubians, could be Amu. It just means foreigners. Like you're in class today. And anyway, so I'm gonna shut this. Wait, the only thing that I am gonna do is maybe I'm going to show you what's behind. Let's see if I can show you what's behind my stuff. Only because I'm on Smash's show with Chris, because and Pan African James is just really so nice. To the detractors, you coming up with silly arguments that you can't substantiate because you can't read the language, right? So learn to read the language. People will help you, right? But don't be wrong and got that going strong, looking at stuff. And because we're here to help, but don't mistreat people that's trying to help you, right? You know, so let me see what's behind this. Give me a second. I mean, Chris, somebody like Chris, he only comes on here when we're actually doing meta nature. He'd be in the bushes, but for the infighting, he's never around, right? And that just shows you the type of person he is. He not dealing with that. Well, he ain't got no patience for our infighting, right? So let me go share screen.
My thing is, when we walk away, did we learn something? Did we spend more time learning and understanding than talking about each other, man? That's the part I can't take. I want to learn, man. I want to learn. You know what I'm saying?
Chris,
I want to learn. Yo,
so
facts on that, Chris.
do you have examples of Kemet meaning black people, Kemet meaning black cattle, Kemet meaning black color of a skin, or describing the color of an object? Do you have examples of Kemet being shown as far as black country, black land, black continent, black nation?
yeah. So all of what you just said, pretty much, Smash has shown at some point has shown a text saying those. But let me say this though. I don't buy the claim. I don't go with the claim, and we can battle it out that Kemet means black people. There are black individuals. I've seen individuals use the term Kim in describing themselves, right? But when I look at text from Deir el Medina, when I read text from people who weren't noblemen, I have never seen any ostraca where an individual from the villages, right, from the people who were soldiers, from the people who were domestic workers, refer to themselves as Kim. I have seen dignitary, I have seen people of status refer to themselves like that. I've seen people with lineage, royal lineage, if you will, refer to themselves as Kimmy or Kim. But across the board, as a nation, I haven't seen it.
But Kemet, you have seen it stated and being utilized to refer to black people.
As a black person, yes. Ad nauseum, Smash has shown that dozens and dozens of times.
Yeah.
Now you said a people though. I have never seen it referred to. Now again, we can go back and battle in the grammatical roots of the word Kemetiu. But what I'm saying is that from the examples that have been presented, right? Mm-hmm. Leave the word Kemetiu alone for a second, right? I haven't seen where the nation of people, and when I say nation, I'm talking about from the top all the way down to pig farmers. to dig to people who worked in the salt mines, right? I've never seen anybody refer to themselves as the black person or the black people. Now, let me add one last thing. Now, during the Demotic era, there was an instance where these individuals were called Ramech Kim, but those individuals were from I'm gonna say Nubia, you all, but I think we all know, that for the layman, I'm just saying Nubia, right? Who referred to themselves as the black people, but they were in, I forgot what city they were in. Apparently, during the Late Kingdom, the profession of embalming was kind of outsourced, and Nubians were embalmers. They were embalmers, and the Egyptians referred to them as Ramech Kim, as black people. These two Nubians. It's one of those obscure texts that you really got to go dig for, and it's during the Ptolemaic era.
So that's
he is a demonic text. I got that text
kind
too.
of telling, Chris, if you see that, that's when they put it as a people group at the time when we know that it's a split. I want to say genetically and phenotypically. You're talking about the Ptolemaic period. We know what those people look like, even when they started to mummify themselves. They
right. So it'll make sense for them to see Nubians and say, "Hey, those are two black men," because that's what they look like.
Right.
Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, Chris, what I think I disagree.
Oh, I didn't hear the whole statement, but go ahead.
Let's see.
Yeah, I disagree with you, Chris, because so Chris, tell Smash what you just said, because he didn't hear it.
No, I said that the brother was asking me for references to Kemet meaning black people, black land, Kemet meaning other things, and
black
I said
cattle,
right? And I said for the past couple of months, years, I Smash on some occasions I've shown all this stuff, but I was saying how I don't accept the meaning of Kemetu meaning the black people for the whole nation. I've only seen the term used to describe an individual or a family.
Well,
right?
that's kind of like, I can't lie, that's along with my stance, but Brother Reggie's researchers was opening me up. As y'all see, that's what I'll be showing individuals who stated their physical appearance, but I don't have anything that's making me deny what Reggie is showing me here and what I've seen in the UNESCO. But there was something else that led to when I did come back, you were stating something about another Kemet. So whatever.
Well, I was saying that.
Let him finish his statement real quick.
So I was saying that when I look at text from workers, right, other than people who are not, you know what I mean, people who are not hold no status, they're just workers. I've never seen an ostraca during the Middle Kingdom or the New Kingdom or going into the Ptolemaic era where the Egyptians refer to themselves as a black people. Now the term was around, right, during that time, during those late periods.
That's why I'm trying to get you to expound.
But I don't see laymen. What I want to see is a bricklayer called himself the black man. What I want to see is a pig farmer.
I wanted to see what are your sources on the glyph Kemet being utilized in reference to people. That's why I'm at with it.
Well, Reggie showed that.
Yeah, he showed it.
that today.
That's not contradicting what his argument is either. Robert contradict his argument.
Hold on. So basically, Chris, you and Sonoran agree. Basically. I mean, I'm just trying to keep it simple.
Yeah, he's saying that's how they would have said it, but he's saying show us where they said it like that.
Everything else you agree with except the Kemet to you, right?
Yeah.
You and Sonoran agree. That's all.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of work to be done.
We need to hear the other side. We need to hear the other side as to why you wrong.
But hold on though, because y'all, when I left, we wasn't talking about Kemet to you. We were still on Kemet.
Yeah, we were still on
Kemet.
But now
I'm dealing with both terms, God. I want to see. I'm trying to see what is this term being utilized? What is it being correlated with? If we have the term Kemet being utilized to describe a people, or if we have the term Kemet being utilized to describe cattle, and we have Kemet being utilized to describe someone's skin, Kemet being utilized to describe someone's land, and then we have Kemet being utilized to describe people. we need to acknowledge this, and I'm trying to harp on. This is the totality of this argument.
Right.
And
Let me add in.
You trying to get Chris to go ahead and go on to admit the commit.
I want them examples,
Look,
G.
look,
I want them
look.
examples.
The brother,
and I
look, the
want to
brother
see
said
what's the
something.
context with those examples. What are they talking about when they're talking about the people?
The brother said something key here. If you notice in all his descriptions, right, and I think this is part of the problem in general. It's okay. I'm not saying it's a problem what you did, but if you notice, you used in all of your in your knowledge about Kemet, you use it as a description. It don't have to be a describe word.
It don't
Does
have to
not
be.
have to
That's
be
what I'm saying.
right.
What the examples that you got? I
No,
understand that.
Well, Smash showed that. I mean, I got some of that, but Smash, he got all the examples. I would say 95% of how it's used, we've seen it in some form of fashion.
Yeah,
Smash, right? I mean, you.
So Chris, what he wants, and Robert, I respect your game, but you know what it is. A lot of us, we're still writing and still publishing and stuff like that.
Right.
A lot of people want it easy peasy. So like what I just showed, right?
Right.
Remember, this took me days to find, because I can tell you, and everybody else would tell you who does this work, no one has never seen the cases, right? No one's actually ever seen the cases where there's a Kemet with the people glyphs. We talk about it all the time, but where are they? So what I just did was, for Smash's show, I just showed you the cases and we went through it.
Beautiful.
You can't get it unless, no, it's fine if I show you the link and I get you there, fine, then you got it. Then you don't have to, how can I say, you don't have to thank me, you don't have to pay me. You could be one of the 120 people that's watching, right, who's not commenting and saying, thank you, sucker Reg, I got it now. So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do a YouTube video on it, right?
Right, God.
Numbers up, I'm gonna try to make some money, I'm gonna be the expert, right? Because it was free. You did it on Smash's show for free, right? Okay,
Indeed, God.
I do work like that, right? Smash does work like that. Chris does work like that, right? We give you things for free. But then I get the backlash when I have to argue with people who don't know the grammar, don't know the meta nature, don't want to take a chance. Even if I'm wrong, sometimes I'll take a chance, all of us, and say, oh, okay, that was the wrong case. Now I learned something, I won't do that again. But there are a lot of people here who have random arguments against stuff. Now, to you, Chris.
Yes, sir.
My good brother, Chris. Okay, so I tackled that problem. I understand what you are saying. The normal people would not call themselves Kemet to you, right? They would not call themselves Kemet to you. The king and usually the king is speaking about the people, but not all of the people. So to me, it always meant sacred black. It never meant just a color. It meant, okay, there's a.
No,
yes.
that was me. I'm just
That
trying
wasn't
to
me.
help you with
That wasn't
that.
me.
That was me. And I'm just trying to interject the way we do sometimes. I'm with that argument, but I think the word sacred, people ain't understanding how you come into that conclusion. So maybe you can expand it to discussions about the Kemet to you, which are the divine herd. That's all I was saying.
Right. So yes, that's what we did earlier when we looked at Winjwet, right? Well, they were talking about the herd, the flock, the group of people. There, they described themselves more often as the Winjwet, right? The people, right? Now, when it comes to, I think, Kemetiu, they are talking about who is the type of, who rules, the type of hereditary to rule, right? And we get an inkling of that when we see the we see the Pepi when he says we stand in front of the chiefs of the Kemetiu like men. Now, that's all in a very, very high level group of people, right? But we've already won the war with Kemet, right? The word Kemetiu listen, there's still room to do more research. But we won the war with Kemet, right? Because they were designated to say Black people as Kemet, right? Kemetiu, I think, again, there are cases. Now, I know where I'm going with it, and I spent a lot of time in the library and stuff like that, in a research library, right? I think I'm gonna get to it. I think I'm going to get to it. But if people are expecting the common people to call themselves Kemetiu, right? I don't think that you're going to see that. If the king is going to call use the word Kemetiu, I think that you're going to see that.
No, I could agree with that, because I think that's a conflation with the modern way that we use a racial term. If you're saying that the king seen his people as a divine herd and he was the bull of bulls, it would be cool. And he was supposed to stand in front of the Kemetiu like the Apis. We could see the analogies between the people Kemet and the bull group Kemet. But they have to rectify that stand before the inhabitants of Egypt wasn't there if Kemetiu isn't a people group related to some sort of blackness. So I don't know, but I see exactly what you're saying.
See, I have another term. That I used in my article where Hathor's worshipers, right? So she's a cattle, right? She's a cow. She's represented as a cow. They're a cattle cult, and they call themselves the Tenetinu, right? So these are sacred worshipers of her cult. Her cult people are the Tenetinu. I think, again, the people who's fit to rule, the bloodline, right? The bloodline of rulership is the Kemetiu, and they represent the people. If you want to look at it, I'm trying to pose that as a way to look at it, right? Rather than we trying to do a racial type of thing. But what I was going to show, and someone else is showing something, so I won't have to show it. I was going to actually show you the demotic, the hieratic for the stuff that I was showing, but I don't have to do that now because we done moved on. Well, I don't want to do it now. I don't do it. I don't want to give up everything, because people. I come to these boards, Smash. Really, I wake up and like Pan African James. Look, I've been on this. This is my whole day. This is my whole day. Like, this is the whole day.
Let me ask, who is that who got the source on the screen?
I'm sharing the screen right now.
Whose book is that?
This is from Asar book.
Okay, sorry, Imhotep's book. Shout out to him. Go ahead.
But it's in regards to what we was talking about in regards to the people groups, showing them and his opinion on what they meaning. So I'm just giving another perspective of the actual text that we were just talking about, because he actually has this exact text where it says it was he who had ruled Egypt, and then he had put, that's the text that Reggie just had up on the screen. So this is a different parsement of what we were just talking about.
Go ahead.
No, but I'm just saying, if we reading it, we can. Okay, so to say the way this passage is worded lets us know that it is talking about the state as a political entity and not the Nisba Kemetiu. That's what we were talking about, meaning those of Kemet.
So this is basically Reggie's opponent's argument that they debated for about 3 years, that you about to pull up and see on the screen. That they already ran from this. But keep reading it. Go ahead.
I think you should start from the paragraph above, bro. It'll be better that way.
This is supported by the fact that Kim.T is used in the same manner as all of the other political locations in the text. The name Deseret with the T, Tawi,
Brother Eddie, I don't know if please you could start
Go back. See, this is why cats be lying. I don't mean to interrupt you. Put the text back on the screen, Reggie, that facsimile. In my memory, that Deseret didn't even have a T.
No, it had a T.
It did? Let's
Yeah,
go
it did
look.
on the flamingo
All
bird
right, well,
upset.
my
But
memory is
here what I'm
bad.
saying, read from on top, we're saying it is because of this common. You have to give, you can't miss the paragraph and then start to read the text below it. You have to read that part. They go on, man.
Well, this is just a little bit from the whole text itself,
And
but I'll start where you
it's
want me
not too
to.
much to just read the part above it
Okay.
if you don't mind.
It is because of his common concept. Excuse me. Let me start where it says. It says, it is because of this common conceptualization in African languages to sit, rest, equals place that the Egyptians also spelled Kim.T with two sitting people as the determinative. So when we see the people, that's what there is. So many
See,
researchers
this is
have.
where he started to mess things up.
Yeah,
So now the two people mean to sit and the rest. Man, that's that bullshit. We just got through looking at all these words that mean they are dignitaries, people groups. Now he gonna go someplace and say it means to sit down and the
But
rest. But if we
let's
go
be
to the
fair.
ancient Egyptian words for sitting down and resting, those won't be there.
But let's be
He
fair because.
consistently do this, bro. Go ahead.
Well, let's be fair because we're
I'm
both
being
at this
fair by
point.
letting his work be on my show. He wasn't putting no smash work on his show. So let's keep
I ain't
it a
never done
buck.
his show. I ain't
I
never done
mean,
this show.
he got no source for that BS. There's no source.
But he just made an outrageously bold claim that we could just source right now. Don't y'all remember we was just looking through all of these people, A1, B2, and we was looking. He just got to saying some wild stuff. That's what we call magic metal netter, bro.
None of them said to rest.
Let's go look at it.
Hold on, wait, let the brother finish.
Yeah,
finish.
Now get that off the screen. Let's go look at it again.
Get it off.
I just say that's a real
notion. Let's go see if it's
But he just told us it mean the rest. Like you gonna find some of. Let him read it again. Watch this.
Oh, man.
So that's a real notion in African language. The question is, does it apply to the A1 and the B?
So hold on, how we know what? Hold, let me ask y'all something. Other African languages got determinatives. Got them.
Not.
What you say?
So other African languages have determinatives.
It have the T, it have the feminine.
No, we ain't talking about the T. We talking about a man, a woman, and three strokes. What's a cognate in these other African languages for the man, the woman, and the three strokes?
You would have somebody will probably say will say the equivalent would be something like the noun class system.
No, he messed that all up. Go ahead.
That gives you different classifications, but as far as a graphic representation, you're not gonna find because
it ain't gonna be a graph where you go.
So, but what y'all see what he just did? He just took a determinatives from one language, a classifier, and then equated them to something that it don't even to sitting in other African languages.
Nobody. Let me explain this to you.
The notion is real, but the question is, does it apply to
let me explain something to you.
Well,
I'm going to explain something to you. So don't do this. Why this would not be accepted is because there's no citations to his point, right? So he can write it in the book all he wants, and y'all can do backflips and y'all can believe it. But as a scholarly paper, this first, if this was in an abstract, if this was wherever it is, it would not be accepted because he made a claim that's not substantiated.
Well, can we do what we've been doing, and that's just read what he has.
No,
we should finish the text though. We should.
Let him finish the text. Let him finish.
I can't finish the text. Why can't we just read?
Read the text.
Can I talk without everybody talking over me?
The person reading should have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. My question is, why can't we just read
start reading.
I am, but I'm trying to actually frame what I'm reading. Why can't we just read what he wrote, and then we can actually determine what context the word Kim is used in?
Well, we was just addressing it piece by piece, family, but now we're going to let you complete. It's all good. Ain't no beef here. Everybody here is on the same team. I guess.
You guys don't have to get. It's like your feathers get ruffled when I'm just reading. Okay, so here we go. It said it is because. So actually, the sentence is he's saying this is a common.
G, read it, bro.
Brother, I can't read.
Yeah, no, you wasting your time
to
talking about it, bro. Just read it.
Let me talk.
Oh.
Nah, but don't commentate. Just read it.
I can't, but don't tell me to not to commentate. You
Well,
commentate.
we're asking you now. We're not telling you, family. We asking you not to put your own spin on nothing but your interpolation. Just read it.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying. So I'm trying to find a spot to start it. So I'll start off where we started was. The way this passage is worded lets us know that it is talking about
there, bro. You can't start there. You have to start about
I gotta start where you want me to start at.
You cannot start there. We know when through that. You have to start from on
brother,
top.
you can start where you want to start at and you read it then. Start from the beginning, you read it.
All of these are requests being made of you. No one's bossing you around, family. You don't have to do shit we say. We all cooperate with each other as we know that that's not what it is.
Trying to guide me into? It's like you're trying to guide me into making
you trying to guide.
Well, you didn't start at the place you started at the first time. How about this? Start where you started the first time you read it. See?
Okay. Well, so me showing this, we're talking about Temeti. Okay. And this is the purpose of me showing this, and we're showing the two people in the Kemet and the people, and we're showing that these people, the representative in the hieratic, don't represent people in the context
that it's used.
It's shown as a political script.
This is like the fifth time, and you just had to turn to read it, and you just start talking.
What's the problem?
Read it. Okay, so he don't want us to read it.
Yeah, he don't want to read it.
Can you read it? Nobody.
Yeah, I can read it, bro.
Okay, well, read it.
If it's who's sharing it, not you. No, you sharing it.
Because of this common conceptualization. I don't want to read this bullshit.
You probably can't read, but okay, I'll read it.
I can read, bro.
But since we started on it, let's not disrespect it without finishing it. I think Asar is at least going to explain what he's saying on the page.
Exactly.
It is because of this common conceptualization in African languages.
He's reading, please.
Okay.
I can't see the whole thing on my screen. Egyptians also spell Kemet with two sitting people as the determinative. Kemet have interpreted, I can't see the whole screen, have interpreted.
You gotta shrink it down.
Eddie, you have to shrink it down if you don't want to read it. You have to shrink it so that we can read it properly. Oh, God.
Okay. That's it. It is because of this common conceptualization in African languages that the Egyptians also spell Kemet, KM.T, with two sitting people as the determinative. Many researchers have interpreted this word along the same lines as one would say Houstonians, but it look into how it is used in the actual text shows this is just another variant of the place name without specific reference to the people. For example, in the literary
Sorry, keep going.
Him to the Sesotris, the third. Him to Sesotris the third. Sesotris.
Don't worry about it. We know we're talking about.
Can you read?
Yeah, go. Keep going.
Yeah, shut up, boy. We find the following passage. It was after he had ruled Egypt and after he had put the desert in his company that he came to us. It was after he had protected the two lands and after he had pacified the two banks that he came to us. It was after he had caused Egypt to live and after he had removed his needs that he came to us. The way this passage is worded lets us know that it is talking about the state as a political entity and not the Nisba adjective form Kemetu, KMTYW, those of Kemet. This is supported by the fact that KM.T is used in the same manner as all the other political locations in the text. The names DSR.T, T, WY, and JDBWY in the original text do not employ personal determinatives. Furthermore, after the second sentence containing the word KM.T, it refers back to the word KM.T by meaning of a third person singular feminine suffix pronoun, .s, meaning it's. If it is spoke about the people, we would expect .sn, meaning there, they, them, not it's. So do I got to keep going? Because you couldn't do it or what?
You don't. Because you want to know why? You don't write books like this. This is trash. I hate no disrespect, but it is. Tell me this. The questions I got to ask can't be answered by the way he wrote the book. So who translated that? Y'all answer that. Whose translation is it was after he had ruled Egypt? To answer that by reading the book.
He's supposed to
It
source
was the
that, don't he?
translation that Reggie just had on the screen. That's the
Bruh,
same one.
it's different, and that's why I'm asking, because this one says it was, and then got after
Reggie,
in parentheses.
Reggie's
Yeah, but
Reggie's
yo,
text started at
hold on. Look the footnote right there, though. While again on
No,
that.
but look, I look for
Footnote
footnotes in his text.
30.
Bruh.
Footnote
You don't know how
30.
to read footnotes.
FL
Oh my
Griffith, the
God,
Petri
you're so
Papyrus.
silly.
No,
The
no, literally.
translation does not have a footnote.
No,
Read last, brother. Look at saying
he said it was
footnote
done
30.
before the translation. It was just he messed it up. So look, it says we find the following passage, plate 11, 3, 5, and then the footnote tells you who's translating it. That's all I wanted to know. Now, so
Right.
that's fair. All I'm looking for is the information. I'm not tripping on formatting. Feel me? I mean, something could be right and wrong with the format, but he tried to offer us whose translation that is, right? F.L. Griffin.
Right, all right, you know what I'm saying? But
All right, well, let
Griffith
Reggie tell me what I'm doing wrong. I'm trying to be fair,
Max.
dog.
I'm being fair too. The footnote is to where you can find the sorceress or Uchasen the third. That is where you can actually find it. It says it is in the hieratic papyri from Kahun and Garab.
Yeah, that is true, Reggie. You telling the truth. Yeah, that is saying where you gonna find the translation, but are you saying in this book the translation ain't in there and just the papyri?
No, it would just be right. It would just be you would find the plates there, right? So now we would have to say if it was translated by him, first of all, it would be in German, right? It would most likely be in German, right? If it was translated, right? So it says a facsimile appears in G. Moeller. So where does he say the translation?
Oh, you're right.
Get out of it. You believers, you write a paper like this in college, right? Now the translation, the fact of the matter is, now I do know if this is referring to what I showed. A lot of the material is missing. So someone wrote this stuff in, and then they wrote this stuff in. So
I see until I look at the source to see if there's actually a translation there. But I see exactly what you're saying though. But until I looked, I couldn't say that's what he did. It might indeed have, but I would say why you got the footnote up there and no footnote behind the translation, or at least it don't have to be a footnote, but tell us who translated it like that. You can't just say the hymnus and Rosis the third because you got it in English. But anyway. I ain't complaining on it.
I think that's exactly how it is. I think he make the sentence and he put the footnote there before the statement. He tell, and when you check the footnote, is that way you can find.
What source? Who told you that footnotes go after the statement, bro? Golly.
All right, but he made the sentence. All right,
the statement is the translation.
And then he put the footnote.
You are now listening to someone who's never written a paper.
Why this man? Yo,
know how to format. Don't listen to this person.
I wouldn't even get wild with you. I knew the.
Hold on. Reggie is the resident.
This man always trying to disparage people and.
But you ain't did nothing wrong, Uncle. But Reggie's the resident archer. Let's just let it be like that for now.
Yeah, Reggie don't know how citation is done in academic.
But no, you messed up. The footnote is showing you where to find the source on the statements made before it, bro.
Exactly.
Footnote don't include statements made after it, but hey, maybe I'm wrong.
No. You see the semicolon? The semicolon is what's being presented. You see the indent.
I'm defending you, Asar. Be quiet. Asar in the chat, man. I'm trying to defend you.
Yeah,
man, got a sword catching straight
from a different text. Well, you're trying to
damn, so when he naming it, you boy, you got hit long range. We was trying.
What I said was, if there is a translation inside of number 30, then it's cool, it's acceptable. But I want to know, is that your translation? It was after? Because Reggie, put yours back up. Let's see if it say it was after.
It's not gonna say it. I'm not gonna waste my time.
Exactly. It don't say that. So
Reggie started where he had.
Yeah, it don't
He had
say
a little.
it was after. So that's just asking us. We want to know how these people coming to these
Okay, you
conclusions.
know what, Smash? I'm gonna show you. This is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do, right? So, you know, we got real problems. First of all, you know, it's important to go to school. It's really important to go to school. I'm just trying to. I see that now, right? It's important to learn how to cite, right? You can make mistakes in citing. Okay, but let me just show you this. All right. Okay, remember, y'all, it's in hierarchy. All right. So I'm going to show you this, right?
It shows that. Let Reggie share the screen. And I'm sorry, brother, but the citation is not after the quote. The citation is before the quote. Number 30 is after the sentence. But shout out to you.
Okay. So so let me see if he's using the same source, right? Okay, but from this, they give us the actual plates. The problem is when you start looking at this, right, you find out that there are many places where it's not complete. And so what happens is you start writing stuff in, or you leave it X, meaning it's not there, right? So here are the plates. Does he have plates where everything is written in? Please show those plates, right? Because I am showing you where they get this stuff from, right? This is a picture of the surviving text where it comes, right?
Oh, well, thank you, Reggie.
So but now he may have a source where they may have done some other work, but the question is, with the plates themselves, I'm saying the plates, we have
Man,
difficulty.
he translated that, man.
Huh?
I'm sorry I translated that. He probably didn't, though. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Somebody did. Because based on this is the primary documentation.
But ain't that what we
see holes all through?
But Smash, ain't that what you do?
It was number 30. That is what you do.
He said, ain't that what you do?
No, no, he ain't saying it like that. He's like, isn't that the appropriate thing to do? I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah, we're supposed to go.
I think all I'm trying to say is y'all write more books than me, right? But normally when I see a footnote, it's for the information before it, not for the information after it.
You ain't understanding that point as yet, but the man make a sentence and he put a footnote and then he put a semicolon and showed what the sentence was in reference to. That's
so
simple.
besides the footnote mistake, is what he's actually saying, is it correct? Is the use of the Kemet in that instance used as not as a personal plate? You know what I'm saying? Like,
hell no, that ain't correct.
No, man. So they're going to a person.
Let me say something. His books are where you prove you're correct or not, right? The first time I said, man, let's get this off the screen, is when the way he started trying to prove he was correct. He said he took the determinatives from the ancient Egyptian language and tried to make them cognate with some other African languages, which talking about sit and stuff. And I was just like, see, we about to go down the street again. Not even addressing how these words would have actually been said. Like, how do you say the A1, the B1, and the 3 strokes without anything in front of it? That will be how we form that, not with just a word for sit. That's pseudo, bro. Pseudo-linguistics. Netternet. Fly in, Netternet. We need that woman with the wings. Her pseudo-detectives is going off.
Yeah, but I think he meant the sitting people. I think he was just in reference to how the people were figured or positioned in the determinative. I don't think he meant that it implied sitting. I don't think he did.
Let's read it back. He said, I mean, my memory be working a little bit.
I started dealing with a larger.
Put it back on the screen.
Wait, hey, what happened? Smash. What you just believe the ancient Egyptian language is part of what language family group?
Oh no, so I don't really just if it's
You
going to
have no
lead.
opinion and I look
But if
into
this is
that
going to
too.
lead to what I think it's going to lead to, I think the
It's no
work that
matter about
Asar
leading.
Imhotep and them that do in looking into other African languages is indeed valuable.
Yeah,
I
this is a
see
separate
I
argument.
see ancient Egyptian connected to a ton of other African languages.
Right. So
But the
the
data has
methodology
not been
now are
plentiful enough to
trying
use. So
to
let me finish my answer. Then I'm gonna listen to what you're saying. But the data has not been plentiful enough for me to see what they present to overturn what's standing and current right now. And so that's all I wanted to say.
And let me
right.
say that
Well,
Ned professors that him and I think Dr. Mboli or somebody, they're working on it and submitting a paper, like what Brother Reggie is talking about, to do it in a scholarly fashion. So we have to wait and see if Neb and them are going to be successful in their attempt. That's basically where we at.
Yeah, let's
right,
let's let's
but
like let's do like
it's not
Strategy
only
said.
them it's
Let's
not only them
separate
who
game
just
for real, because it's two different things. The chem argument and the actual comparison of African languages, the validity of comparing other African languages to ancient Egyptian is two separate things. And actually, that's
it's
one
not
of the
two
most
separate
salient.
things, bro, because if he brought it up
Hold on,
as
bro. Let me finish though. Let me
say
finish. I see what you're saying. It is related, but they are two separate things though. Uncle. But you can't downplay that though too, because that's really one of the most salient points from the symposium. That's one of the things I was gonna come on and say, but
in the same UNESCO symposium where you're talking about Shekanta Diop and all the cheerleading for Diop. But that's Diop same argument that the Egyptian language is inside of the African group of family
Yeah, but he
languages.
didn't say it was more
And
closely related than
he
Coptic, bro.
using I know, but he using the methodology. What you
So
laughing
see how
for?
you messed that up? No, I was laughing at my last remark that you agreed with. Because your point was Diop doing this too, but he ain't doing what Asar doing. He never said that it was more closely related. Now you could go look at his linguist homie, Theophilo Banglas. He reclassified the groups but left them the same. He left Coptic right there after Middle
Right,
Egyptian.
but I don't think I have no problem with Coptic. It's clear that Coptic is the last stage of the Egyptian language. It's clear. I don't like why you bringing in Coptic?
yeah, let's bring it back to the topic though, because not right now we're going everywhere. I think when Asar was talking about the seated people,
This
it
is
was
the
really
Smash
it was really more
Rockwell
of a
show.
semantic
This
kind of
is
thing.
not
I
the
want to hear from
Asar
Zudo.
Imhotep show. This is Smash Rockwell show, right? So if so everything Smash puts up, right? We can either find the primaries, right? We don't do no pseudo judo.
But now I
right?
wanted to kill that last source. Then Eddie took it back down because they're trying to get off the hook. They said it didn't say something, and it did. Let's go back. Because I don't
Yeah,
like
all
it
I'm
when
saying,
I'm
all I'm
not
saying
making
is like,
charges at the brother. I'm trying to look at the
everybody to get
data.
along.
Pardon me?
I say it seems inside it's like a rhetorical thing to get along with who thing it is. What kind of you mean if it's your channel thing.
No,
You
that
know
was
what I
Reggie's
mean? We
statement. We
having
got
a
past that,
discussion.
homie. I
stop
didn't even
feeding
say
into
that.
that shit so much, Uncle
Yeah,
Jay.
I'm not. You just you trying to keep it going, but I feel you because you might have got slighted, so you just got your energy up. But I didn't say that. You're interrupting me. Let's go to Let's go. Why are you not on the same part of the book, bro? Like if we say pull it back up, I gotta say pull it back up and put it on the same page too. I think that be cats be being difficult on purpose. Because they don't be wanting you to show what you about to show.
Got knocked out, God. You can't do nothing with that
I
computer screen.
appreciate you. All we got to do is go to the last sentence. I mean, the last, not sentence, but paragraph. I'll read it because we read the top part 30 times. This is the part that we said didn't happen. While the uses of the sitting man and woman determinative in the word Kemet without glyphs directly convey the notion of a people in the country, I mean, it's so small, directly convey the notion of the people in the country, hyphen, may not make sense to Egyptologists. It makes perfect sense when we understand the Egyptian language and writing scripts within the greater African context. So slow down. The way we gonna understand this shit he about to show us is within the greater African context. So now let's listen. To live or dwell in a place is to sit, lie, or rest, relax, period. First of all, that's crazy. It ain't no source next to it, but whatever. To sit, to live, you can live and dwell and be stressing and not relaxed. But he talking about some African language that ain't sourced at the end of the sentence. Next it says, it is how the people in ancient times used to refer to the ground with the source after 31. Now it says, even the notion of standing can connote a place, which all right, cool. It said, because where else are you going to stand? It says, wherever you place your feet convey the notion of a place, existence in African languages. So when we was just talking and we was acting about how he was substantiating that this A1 and this B1 did not mean what they mean, but they meant the place, I said he just started going into his unsourced African languages. And I wanted to pull this back up until y'all can say, no, that's not, you're wrong. He's qualifying that with stuff he didn't just make up.
I have a problem when he says, for example, in a literary hymns to Sorceress 3, Dynasty 12, we find the following passage. Then he says, plate 3-5. Okay, so usually what people do is just show the plate 3 and the sections of the plate 3 through 5, and that would be the end of the story. Then we see some broken, some mixed Medu Neter with transliterations and glibs.
It's hard for people to get, Reggie. This is just too hard for people to get. This ain't even a cool effort. You wasting your time, bro. After everything we said, my man, shout out to Muntu, says it's true though, to live has the same word as seat in some African languages. The African language of scrutiny is the Medu Neter. And these three glyphs don't mean to live or for a seat. Will we please understand that's where the magical Medu Neter is being done on you?
Yeah,
if you got the right A1, the B1, and the 3 strokes, it don't mean to live or a seat.
Yeah, that's just I won't say it's magical Medu Neter. I just say that's Asar's argument. That's his argument for that
but what I'm saying is a simple kind of it's like linking up semantic understandings at a similar type things. That's not even far fetched, you know what I mean? So
you can't do that, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Let's see.
Are y'all missing that the initial point that the first thing, say you start trying to scrutinize something, you starting with the point of scrutiny is the A1 glyph, the B1 glyph, and the 3 strokes. Now, if you go into other languages to find cognizance to that, you already got a problem because it's a determinative. How you find cognizance for a determinative? So you're looking at the way it's shaped. So you say, oh, they're sitting down in the determinatives. But it don't mean to sit when it's used in the ancient Egyptian language. So I said that hell of times. I'm sorry. I don't want to be misunderstood. I apologize.
Man, leave it alone. Like, what
nah,
is
that's
this
why.
right here?
You know what I mean, this source, you know what I mean, was some bullshit from the start, like we tried to say. But anyway, I think once again, my man willingly or unwillingly detracted from the points being made. We had to recap, ladies and gentlemen. We have multiple examples that are stating that the term Kemetu is referring to black people. We see the word Kemet being referred to people, black people. We see
No, stop, brother, stop.
What you mean?
You can't just
what you mean stop? Yes, we do. We just pulled it up on the screen, man. You stop.
I'm talking about that all day with Sir Sonoran. He got a source to what he's saying. Eddie?
But I'm just we did not come to the conclusion that Kemetu was a Nisba of Kemet.
Hold on. Did they? I didn't hear him say that. I didn't hear. But you messing up everything. I hope I don't be sounding like this to you, Chris. Because the way you just said, we did not come to the conclusion that Kemetu knew was a Nisba of Kemet. Everyone came to the conclusion of that. All of the scholars involved. They just tripping off the definition of it, bro.
Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about, because you can't even tell me the noun of Kemet. Where if I ask you where is the location at, it's gonna get
G, you
silent.
detracting again, bro.
That's not detraction. Listen, how are you having a conversation about
But
a
you
place where you don't
keep
even know where it's at?
detracting, bro. You know what I'm saying? You
That's
coming up with
crazy.
all
You
this
can have
stuff.
conversations about places you
Mass,
don't know where they at, bro.
That's
put the glyphs
crazy.
up.
So this is what I'm saying.
Put the
If
no
you
map
look
up.
at the
Man, doing
Which
that shit on
glyphs? Yeah,
purpose,
okay,
man.
yeah. Which glyphs? Yeah.
if you look at the word Ta-Nehess,
Oh, here he go.
that it refers to a geographical location. If you look at the word Ta-Seti, it refers to a geographical location. So there are nisbas associated with each of those. A Hesi. So
okay,
if you saying Kemet Kemet, where's Kemet?
So
Just
the
tell me
best
you know.
answer we gave you for the time period was from the story of Sinaway when he say he's gonna go down to Kemet, and he wind up in the Hyrcanopolis magma area. So that I gave you that answer 3 or 4 times, and none of us can say exactly until somebody unveils that research. But we're trying the hardest to answer
But
that
then
question, bro.
that knocks out the Nile Delta. That's
No,
what so
no, the Delta is. What make you think that Hyrcanopolis is in the desert? Oh, knocks out the Delta. I apologize. You're right.
The
Yeah,
Delta.
do knock out the Delta.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
And
so I'm
talk
with
to
you.
somebody else.
No, we can agree, bro. Like, what's the problem? I'm not mad to agree with you.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but that's an agreement. But man, there's so many other people that would tell you that the Kemet would start from the Nile Delta all the way down.
Well, at certain time periods, it would.
Lower and upper, but we don't see any references to where is the city state at.
Well, at certain time periods, there's text that let us think that by this time they was using it for the whole land. Like, you know how that would work, right?
Exactly, but that's the thing. There was never a time where where these I hate using the word Egyptian. I'm not going to use it because we can actually identify.
We'll get you to a point though, because you're going on to another point. There was never another time.
There's not a time where so the toponym for Egypt is what?
The toponym for Egypt is Kemet.
It's Kemet.
So Shemata, I don't know. Did I say that? Yeah.
What period? So my understanding is, at one point, the word Egypt referred to a certain. This is where we get back to Hecapata.
Oh man! All right, this is what I'm gonna do. No, I'm gonna get him off of Hukai and off of Tavu for once and for all. No, we're gonna do what we need to do. We're gonna help Brother Eddie. He's stuck on Hukapata. We're gonna help him. We're gonna go into the text for Hukapata for you, bro.
Okay, but listen, just me and Smash just talk. Everybody else just
I'm
listen.
Nah, bro, you detracted again.
Yeah, you taking away, but we're gonna learn from it still. Go away.
I mean, that's all y'all.
not go away. Go ahead.
And detract, and then under the guise of some other shit. But no, but what about Ta-Nehesi?
Just let the brother get it off, though. I'm not even tripping. We all just chilling.
But what about what a SARS said? Let's read a SARS paper.
Listen, brother. So the question is, at what point did the whole?
Don't worry about what the damn grammarian said of the UNESCO conference. Let's read a SARS fucking paper.
Brother, listen, can we talk?
Let the brother get
intelligent.
Damn, G.
We don't talk over each other, brother.
Well, I'm talking over you, bro. But go ahead, man.
All right, go ahead. I ain't talking
Go ahead.
Go ahead. You got the flow, bro. It's too rowdy in here today.
Yeah, man, we're losing sight. We're losing sight.
Come on, we want to do this. We're gonna end. If you let him talk, we're gonna be able to end this Hukapata nonsense.
Right. Right. They hate to hear it.
All right, everybody mute out. Let them get it in.
At what point was this whole let's start from the Nile Delta all the way up, Lower Egypt to Upper Egypt? What point was that entire location known as Kemet? The entire geographical lower and upper. What part were they calling that Kemet? And can you show me where?
Close the door, please.
Oh my God.
All right, I'm sorry. What you say? I didn't even hear you. I didn't know you was talking to me. What you say?
Is there a time where the entire lower and upper was referred to as Kemet? And if Joe, can you show the primary source?
Yes.
Okay, well, what's the source?
The Coptic language.
Well, the Coptic language is the source for. Okay.
Because you're not accepting nothing else that we showed you, bro.
Brother, brother, I have
But you
the
can look at it
known list.
definitively there when they called Kimmy, it was all of the area. At the earlier times, we told you it was times it wasn't all the area. You get Kimmy in every time period from every king they know the Kimmy. So I can cite any king and it's going to be a Kimmy. So I just said what I said. Yeah, go to the Coptic language.
That's a lie, brother.
That's not a lie.
No, you lying,
that's
bro.
Easy.
Kimmy is. I just showed you.
Well, hold on. Let me ask Eddie. You said you asked him for a time when the whole totality, right, meant Kimmy, and he went to the Coptic.
I know. I don't get it.
And told you, hold on. So why is that not accepted?
You don't want a primary source.
I'm asking Eddie why is that not acceptable? Why is that? Why did the Coptic reference to the whole thing being Kimmy not accepted?
You know what a primary source is, brother?
Yeah,
man, I'm about to beat the brakes off your your little
yes, he did.
No, he didn't. You look, y'all on here cheering for Smash because the clout he's supposed to be who he is.
No, this ain't got nothing to do with Smash. Stop trying to do that between us.
I think when a brother say primary source, he wants to see a text, or he wants to see
a text that say what?
Right, he wants to see a text or an inscription up on the wall.
I could show a dictionary ain't gonna be the primary, but I could just quit beat you and just go to the Coptic dictionary. Kimmy means a black person, and Kimmy was the way you say all of Egypt. It's the name of Egypt in Coptic. I don't get it. It's still the name of Egypt in Coptic. Kimmy.
Brother, it wasn't even. So let's keep this conversation in context of the time period. At that period of time, there was no Egypt.
But you didn't.
Let's don't even say that.
We're not even talking about Egypt, and there was an Egypt. Everything you're saying is incorrect. During the Coptic time period, there was an Egypt. That word existed since 800 BC.
Brother, I'm talking way before 800 BC. That's what I'm talking about.
How could you?
You can have a conversation.
How could you be asking me to define something and then you talking about a different time period? No, I'm defining the time period because you asked me the question of name a time. You said name a time, right? And then you go into another time period?
Brother, the word Egypt did not.
He's trying to tell you that time frame period is too late.
Time frame that fitted your argument.
So I expounded on that. I told you every single king. I said there's every single king of Egypt got a Kemet attestation. But since you won't accept those, just take it from the Coptic. I did say that. And I'm saying it again if you didn't hear it. I don't know of a pharaoh that don't got a Kemet on his thing.
Let me source up.
All right, now I'm going to beat the brakes off Hoot Kapata to show you how insufficient all of your studies are. Watch me do it live. So here we go into the first attestation in the TLA where we see Hoot Kapata. If anyone reading any of these texts can see that the ancient Egyptians thought that this temple palace was the entire area, then show me the text to stop on. We're at the first mention of Hoot Kapata in the Middle Kingdom. Okay? To Hoot Kapata, for Ptah, the chief of Tetinet or whatever, T-Net, whatever, and an Au cattle.
My screen is showing.
Please, let's do this without interrupting. And for your trust, let me say, it belongs to Memphis. What is Memphis? Hoot Kapata. Did it say it belongs to Egypt? God, this dude is lost. Now let's see. For the sacrifice to be made in Memphis. Second intermediate period. Over here is Hoot Kapata. Why aren't these scholars translating Hoot Kapata to Egypt? Maybe they know better than Wiki. Now, this one gonna kill you because it says you cannot sail through it. You cannot sail through it to Memphis, which is Hoot Kapata, and the waters of Egypt, which is Kemet. So now you telling me you would be lost. You would be lost if you got. I put you in a time machine with your ancient directions and shit, and you're gonna be trying to go to Hoot Kapata. And they telling you right here, you cannot sail through it to Memphis, bro. That's not the whole area. It's Memphis. In the same city, you see Kemet in the same sentence. And it's consistent all throughout history. We all the way up into the New Kingdom. Shit only mentioned like 40 times. Oh, flame sprouting guy from Memphis. Is he from everywhere or is he from Memphis? Oh, Nefertim of Memphis. Every time we see the word Memphis, it says Hu Kapata. But for 2.5 weeks, you've been coming on here, fighting over some shit you just don't know. You out your league.
Correct. Brother, I'm not out of my league. I can correct that. I'm finna correct the TLSA right now. And you're gonna tell me I'm right.
So you about to correct the TLA right now. So all of these should be Nah, we're not gonna allow you to correct the TLA because now you tripping. You about to correct the experts right now, and this is some shit you just found on YouTube. Was you even studying this before you found this shit on YouTube?
Can I talk?
Nope. I'm muting you. As a matter of fact. Sorry, Eddie. It ain't fair. Look. Why I gotta be fair? Why do cats think your YouTube page? Don, you up out of here. Why do cats think some fairness and this ain't a democracy? I'm chilling with the people that is cool with you over here being disruptive. You out of here. See you next time, Eddie. All right, like fair. Damn, please. I ain't doing fair.
This is in chronological order from the earliest document, primary evidence that they have, I'm guessing, right? And they started off with what did it go to, the Middle Kingdom?
Because none of the attestations helped him, he want to correct the TLI.
Now, if it later on said mean the whole of the land, it would be the same thing as we were just talking about with Kemet. It started off in a certain place, and by the time you get to the Coptic, it means the whole land. Like, what's going on?
I don't know, but I see it's in the New Kingdom, and the scholars are still saying they was talking about Memphis. Let me finish this for Eddie because he won't have no rebuttal. He just gonna try to correct him and say the whole time these texts is talking about all of Egypt. That I will order to be done in Memphis. I mean, let's get to the end to be thorough. Let's see where this Hu Kapata is gonna be. Is it gonna be Egypt? Then we'll be able to
Memphis down at the bottom.
I don't even see it. I just see this Ka. I don't see the Hu Ka.
See at the very bottom.
Well, I do see Memphis, but it probably just.
So it's got to be somewhere down at the bottom down there.
Ka, yeah, it probably just came from that. Another Memphis Hu Kapata. Now notice here, I didn't search the word Memphis. I searched the word Hu Kapata. Like I don't.
You got Memphis in parentheses.
Exactly.
Right there.
Like this dude is crazy. And so because Wiki and all these arcane sources is either other sources that say that Egypt came from Hu Kapata, they can't translate that because none of that is qualified. You know what I'm saying? That's just like some scholars' work who put out a theory, and the theory has been running since then. Now here's the word Egypt. Look, this is beating the brakes off you. Look, now His Majesty was in the city Memphis. Hold on, let's click. Because do it say a city word? Look, you're getting the brakes beat off you. Look at this. What does it say right here? Town, quarter, or the town, a land, place, or a dwarf, Hu Kapata. But you think it's the whole Egypt when they use the word for the whole Egypt right here. Ta Mary. Beloved land, Egypt. So that's over. And anybody else who want to argue that Hu Kapata is Egypt, simply just let's see what they start translating it at that. Because we're not correcting the scholars, we're going with the scholars. If the scholars can be corrected, right? But you gotta have the prowess to even start to even do that. It's like you're gonna correct some airplane pilot right now. Just because the ride is bumpy, you gonna try to correct the pilot. Let's see where this one go. Memphis.
Hey, Smash. I'm. What was this? What's the fixation, or what was the thing with Hu Kapata?
So the brother is, the translation that scholars give is that Egypt comes from Hu Kapata, and I'm not mad at that. I think they might have something to it, but I'm telling them the ancient Egyptians did not say Hu Kapata was the all of the entirety of their nation. Some Greeks might have came in and made that mistake.
Right, that was Memphis. It was a temple in Memphis, right?
Exactly.
As far as I know.
It's a temple, exactly. It ain't even all of Memphis if you really live there. So you know how...
It's a temple in Memphis, exactly.
So if you live by a big city, but you live in one of the smaller cities close to the big city, and you go far away from there, you never tell people you from the little city that you from. Most people normally say the biggest city close to where they from. Now, I'm bringing this analogy in because this all started with a temple structure. So the people close who lived there, the Egyptians, ain't gonna even call the temple structure in Memphis. They would call that actual structure Hut-Kapata. But the foreigners coming from far away, because it was a big-ass festival in Memphis that people came from all over to once a year. And they would be saying they going to Hut-Kapata, not knowing that the locals were simply referencing the temple in the middle of the city. And so I'm like, I know we can see how that all happened. It's kind of like saying, I don't know. Well, when we say we going to Vegas, we say we going to the casinos, though, right? But Vegas has never been turned to be known as the casino, and that's what he kind of trying to do. And if that works, yeah, that's the same thing. The casinos are the structures inside of Vegas, right? And so sometimes we say, let's go to the casino. Now, if a foreigner hear you say, oh, we going to casino, and they think casino is the name of Vegas. That's what he doing.
I don't know how he can't, where he getting this from?
No, it's not his fault. I mean, I wish I would have only put you in the back, Eddie, and not put you all the way out. But I don't mind putting cats out, and I hope y'all don't mind coming back. It's nothing but YouTube. But it ain't no other way I could get the nonsense off the show, bro. I'll be patient for hella hours.
But that, like, I mean, I know from the terminology that it's Greek. So what is he doing?
Well, this is even a good one because it says Ankh Ta'ui. So it's really like the life of the two lands. Now, I always like to show when we can start saying, well, okay, that might be it, but let's see if that's really this. Because over here, this says, this say Merit Pata. This ain't really a Hut-Kapata. Am I tripping? Yeah, that says Merit Pata. This is Pata's mistress, so that's probably not the right one. Well, what do they got over here? Great beloved of Pata. They messed that up. What's this Memphis right here over here? Do y'all see a Hut-Kapata at the top?
I see Pata, but I don't see Memphis, no hoop or none of that. I see
So we see some change happening in the New Kingdom, because what's going on with this? I mean, I hope I ain't saying that wrong.
I wonder why Cuz thought that it wasn't a good idea to use Coptic when interpreting ancient Egyptian symbols, and I wonder why he thought that was a good idea.
I don't know. Some people probably.
That's a stupid idea. You know what I mean? I want you to know how dumb that is, bro. that you don't ever want to use Coptic.
Robert is out of
control. What the glyphs are.
Word.
You do know that's how they came up with.
I couldn't find this last one, but I ain't cutting you off, Robert. I'm gonna give you the floor right back. Look, I couldn't find the last one, but note the last word in it is supposed to be Memphis.
Okay, go back up.
So look, this ain't it. So it was this other word we was talking about. So now we know at least at this time in the New Kingdom, they're using another term to say Memphis. But we
click on that word. What does that word say?
We looking for this Hut-Kapata that's supposed to be in this text somewhere.
Yeah, but okay, down at the bottom, you saying it's supposed to be that last word.
It's gonna be this. Watch, this is another word. Look,
what is it gonna say?
This is a god name. Oh, Ankh Ta'ui. So that's what they was talking about. So Ankh Ta'ui is an epithet for a god
lady of
Memphis, I bet. And they saying, because ain't no Memphis on this last line, bro. This is all god names.
Yeah, I don't see it either in the transliteration. I was looking for it. No, I don't see it there.
Yeah, and so I presume, and now so we in the New Kingdom. So if the scholars are lining up, oh, somebody's coming in. That good God. If the scholars are lining up these other names with all right, look, who are in the west of Hut-Kapata? Memphis, but let's go look and see if that lines up in the transliteration. Because I could just start from about the bottom. I don't see no Hut-Kapata. So there's another name being used for Hut-Kapata and Memphis at this time.
There it is. I see it smashed. There it is right there.
Where is it at?
So what they did was, see, and this is why we got to be careful with this stuff, right? Look, Smash, look how they wrote the house at the top.
Oh,
they wrote it as
Perpata?
They wrote it as pair.
Oh, yeah. I was looking for hoop. So you're right. He's pointing out that they took another version of a house, right? And they wrote it per Ptah. And that's this body of scholars who chose to do that. That's not right.
Click on it,
but you
man,
want to
so
know
we
what's
can see
hella
what it
funny?
look like.
They might actually be looking at something that say per Ptah. Because I know about per Kanum, and they maybe probably be making per. I mean, I'm saying I don't think the scholars is that fumbly bumbly. They must be looking at a primary that we ain't seeing. And it might just have a house with Ptah there, and they like, what is this? The house of Ptah? Oh, that's Hoot Ptah? You feel me? I'm just trying.
I mean, technically, the words are kind of interchangeable. Technically, right? Hoot and pair.
And pair, yeah, pair.
Especially later on, especially going into the the New Kingdom,
which
we're
in that period now.
Yeah.
So, but that just brought some clarity to it. Do y'all see what he just pointed out?
Yeah.
Now here's the last one, but notice this last one just simply says in Ptah. The last in Ptah we see on the line, is there going to be a statement made to Ptah? Hold on, let me see. Because it's weird. Let's go down. So they're not really making a statement to Ptah at the bottom, but what we see is in Ptah. If y'all see this here, it says VP.
And they did it again. I just saw it again. Per Ptah.
Oh yeah, but I'm looking at this one. Look, in Ptah, and so they really just saying that this Ptah, that because the translation ain't talking about the god Ptah down there. So they taking that last one that might just be the god Ptah, and they just making it Memphis. It appears, because show me where they're getting this last Memphis from is the question. It's two Memphises in the final part of this translation. If we come up here and look towards, you can start from the middle. So there go one per Ptah, and the last two. So where's the other one? Para. So, but now this right here, I wanted to look at what this is. These are all godonyms, God's names. So then this last Ptah is their last Memphis that they might just be forcing into a Ptah. I mean, a Hookah Ptah or something. Because what is Seket Ra in Ptah? Hold on. Seket Ra. So this is just another God name. So if these is all God names surrounding Ptah, why isn't Ptah just a God name too? Godonym, just like it says it is. So then how they getting Memphis at the bottom? Anyway, we can scrutinize this because it's fun, but our point is it contradicted. None of these say Egypt. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I wanted, and we doing this for you, Ezzy, even though you got kicked out. If you would have stayed in here, you wouldn't have learned this shit because you're too disruptive. You too right all the time when it's time to listen. So it say, Hoot Kapatah, show me the one that say Egypt, and I'm going to stop. So to close this out, true, the Greeks called Egypt Hoot Kapatah because they didn't know what was going on. I don't have no attestations, and y'all can clearly see the tools I'm using. We don't find any attestations where the ancient Egyptians made that mistake of calling a building in the center of Memphis the whole damn country. None of these.
So your work was pseudo, so we hate to inform you, but you doing good now though.
No, this ain't about what Asar said. This is about what Eddie said.
Right.
You don't remember?
Oh, yeah,
We was past that
Asar
Asar book. He had made another claim after that, unless I'm wrong.
Oh, okay. When he went off into he be on so many different points of bullshit. Oh yeah. Yeah. See,
so this Eddie, this is about Eddie.
Yeah, Eddie, you been wrong all day. Oh God.
All of them got Memphis up into the New Kingdom. And we could question if we want to argue and look into the... I'm not going to do it. It's a waste of time. But what you would do is look into these texts and see if this could be talking about all of Egypt. Like saying to bring my joy to Egypt. But you'd be looking to see, like the one that said the town of... Then you got them checkmate. Well, that's enough attestations. Let's look at the last ones.
Brother Smash Rockwell.
Peace to the peace.
So, I know I'm going to ask a redundant question. The Middle Kingdom is when they started using the Kim for black, right? Not the New Kingdom.
Nah, definitely not. Kim for black? No, that was happening since damn near the second dynasty. But we could find it venerated, starting to be venerated about maybe the fourth, fifth dynasty. With a black cow, not just black. I don't see no veneration that just sprung just out by the blackness. It'd
Like
be a black
Reggie said, the
object that they
sacred black.
venerated. Sorry, pardon me. Go ahead.
And I'm trying to get the sacred black, like Reggie be saying.
Well, he's not wrong for saying that. You can say the sacred black. And look, watch this. It's going to say the divine black when they're talking about those cattle. And I indeed know how they looked at people as cattle. And they had a tribe of divine black cattle. Even the TLA is going to say it, that they called Kemet. So I can't say that Reggie's wrong in saying that they see them as the sacred people. I think the wording of the argument makes it easy to probe at and attack. Sometimes we got to say things in a way people can't get at you that easy. Now, if you just say they're the sacred black people, come on now, that sounds hella attackable. And so you're going to have more linguistic defenses that you got to mount than if you said it in a different way.
Yeah, but sometimes I think Reggie, he be so bold in his statement and correct at the same time. Why not step out? Because I read the beginning of his paper. Yeah, Reggie,
because the better words you choose, the less words your opponent's going to have.
Right. Well, I think he kind of wanted. I think he was kind of like looking for a little challenge based on that paper.
Because I'm trying to understand when Sauron said that they didn't call the people that they knew from the New Kingdom and the Heatherlands black.
No, he said it different. He said they didn't call the people from the hinterlands black, that from the New Kingdom on. You feel me? So hold on, that's another thing.
Where the hell is the hinterlands?
Do you understand what I'm saying,
though? Hinterlands, why the hell did he say the New Kingdom? What about before the New Kingdom?
That's where I'm getting. That's what I'm getting.
But hold up, where is the hinterlands at? Well, that's what
the hinterlands is the outskirts, bro. It's kind of like the hilly land, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm gonna pull it up.
I wonder if we could ever find out where is he talking about it.
We're about to right now. Hinterland is a word for like a certain part of an area. It says in the 19th century, geographer George Chisholm, I guess, took note of the German word hinterland, literally land in the back of, and applied it specifically to the region just inland from the port coastal settlements. So he's just saying, I mean,
yeah, I'm talking about from Egypt, from the context and what they was talking about. I wonder where is that located.
He's saying them black people over there.
I said the land behind the coast or the banks of the river are in areas of a country that is far away from the cities. In his context, he's talking about the far away places, the hinterlands. But y'all can say that's not right.
Yeah, no, that's a lot of times you hear the word hinterland when they talk about the slave trade, because they'll say that the slavers were on the coast, and then they would send, other African tribes would go into the hinterland, or they would send, representatives into the hinterland to bring people out. So hinterland is kind of like backwood, which is BS, right? But backwood in the mountainous regions, not easily accessible regions would be considered like the hinterland, the bush.
All right, this is about to be the 50-hour stream. I'm breaking records, and I didn't even monetize the video. So I lost about $5-10. Well, I got a 1,000 views. If you monetize right, it's worth about $10. You feel me? And so if you do your system right, if you got 2 videos a day, that if you getting that 1,000 views, you do 2 videos that's monetized. That's 20. You got 31 days. You might could bust a 900 or bust a 600. Excuse me. You feel me? Just on the streams. But I ain't consistent with doing that. But that system is definitely there, though. And so other people with their big old channels, they doing 10,000, so they'll bust 100 a day from a stream. You feel me? And the bigger channels, it keep going. But I like to talk about that too, because I want us to stay focused on all monetary situations and people who ain't even got channels that could be turned into something. You got information you disseminate, shit, stop playing. But anyway, I'm gonna get ready to close this down. Go kick it with my family because I've been doing too much. 8-hour stream is crazy, 7 hours. But I appreciate y'all for making it a very good and informative one.
All right.
Big up,
Smash.
Smash.
Peace to brother
And
Chris.
peace to the almighty Madjai.
Peace to the archer, man.
With that.
Oh yeah, so look,
Thanks
hey
for
Chris,
allowing
you
us
need
to
to
give
get
us
in the
that
back chat
platform
though.
to have
You
a
ain't in the back
conversation.
chat, Chris? Oh, you ain't tripping off that. We be doing a lot of studying. Hit me at casual at hieroglyphics. If you can. I ain't got your email, Chris. Yeah. Yeah.
That'll work. Say it one more time, Smash. You broke up a little bit.
It's casual at hieroglyphics.com. All dictionary spellings.
Okay.
Yo,
Got it.
Word up. Appreciate it. Yeah, and anybody else, you too, UKA, Robert, because you ain't even in the back chat. You tripping? And anybody else who want to get this study up. We're trying to find some young men we can enroll in schools, get them to do these sessions. We're going to build the next Black Egyptologists. We're going to build them. I was about to go, I'm about to, now, I'm so crazy. I'm thinking about foster parenting just to do this. Like, I go adopt to do this. What y'all want to do? Be like, come here, I'm taking you over. This is what you're learning about. You about to be the next great Egyptologist in the world. They sitting there, they need father figures.
That's where the rubber meet the road, Smash. I said that's where the rubber meet the road, how people like to say, for real.
For real, though. I mean, hey, I would love to do that. But I'm going to start going. My man just invited me into the high school to talk. So if any of my discussion, if somebody come up and talk to me, I'm getting out and proper. Like, check this out. We looking for some youngsters to send to college to study this. You know what I'm saying? So we can get this popping. And that's what that's probably going to be. Yep, we're going to play that. DQ say play that early morning. Let me find out. We about to get up out of here. Thank y'all for tapping in. I'm going to close this down. Salute to everyone for making a good show. And we're going to go out with that early morning. Like this. Because we've been streaming since the early morning.
Yeah. DQ, baby.
Peace to everybody. Peace.
Check. Look, the fashion is clever, spectacular weather. I'm blacker than I ever been. Skisha pattern, some leather, ink and a feather. I plan some immaculate letters. My family stay with the gift, cause we rapping together. Like it's Christmas Eve, I just roll up my sleeve and drink a cup of hot cocoa while she rolling some leaves. Have you ever lit a blunt off a chimney log? Massage from a synagogue, leaves foreign student with her friends involved. No, you haven't, so I ain't trying to have it. I'm painting pictures that's lavish, getaway log cabin. Amazing the magnetism, a magnet in all facets. Check my discography, baby, it's all classics. Feeling like Curl Baskins, surrounded by all this pussy. Making this money up, y'all bastards. Funny how I mastered the art of being a subtle asshole on my dean. I'm shutting down y'all classes. COVID-19 flow nasty. Lamar Jackson with the stats, how I'm passing y'all lasses. Catch me on the lake chilling, laughing, everlasting. My mind forever layer like fall fashion, nigga. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dodo, making money, breaking bank, getting that dodo. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dojo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dojo. Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dodo, making money, breaking bank, getting that dodo. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dojo. If them boys disagree, then hit the dojo.
Yup, and click the photo. The beat knocking like a piston missing in the Lolo. The chicks should know the mission is to get some more dough. And if the friction and the tension seem intentional, then it's a no-go. And as an OG, I'm telling them young brothers to be cool. They push bass and turn up high, like my EQ that's clipping in the whip. And they say, yo, shit clean, pushing 60 in the trunk. 415s, going blah-da-down, blah-da-down. About to bounce, I hit the gas and rip the engine out the motor mounts. Hit the house to go read Dr. Ben. Then this chick sent a text that said, lock me in. Hibachi grill, Wagyu beef, Lil Kobe slice, late night demo tapes like Lil Homie nights. I text back at 4 a.m. while your girlie yawning, cause she think it feel better in the early morning.
Early morning, cleaning house, smoking that dodo, making money, breaking bank, getting that dodo. Grab a gun, but grab a book. Don't be a dojo. If them boys
my team brawling. Alright, I'll see y'all later. Shout out to everybody. And I'm gonna interview Sar Imhotep on my show. And we're gonna bring back Wu Jai